ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
G'day guys and welcome to the ESL Pro League. It is the North America Division, it is Season 5 and it is Match Day number 9. My name is Elfish Guy, joining me is Karath and we have got 4 matches coming up today. Well, 2 matches I guess, but 4 games, 4 maps, and it is Renegades and compLexity to start us off. So this one here, look, to be honest, it's a little bit iffy, I suppose. I mean, both these teams haven't had the best of runs so far in the season.
Yeah, I believe Renegades have picked up 1 as well as compLexity. No, Renegades have not picked up a single one. It's compLexity has only picked up a single one so far. So both of them, you know, looking to get victories now. Sure, it's still, I guess, before the halfway stage of the season, but you need to start putting in wins, otherwise you're in serious danger of being put in the relegation league. And for all the teams today, actually, definitely needing to get a couple of points on the board to at least boost their chances of staying out of that.
Yeah, definitely. I think that it's a good chance, though, for both of these teams, obviously, to get some points on the boards. Both of them, you know, their opponent in this matchup will be the weakest one that they have faced so far this season, I think. So having a look at the standings here, we are going to see that obviously things have not been so nice for Renegades. A little bit nicer for compLexity there, as we mentioned, 1 round or 1 win on the board, minus 26 though, the round differential. Not that great, minus 46 for Renegades. So yeah, it's not a good sight for them. Obviously up the top there, Cloud9, Liquid, SK, Optic, all those names that you'd probably expect to see up towards the top of things. Even CLGs and Misfits doing pretty good there.
Yeah, and CLG, I mean, picking up, well, we'll talk about their lineup change later, I guess, because when we talk about Renegades, we have to talk about CLG a little bit. But I think they will get a little bit of an upgrade in firepower in terms of the new pickup. Unless of Renegades, I mean, Ada so far, I believe, is the fill-in. So let's see how he does again. So been playing for them since DreamHack Las Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it hasn't been setting the world on fire as far as I'm concerned. I think it's much of a muchness, the change to me. But obviously, they did want to make a change. And so hopefully the time that they're going to spend here with Ada, or potentially if they... I'm not sure if he's actually permanent. If he is... the time that they're spending with him now is going to be obviously crucial in the development of that team as a unit. But, you know, there's still some growing room to go through, I think, here. But definitely it's time now for them to get some wins on the board. compLexity is a team that they can beat. We have seen them beat them before. It was a 1-1 last time in last season of Pro League. So definitely something that they can at least get some points out of today. But speaking enough about Renegades and compLexity, we do, of course, have Winterfox up against Rush later on tonight as well. So that's another one where both of those teams are at the moment struggling in the Pro League, and both of them will be wanting to get some points in this matchup.
Struggling in different ways though, but we'll obviously go over that later in terms of the mainstream. You got SK versus Luminosity Gaming, so once again another Brazilian matchup, but this one should be a pick-up for SK Gaming. There's no denying that. Optic Gaming against NRG, also going to be a close watch as well. But going back towards Renegades and compLexity, obviously, yeah, I mean, we're talking about Ada, where he's still kind of that fill-in for now, but his position isn't permanent as far as we know. There haven't been any official announcements from Renegades saying, yeah, Ada's confirmed our 5th, you know, we're going to start experimenting with non-Aussies. As we all know, Renegades has been an Aussie team for so long, now finally pick up a different non-Aussie player, so...
yeah, so I think that it's going to be pretty interesting to see how he goes tonight. Obviously, last season here in the Pro League, it was Season 4, obviously, Renegades, they kind of had a little bit of a better time throughout that season. They went 17-9. They placed in 5th during the, sort of after the regular season in those standings. So things were looking a lot better for them in that one. But obviously, they didn't quite make it through to the finals. They did, but technically they didn't go. Yeah. Of course, maybe they have another chance here to make it through to this season. If you want to make it to the finals, you can go to proleague.com/Dallas and pick up your tickets there later on in the piece. But it should be a good final, hopefully, at least for me, hopefully for you. I think we're going to see some of those Aussie teams in there because both of us being Australians here, #no bias.
Well, we should say Oceanic.
Well, though. Exactly. And yeah, it's probably unfair to label Winterfox as Australian now because majority of their lineup is New Zealand.
I think we can say the majority is Oceanic or Australian, but at the same
we
time,
still-
they've got a lot of work to do to even qualify for the finals.
well,
All these teams have so much work to do.
So does Renegades. I mean, it's something tonight that I think both of us are going to be looking forward to see those two teams stepping up. But across the board, all of these teams that are playing tonight on this stream are going to need to be stepping up because at the moment, as far as I'm aware, all of them have collectively only picked up one round win, and that is compLexity picking up that one map. So it's not looking good for any of these teams at the moment, and they really do need to step up. Especially, I think, in my mind, of all these teams, Renegades is the one that I thought would be having a better time.
Yeah, I mean, going from, I believe it was, as you said, 5th in the last season, now dropping down to near the bottom of the scoreboard, only just beaten out by Winterfox, which isn't something that you should be proud of, is definitely a massive downgrade. You know, it looks positive for Renegades. You know, they changed in terms of, you know, position. You know, they picked up Ricky, who was on fire. Now they've actually dropped Ricky, picked up Adder instead, and Adder, so far in the Pro League, not looking by the stats, not having the best of times. On the bottom of the team, as a matter of fact. We're talking, he did well on the Masters, but it looks like, I think he's only had one Pro League game so far, and admittedly that was against Cloud9, where they got completely hammered, so...
Yeah, they did actually get wrecked pretty badly, and that was on Cache as well, where they did get 16-1. That's going to be the first map for tonight too, so maybe not a good early sign here for Renegades, but as far as I'm aware, that is actually the pick of their map. So it's not a terrible map, or at least historically it wasn't a terrible map for Renegades, especially, you know, back when they first moved over to North America, and even when they were back here in Australia, they were having very, very good results on Cache, and it was kind of like their go-to map at that point. But obviously that's a long time ago. Things have changed a little bit. Their results on Cache in the last month or two have not been as stellar as they probably would have hoped.
Yeah, but at the moment, you know, Renegades, they don't need a stellar performance. They just need to get by with good enough. Like, that's the first step they need to take.
Yep.
It's not as if, you know, they haven't won they haven't won inside the ESL Pro League yet, but they've been picking up games here and there. I'm fairly sure in terms of scrim practice, you know, maybe they're starting to, like, you know, finally step up. You know, Kassar definitely should be able to bring a couple of insight towards the team on what they should change. Now the players just need to take that feedback, and it doesn't have to be instantaneous change. We're not expecting a 16-2 from Renegades as much as, you know, as much as we'd love to see Renegades come out of this slump. That's not realistic. What they're looking for, maybe a 16-11, 16-12, slowly taking it over compLexity.
Yeah.
compLexity are not an easy opponent. I mean, they're not, I would say, lower mid-tier right now. So this was an opponent that Renegades should have easily beaten. But now they just need to aim for, okay, as long as we beat them, that's fine.
Yeah, well, I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the easiest of tasks here. I mean, compLexity, obviously they have, as I said, not had the greatest of times so far here in the ESL Pro League, but I mean, they're not doing awfully in general. Like, they're getting map wins on the board, which Renegades maybe isn't in some of the other leagues.
I mean, look at Android. He's still got a positive rating, even though he's losing. So it really shows that he's got so much. Once again, the compLexity lineup has the firepower. Everyone generally on the HLTV rating for the last 3 months have kind of been clustered together, you know? They're all sitting around that one rating, which means that they're all chipping in, all contributing as a team. So they seem a bit hot and cold, though. I mean, last couple of weeks, they're taking maps against teams like Liquid, and they drop it against Misfits. So, as I was saying, you know, a mid-tier team just rotating around. So Renegades, definitely a challenge for them. They're starting on the CT side, and compLexity going to be on the attacking side immediately.
Yeah, well, here we are on Cache, compLexity. As you say, on the T side, Cache is not a map that's been awful for compLexity, but neither has it been amazing for them. So this one, I think, is fairly evenly matched coming out between Renegades and compLexity. And compLexity do start with the first kill, though. Yustillo able to trade it out as compLexity starts to push up through A main, and Yustillo not going to get much from the forklift there. What can Adder do? He's already gotten one, but
it's a great shot into Android as well. But
yeah, a little unfortunate for him not to get another one there. 3-on-1 now for JKS. We know he's so strong in these clutch situations, but how is he going to be able to do this one? Because he doesn't really have much to work with. No defuse kit. Oh, actually does have a defuse kit, but
he just picked it up.
Yeah, just picked it up, and really no utilities to speak of. Obviously, being the pistol round, he's going to have to rely on that aim. The only takeaway for him here, at least, is that a few of those players are relatively low HP, and that's a nice headshot to start things off.
Yeah, so he's taking down one, and both members. Oh my goodness, they're just peeking one by one into it. Jokes! What? JKS, you can't just book people like that. That is, well, you're saying JKS can do that, and he's just done it.
JKS. That is vintage JKS. Like, I remember before this team was ever even Renegades, back when they were playing on Vox, you know, you'd watch them go overseas, or at least I would watch them go overseas, and they'd be the underdogs, the massive underdogs, and JKS would just be pulling out these nutty clutches. Everyone remembers that sort of that form that he was in way back when in Gfinity, and
That was just sharp. About 4 bullets, 3 headshots.
Yeah.
So positive signs for, I guess, one of the members on Renegade.
Yeah.
They need to continue the good form. Don't let compLexity in towards this. Now, early on, Renegades did try to take control of A main. So at the very least, they're not trying to play passive. They want to take control and, you know, force compLexity to compLexity's backs against the walls. So at least a couple of positive signs out of Renegades. Same for compLexity, though. They were playing really passive. I think a lot of respect given towards JKS, and rightfully so, because JKS, he can do something like that. And it just seemed like he knew where they were coming from.
Yeah, well, I'm now maybe going to have a bit of a challenge on his hands. He does spot out Android and goes for the re-peek. A little bit punished for it, but in the end, not too badly. Azza has a good time there in A main. The bomb gets dropped by Ustillo for the trade as well. Oh, good shot from Def. Not going to be enough, though, by the looks of things here for compLexity, as they should be pretty much cleaned up now. Renegades don't want to lose another gun into this one, I don't think, but if they can take that P90, they can take that M4. They'll probably not be too bothered by this round, though. They do have the bomb, so they're just going to sit around, play quite safely. Adder is pushing the B-halls, though, getting a bit of information, and Renegades should be expecting that Def is going to be pushing into this area, so it's just going to come down to them landing their shots before Def can land a headshot.
Yeah, it looks like they want to double push Def at the moment. Adder is coming from behind us. But still, it looks like he was had to clean up with that P90, but JKS actually gets the pick with the M4, so adding on towards his kill count. compLexity will be able to buy up in this one after the first round bomb plant. So this may have to be a bit more of an aggressive round coming out from Renegades, especially with the UMP as well as the P90 still in their hands. If they can trade that out for an AK-47 effectively, could mean that the economy game goes in their favor very early on.
Yeah, potentially. We have seen Renegades playing a little bit aggressive so far on that CT side. They've been going for some peeks in towards A main. Are they going to do it again? By the looks of things, Azza is going to have a check, but not too aggressively. Just peeking backwards and forwards, spotting that line for the moment. They do have some presence in mid now as well with Yam, which has not been something that we've seen so far from Renegades. So they are changing up their defensive hold just a little bit, but Yam, he gets dropped very, very low, down to 18 HP as he escapes back through that smoke, but it's a good start for compLexity.
Strange mechanics coming out of Yam. I'm not sure what was going on right there and then, because firstly, he missed the Molotov towards Boost, which allowed compLexity to get that early mid control. I mean, he just completely missed through it, which is something that you normally don't see.
Yep.
And then he's just standing out in the open with his knife out at the edge of the smoke. I don't know what he was trying to achieve there. So Yam, I mean, he's been a little bit cold recently, or hot and cold, and that's something worrying, because you don't want to be giving compLexity easy options, because all of a sudden a CT tag low, you've lost control of mid, and compLexity can just collapse on the A site.
This is looking really good at the moment for compLexity. Only 2 players for Renegades on that A site. If Yam does start to rotate over to the B site, it is going to be a 2 versus 5. Would have liked to have seen him probably push a little bit further into the connector there, just so that maybe he can wrap around behind short, but Ustillo's kind of playing it off angle. They're not going to expect him here, and he'll spray down 2. Great work from Ustillo, but now we're going to need to see something else from the rest of the Renegades, because, oh, there's Yam picking up a couple, and JKS finding another one. But the A site kind of did get taken there by compLexity, so I think there's at least some takeaways from them. They just need to probably trade out a couple of those frags a little bit better. Yeah,
that was well done by Ustillo. You know, dropping the bomb, making sure that compLexity couldn't actually attack, and compLexity lost control of A main. Weren't able to clear it out with that really deep smoke grenade and that pop flash. You know, Ustillo was able to avoid, and Adder is going to be cleaning things up. So Renegades, this is good. You know, they only traded out the UMP as well as P90 for full rifles, and well, Yam did manage to get the kill on towards quad all the way from highway on 17 HP.
Yeah.
So compLexity, that's going to hurt, you know, knowing that you had mid control, knowing that the A site was able to be taken, and just losing the bomb means that they're back on towards square one, which is just going to be pistols, going to be potentially whipping up the AWP in the next round.
Yeah, as you say, pistols only here for compLexity, so see what they can do. Def, you already hit a deagle shot earlier on today, so I don't know if I was be so keen to be peeking if I was Yam, but for the moment he seems to be untouched. Ustillo again gaining very, very strong control of that A main area. It really does seem like Renegades want to take control of that, and I wonder if compLexity are sort of going to be aware of that. Surely they will by now. Potentially they can use that against Renegades in the next gun round.
Well, what Ustillo is doing at the moment, so in these rounds where he's pushing in, just needs to make sure that he doesn't die, just threaten compLexity, because when compLexity plays their buy rounds, they really have to be cautious of the danger of Renegades pushing in. So they have to use a lot more utility just to gain control of A main. And all of a sudden, if you use all your utility trying to take control of a position as your staging area, there is no way you have enough utility to get into the site. So there is method to the madness as
Still
Renegades are pushing in right now. Still is just
again, like, he's really, really having a good time tonight so far. Yam's going to peek in with that pop flash coming out from one of his teammates and cleans up a pretty easy round in the end there for Renegades. They don't lose a single gun, so you can see that economy is starting to get working just a little bit for Renegades. And compLexity, they will be able to buy into this one. I think this one's a pretty important one for them. They probably do need to beat Renegades in this round so that they can start to get you know, a bit of a foothold back in this first half, because the more rounds Renegades get on the board, it means the more money they're going to get in their bank, generally speaking. And at this point, compLexity just don't want to let that get too far ahead of them.
yeah. So compLexity going to be opting to go for a default this round. Looks like they see early Molotovs coming out towards A main. So early utility has to be used at Renegades. They just hold their smoke. They just go, yeah, compLexity just going to use early grenades because they think we play aggressive every single round. We don't have to. Let's just play safe. Save our smoke grenades and Molotovs for later. As Azza, he doesn't need any of this utility because it just instantly takes out Def with a headshot. Plasters Def's, I guess, brains all across A main. And, well, they're trying to... compLexity are trying to create threat, but there is no way creating threat when you have Astillo just dancing around at smoke at the moment, just pushing in dry. He wants to get this. He is going to be challenging A main right now. It looks like he is backing out, just waiting underneath Boost. Desi making a little bit of noise. Az is just trying to find the timing on him. Won't be able to find it this time. The compLexity still hanging around A. They don't have mid control. They're taking mid control very, very late. And Renegade still with, you know, a decent amount of utility to work with as well. So both sides equal. But Astillo does get answered upon, and Surreal also finds that Yam within Vent. So compLexity do manage to bring that advantage back, just waiting, and able to get those 2 kills.
Immediately you can see the response though from Azza. He's going to push the A area, try and get some information here, try and get a pick, but it won't work out in his favor. Desi winning the aim duel, and that just puts Renegades even further behind now. 2 versus 4 in this round. And compLexity looking like they're defaulting back towards the A bomb site. JKS is there to meet them. He's really got a Molotov here, but nothing else. He's going to have to rely on the aim, but he'll get 2 on the spray down, drops the bomb as well. The early rotate's going to come across here from Ada. How long can JKS hold on before Ada gets over here for the reinforcement? He does a lot of damage over there to Uber, and it's now 1 versus 2. But Ada, he has got a lot of utilities to work with here. He's got a lot of time to work with as well. And again, it's a 1v2, but Uber solo on HP. This is definitely a winnable situation.
Yeah, Desi throwing 93 means that he will survive that dink at close range. So Ada will be making that first contact on towards Uber. Should be able to take this out quite easily. There's one, and instantly trading because he knows that Dez is going to peek out there. So it was close for Renegades, but some great play coming out. That's what we want to see. Yam, I'd like to see the AWP on Yam. Him sitting in a secure line, just trying to get his confidence up.
He hasn't picked it up so far, has he?
He hasn't picked it up so far, and I think it's just a little bit... I guess it is just a little bit confidence wrecking, knowing that every single time that you're getting picked off by compLexity where the rest of your teammates are doing well. So I think for Yam, just get the AWP, sit in a line that you know you're going to get a couple of kills, build your confidence up, because we know that Yam can go ham.
Yep.
So there you go. He's finally got the AWP out. As compLexity with the bomb plant with a 5-round loss bonus as well, we'll be able to invest in this one.
The issue, though, for compLexity here is that Renegades are... I guess in the last round, compLexity did actually take out 4 of those players, so maybe Renegades, their economy didn't build up so much, but again, another round on the board for Renegades. It's just another win, another time for them to feel a little bit more comfortable heading into this match, starting off with 5-0. You can't really ask for much more than that, and Yam, he's going to go for a couple of spammy shots through the smoke. Not hitting much. Android, though, dropped to 48 HP.
Yeah, they are trying to break their way towards Vent, but look at the push coming in from Astillo. Great shot from Yam on towards Android. 2 of the dangerous players with compLexity instantly neutralized, 1 and 2. And Renegades, they're taking control of the map with their own form of aggression. They've also got the bomb, and look at Astillo. He wants more. He's pushing in. Doesn't know that Def is towards the edge of the smoke, so Def will punish him for looking away. compLexity do manage to regain control of the bomb. Still, though, a lot of work to try to crack their way on towards the bomb site.
It really does seem like compLexity. At that point, they were trying to go towards the B site. A good push comes out from Azza to drop the bomb again. Def. Now, it's going to have to be compLexity trying to retake that bomb once more. But compLexity, at least in that round, I could see them sort of trying to change things up. So far, in the last 5 rounds, they've been hitting the A bomb site. They've been going mid to A and basically through A main. And that's pretty much all they've been doing. But there, you could see them. They were sort of exploring Vent a little bit and potentially heading over towards the B bomb site a little bit more. So, oh, that's not too great. I guess they get the kill as it goes down. Oh no.
It spreads. Surreal gets taken down.
Surreal gets taken down by the molly. But yeah, I like, even though compLexity are probably going to lose this round, that they're starting to change things up. Give Renegades a little bit to think about.
Yeah, Uber is crossing on towards the side. Doesn't know that Ada's there, though. I think time was ticking away too quickly. So Renegades going up a quick 6-0. And, well, a decent amount of cash. There do need to be a couple of drops that are still in Azza, who've lost their lives a lot. But they've been pushing in. They've been getting 2 or 3 kills, so getting that momentum control for compLexity.
And about 10k on Ada as well. Like, that's just so much money.
And so, I mean, these rounds are close. compLexity are doing damage. You know, they're getting the kills, trying to work the trades, even though they're going down very early on. But unfortunately, just not working out for them now. But a fast B push coming out. So Ada as well as I think it's going to be Azza going to be tested out towards B side.
Not a bad nade though. Uber gets dropped pretty low. Def a little bit as well. And again, compLexity just changing things up here, but it does seem like Renegades very, very ready for that. The bomb is dropped, so we're going to see the rotates coming across. They already are really from Renegades. One player for Renegades does go down, but perhaps that's going to be it in this situation. Azza cleaning up the final two, and Renegades go 7-0 up.
Yep. They just got to keep this going. Even if they drop a single round against compLexity, the momentum's currently in their favor. compLexity, their default. They just need to go back to the default and try to weather out the Renegades' aggression.
Yeah.
As soon as that happens, Renegades are going to go, hey, compLexity are going to be trying to run a default this round because we've been playing aggressive. We've been dictating the tempo. Now let's suddenly stall. Let's just fall back and play passive. That way, compLexity, they're just wasting time. They don't know where we are. They don't know if we're playing aggressive or not. They have to use a lot of their early utility just to gain control of the area of the maps where suddenly it's so dangerous. Because you can see, as soon as they don't use this utility, they get picked off.
And Yam rotating his position again. Earlier on, he was over towards mid. He was on A. Now he's over towards B. So just keeping compLexity guessing a little bit as to where that AWP is going to be. For now, though, he's kind of solo holding the B bomb site. So if he does get overrun, then potentially that could cause some issues for Renegades. Though they do have control of mid, so a pretty quick rotate through the vent if they need to.
Yeah, and a counter boost. Yeah, Renegades just actually just keeping the aggression. They don't want to stop it. They're just rolling in right now.
I think that's fine. Like, at the moment, they are just rolling over compLexity, and compLexity is really not doing all that much to kind of deal with it. And so Renegades, of course, if it's working, why change it up? And essentially 7 rounds on the board. They can't complain about that. JKS is going to be forced out, but he'll get 1. Almost gets 2. In fact, Uber's going to finish the job off for him, and Azza is there with the easy crossfire trade. And picks up Uber. 8 on the board now for Renegades. I think this is probably going to restore a little bit of faith, I suppose, for a lot of viewers in Renegades. Because, you know, we kind of talked about earlier on, before this match started, that they were down 0-6. Things weren't looking so great for them so far in this season. But you have to say, like, they've been up against Optic, they've been up against Cloud9, and they've been up to, against Luminosity. So all quite strong opponents. Of those 3, I'd probably rank Luminosity the lowest, but still pretty good opponent. Now going up against compLexity, who are essentially one of the weaker teams, I think, in the North American Pro League. Renegades really just completely putting the boot in, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of the time you can see the T side running away, but some chance clutches going in the favor of Renegades. I mean, it could be a completely different story if JKS didn't pull out that amazing 3 kills with a pistol. Yeah. Imagine if that didn't come out. We'd be seeing a completely different story right now. Execute on towards the A side, as has been spotted out. Actually, Desi gets him through the flashbang as well as the smoke grenade. Surreal coming towards that fence position, but still trying his best to hold on. Won't be able to. JKS, though, has rotated very early on, gets 2. But this means that Ada, once again, another 1 or 2. They're both low, so a single headshot away from being taken down. Android's not going to spot the line. Def thinking about crossing it. Oh my goodness, barely misses. We'll be throwing that Molotov as Def looking to get out of the bomb site. We'll be able to get the headshot. compLexity finally make their round on the board on the back of the A side execute.
That actually was looking pretty good for Renegades. I thought they were going to be able to hold on to that A bomb site because they had that super early rotate. It was almost like there was 4 players on the site by the time compLexity got in there. But this time compLexity wins the aim duels and they do find their first round on the board. So they are going to need to kind of consolidate this into a couple more. And admittedly, the Renegades economy, it's not looking perfect at this point. If they do lose this one, then obviously things are not going to be so great for them. But at least they have another bye after that loss, and if they can reset compLexity here, then they're going to really set themselves up for a good first half.
Well, that's pretty much how hard compLexity are pushing Renegades. Even though Renegades are going in, getting the kills early, and making sure they have the advantage, they do lose a lot of members on the trades. compLexity are doing well. They're just down a member already from the start, and as soon as it comes out where they actually get the numbers advantage, they're able to leverage it towards their their favor. But Yam, that is something we need to see from Yam.
It almost looked like a collateral there. It was very close, but there is a trade coming out from compLexity. Yam doing his best to hold on to this site, but he will be pushed by the AK, and there's not much that he can do in that situation, though. Azza should be able to get the trade. Drops the bomb as well, and those guys need to make sure that they don't sort of line up here for Azza. He will go down to Uber as he pushes through quad. 2 versus 3, JKS and Ada. Once again, the rotations coming across from B side are going to have to try and hold the A.
Yeah, smoke towards CT for now. I think it's just barely fading. There's one being used by JKS just to block a forklift, as I think he knows that one of the compLexity members are there. Oh my goodness, he's just going for the chance shot. He's tagged down Def towards 31 HP. Ada almost finishing the job, but Def will turn it back on towards him, and JKS just sprinting away. His position's been found out, and he doesn't want to risk it this time around. No utility to retake the site, not even a single kit. So compLexity 2 rounds. Renegade should be forced on the eco for this one. compLexity are striking back on towards the A side. I think Renegades just need to think about how to answer this. Maybe they've got to try to retake control of A main.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's what was working for them early on in the piece. JKS here obviously saving. Imagine how different that round could have been if a couple of those bullets had gone into Def's head as opposed to his body. Maybe then Renegades could have pulled off the retake on that A-bomb site, but not the case. compLexity do double up, which is good for them. As you say, it's not going to be a great buy here. They might actually be able to afford sort of a decent buy here, Renegades.
They could force up. I mean, Yam has an offer an AWP,
Yeah,
and then
like
Adder just buys a UMP alongside with Azza. Looks like, no, Azza can buy an M4, so UMP is on the side. That's actually pretty serviceable. It's not the best buy because you're lacking on utility on Yam and Ustilo, especially that Molotov to try to hold off mid. But if Azza gets a shot on towards boost, he can do a lot of damage. There's a grenade time to do a lot of damage.
A little bit. 25, can't complain.
That's enough to bring Def down in a single headshot, and that's something that you really want as a CT.
Yeah. It's a good point. Renegades with some control up through Squeaky now. This is a bit different from them. They might catch Desi
away.
Oh, the timing so crucial there for compLexity. And Yam just going to be a little bit too slow here, but will he be able to spot the bomb? No, it's in warehouse, so should be okay.
No, actually, if he pushes out a little bit more, he might be able to spot it out. So they take mid control. Okay, it looks like he's going to back off because compLexity would take a mid, so they decide to reinforce the A site. Use the long angles instead. It's smoked off for now, but Yam can lock this down if he chooses to do so. Azza so close towards Def. He picks off one, nearly transfers it on towards Desi's head. But Adder's going to be tagged down very low towards that B side. Managed to get out safely, though.
Yeah, just back safe into the site. So that's good work from Renegades. They have the early advantage here once more, which is not something that they had in the previous 2 rounds. And they'll need to consolidate on that. Desi now starting to have a look in towards the B-bomb site. Android smoking off the entry to the site. Now JKS, he's got a job to do, and he answers it well. Picks up 2. Actually, Adder got 1 in the end. It's a 2-for-2 trade on the site. Now 3-for-3 as Azza trades out 1. Android picking up the kill, but 2 versus 1. It's overall a pretty good situation there for Renegades, and an easy kill in the end, actually, for Ustilo. He'll upgrade his weapon to an AK. Going through to the next round, looking pretty good here. It won't, again, be an excellent buy for Renegades. They will be lacking a few utilities here.
Critical round for both teams. This is going to determine effectively the rest of the half in terms of the scoreline. compLexity know this. They're forcing up. Renegades, they don't have the best buy, as you were saying, so they're going to be missing a bit on utility, and that is... Well, it's going to be costly in terms of the late game, but compLexity, they don't have that much.
Like, Azza has a couple of flashes there. He's missing the smoke. He's missing the Molotov. Yam doesn't have any utilities, but it's not awful there for Renegades. They have enough to work with, though. Losing that first player, Ustilo, was he pushing into A main? I didn't notice.
He was pushing in A main on the back of a teammate, flashbang, but unfortunately it doesn't work out this time. Molotov doing a bit of damage. They're all coming on towards the A side. Azza gets 1. He can't get any more. Charged down by the Tech Knights. JKS tries his best, but Yam actually gets a collateral. Takes down Uber, and Def will fall out of Highway after that. But that is a crucial pick because it means that with 1 bullet, he brings it back for Renegades. Now a 2-on-2.
Yeah, but a difficult 2-on-2 for Renegades, though in saying that, the bomb not yet planted, actually, so they do have a little bit of extra time to work with. Desi looks like he should get the bomb down here pretty safely. He's faking the plant to see if he can draw out a peek. Not going to be the case, though. Renegades waiting safely. The bomb does go down, so now it's up to Adder and Yam. Once again, Adder finds himself in a clutch situation. Just the smoke and the flashbang to work with as well for Renegades, so not too much, but if they can get a good flash off here, pick up one of these compLexity players, that's going to be it. Though the flash doesn't really do all that much. It's Surreal holding a really nice angle there. We'll take down Adder. Desi comes out for the peek, and Yam goes down as well. Nice work for compLexity, holding off that retake.
That's really good contact play coming out from compLexity, and that means that they can bring back this half. So,
and not even like a good buy coming out from compLexity in that round either. It was just sort of a pistol kind of half buy, really. And
3 AKs and 2 Tech 9s.
Oh yeah, well, I guess. But
which is serviceable, especially once you get the Tech 9s close. As soon as Ustilo died, I mean, Azza had to at least take down 2. Otherwise, things are going to be difficult. I mean, Yam with the collateral did try his best to bring it back, but this means that compLexity will pick up this one, barring, complete misplay. They should be able to hold this off.
Well, Renegades losing the first player. You still are going down again. I guess it's fair enough in this kind of a round. They kind of just want to push in there, see if they can get something going. Obviously going to be a little difficult just to hold the sites with only pistols when compLexity's rolling in with full weapons and full utilities. And pushing out through mid. Def should take him down. Does get dropped to 9. So something there for Renegades maybe if they can get a shot onto him. But this one's looking pretty well wrapped up for compLexity.
Well, Adder nearly gets it, but Android just a little bit sharper, a little bit faster on the trigger finger. And Android should come out and pick off Azza as well. And Azza does fall now off JKS. He does manage to pick up 1. He takes himself in a Mac 10, which isn't really the clutch weapon you want to go towards. Def is pressuring him, though. very, very brave on 9 HP. Could have lost his life, but compLexity, at the very least, you know, they're picking up these late rounds and making their CT side just a little bit easier with a bit of buffering.
Yeah, I like what Renegades is doing here in not buying, because they can obviously afford a full buy next round if they just sort of save this one out, buy a few pistols in this one. 10-5 is going to be a really, really good first half score for Renegades if they do manage to pull that through. Getting it to 9-6, I think, would be a pretty decent result actually for compLexity given the start here, but if Renegades can pick up the next round, then it's pretty decent as far as I'm concerned. So saving this one, making sure they have the optimum chance to get the next round. They don't need to really push for 11-4s. They don't need to force into this round. I think this is a good decision from Renegades.
Yeah, I mean, just try and do as much damage as possible. Mate, you want to bank on, you know, the higher possibility as opposed to the lower possibility. Sure, it's possible that you can take the victory with the armor as well as the pistols. At the same time, compLexity will, you know, they're giving a lot of respect towards compLexity. They go, compLexity can take us down even on the force buy. I mean, they've taken us against the buy rounds. Let's make sure we have a full set of utility to counter their full set of utility, get the AWPs out, maybe even a double op setup to lock down the B and A site, and then see where we can go from there.
Just watching the line. Oh, he spots one out, but not going to be enough. The aim punch proving to be too strong. Android picking one, Desi picking the other. The B site is open for compLexity. Not much that Renegades can do in this one, in all honesty.
Maybe take an AK-47 forward. I mean, just that'd be already better than nothing. So he's on 23, looking to challenge. Yam going towards Heaven, and Azza just waiting towards Z to make sure that no one from compLexity will flank across. If they do try to flank, they'll get, you know, a nasty surprise of AP to 50 bullets to the head.
Yeah, probably going to be going down here. He's doing his best just to peek backwards and forwards, see what he can do with that P250. He does get a headshot into Death, which allows Azza to actually pick up the kill. But it shouldn't affect compLexity all that much. They'll have enough money to buy into the next round, or more than enough money. But here we go. This is the important round, really. If compLexity finish off this round, it's not a bad first half for them. But if Renegades get this one, it's a really, really good first half.
Yeah, I think it'll be either way. compLexity will be happy bringing their way back in towards a half. I mean, it was 9-2 at one stage, so going 6-9 on towards your own CT half, you know, you take pistol, win the 2 anti-ecos, all of a sudden it's 9 apiece as well. So compLexity definitely not out of this yet. But if Renegades, they take this one and the pistol, they could be up 13-5, and that's a juicy thought for them. That's what's keeping them, you know, probably going, yeah, we want that. We want to take the pistol, take a much easier victory against compLexity, you know, try to bring that round difference up, because it could count towards the end of the season.
Couple of grenades just into A main there from Renegades. Still trying to get some presence in that area of the map. Looks like they're going to go for an aggressive push, going back to that aggression that worked out so well for them early on in the piece, and it's worked out well once again. JKS drops the bomb. He takes out 2 players as well. Def, though, looking up through short. Perhaps he can get something done here. There's another player following him. And Renegades, they've got control of the A main, but they don't have control of the A bomb site. But that smoke is really going to cause some problems for compLexity, just delaying them even further.
Yeah, there's no way out for them at the moment. They are coming in towards Squeaky, but that's not where the bomb is. The bomb is towards A-Man. There's no way to retrieve it there. And Yam, unlucky not to get the kill, but we'll tag Android down towards 16. And, well, Def will be able to pick up at least 1 kill on towards Yam. So it gives them a bit of a sigh of relief as it brings it back towards a 3-on-3. But all 3 members in A-Main, all 3 members of compLexity on the A side, the roles have been completely turned around.
Yeah, exactly. Yustillo now just trying to hold that A-man area. That Molotov is very, very good. Android, he spots out Azza, who's very low, but the crossfire is pretty good from JKS, and he will win that 1v1. 10-5 after the first half there. Pretty good start, I think, for the Renegades, but compLexity doing well to bring it back. We'll be back with the second half in just a sec after this ad break.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, and almost into the second half here. Not quite though, but I think we can talk a little bit about that first half while we're waiting here. Renegades, they looked really, really good on sort of the first 3/4 of that first half. Very, very aggressive in towards A main, very, very aggressive in towards mid as well, and it seemed to work out. They caught compLexity off guard a lot.
Yeah, I mean, compLexity were able to pretty much take a couple of rounds in a row because they did enough damage in those buy rounds to force Renegades into a very quick eco. Normally, when you see a team go up 8-0, their economy could be anything from, 16k. We've seen that before towards 5k. And unfortunately, Renegade's economy was only on that 5k. So it means that they, as soon as they lost one round, they completely tanked out and they had to go on the double eco. compLexity did seize on that opportunity. Now on the CT side, obviously, Cache is a lot more of a balanced map, but A side's going to be pressured almost immediately. Uber can't do anything. Surreal trying his best. Will be able to take down Adder, but Def is just trying to dance around the smoke. Surreal also trying to find some more as well.
Bomb's going to go down there. There's a player lurking around Fork, but Yam is aware and takes him down. 4 versus 3 now. compLexity need to retake this site. They only have one smoke to work with, and it's not going to work out too nicely. You still are getting the 1-for-1 trade. That's favorable for Renegades, given the position that they're in, and it's now a 3 versus 1. Admittedly, a lot of those Renegades players are very low on HP, so this is doable for Android, but he's going to have to deal with JKS first, and JKS just wasting so much of his time. In the end, will be able to pick up the kill as well. And honestly, it was not looking too bad for compLexity heading into the second half here, but I think with the caveat that they were going to be able to pick up the pistol. Now that Renegades have picked up the pistol, things are going to be a little difficult for them to come back into this one. It's a big hill to climb.
Yeah, force buying as well. Renegades, as long as they play their anti-ecos correctly, which is admittingly lacking a bit of Molotovs. I would like to see more Molotovs in the hands of Renegades, just to clear out those close corners to make sure that their position is safer. Means that they have to go just for the duels. It looks like Yam is going to be boosted up with the AK-47 eventually. It took a while, but he eventually did get up there, and he will be challenging. He doesn't really have reinforcements, as Uber actually gets the first pick on towards Azar.
Yeah, no one to trade him out there. Yam, perhaps a little lucky not to go down there. He's down on 7 HP though, which is potentially an easy cleanup for one of those compLexity players. Still, Renegades do have the player advantage. Adder, gets absolutely wrecked by Desi, though the trade does come out by JKS. So overall, not too bad of a situation for Renegades, though they do need to be careful here. I mean, they are dropping a lot of players to this eco, well, this sort of half force buy, I suppose, from compLexity. And another one goes down. So it's Renegades. It's just Yam on 7 HP. And you'd have to say, this is probably favorable for compLexity now.
Yeah, this is the danger I was talking about in terms of Molotovs. That was a great shot from Desi, though. I mean, Adder got, I guess you could say, utterly destroyed. But, I mean, that's unfortunate. It's coming out in mid-air. Great reactions, instantly one-tapped, and then just transferring towards B main. Yam is just waiting around. compLexity, though, they don't know that Yam has retrieved the bomb for now. And it looks like Surreal is thinking about pushing in.
Might be a mistake if he does. Yam was watching for him, and there you go. Does pick up the kill. That's going to allow Yam a little bit more room to maneuver. He's still got 30 seconds here, and perhaps anticipating Uber pushing out from somewhere. Fakes the plant, but Uber yet remaining unmoved. Pushing up into heaven now. Still, the bomb not yet down. 20 seconds left only for Yam to work with. Surely he has to commit to this one, but he won't. Uber, that was very, very close. He does pick up the round win, though, and compLexity probably breathing a sigh of relief there, because that one could have gone either way. Still, a very, very poor round coming up from Renegades. We're talking about, anti-eco. Where are the Molotovs? They're going for AK-47s, and once again, this is with respect towards Yam, but should he be holding the AK-47 when you have JKS and 23 kills? Probably not. I mean, I always talk about when people are, in the sense of in the zone, right? But Yam so far hasn't seemed that comfortable. He's got a couple of kills, had a couple of cameo appearances, but there's not been like huge rounds like JKS has had big rounds, like Steeler has had big rounds. It's just been, 1 kills, 2 kills, that's it. And that round, he got 2 kills. It looks like Renegades will be trying to execute their way towards the A site. Nope. No, it's fake. It's a fake. It's faked you out. It's probably faked compLexity out as well, because you can see a rotation coming across from the B site. One in towards mid, but Ustillo all the way up on the A bomb site. That's really sold compLexity. Android almost moved back, but I think compLexity starting to clue in here. You can see the rotations coming across, and Renegades really need to get rid of Android straight away here. It's probably a little too late. Now Desi's rotated across, and that's going to be an easy cleanup for compLexity in the end. It looked so good for Renegades for a second, but compLexity just smart enough, just in time to pick up the round win. Yeah, because as soon as they realized the issue in terms of what happened just then was that as soon as Ustillo died, they couldn't hear any more noise towards the A side. There weren't any more, gunshots that you'd normally expect them to execute. And you could see that they kind of just stopped and went, hang on, this could be a fake. Yeah. So let's slowly rotate our players back towards B side. And they were sprinting towards B main. Android heard everything as like, yeah, they're coming B. So Desi could rotate back in time. Got the kills. A bit fortunate to escape both with 4 HP, but at
the end of the day, luck is part of CSGO as Android needs to go huge here. Desi, it's not really an enemy.
That's the second team kill I think that we've seen tonight from compLexity, but
Third, I think, actually.
Well, potentially. It's not going to hurt them all that much though for it. They do pick up the round win. They only lose a couple of players there. I mean, that's fair enough for compLexity, but Renegades now back with the bye. Utility's somewhat lacking for them, but still enough to sort of potentially pull off and execute something in mid, maybe something on A. See what happens.
Oh, where is Cyril going to take this AWP as well? So it looks like he's going to lock down the B main line. So JKS, who, you know, is going to be the lurker for the team. So he's just going to hold B main, see if he can create an opportunity for his team. And so the rest of Renegades just resume default holding patterns. They don't want to give compLexity an easy take in towards this round. So
a lot of mid control for compLexity though. They've got 3 in that area, though one popping up in the vent now, one back up on short. Just sort of spreading out a little bit, but still quite heavy control in towards mid. As of yet, Renegade's not challenging it. Not challenging much, actually. As you said, they're holding default. Just trying to play for that information at this point.
Yeah, they're suspecting that compLexity may steal a couple of UMPs, and compLexity may have wanted to make a move and try to overwhelm a position, take a couple of guns and fall back. So that's what they're doing, you know, making sure that the positions that they're soloing, you know, you can always rely on JKS to try to like work the beast up by himself. Now the rest of Renegades are coming up towards the A side. As they're coming out very, very early on, both tags Uber down to 46, but gets taken down to 41 himself. And oh my goodness, Azza actually does manage to take that, takes 2 down on the A bomb site. Now Def slowly crawling through. You won't be able to find Yam because he turns away at the wrong time. And JKS on the hunt from behind, may be able to shut down the save of compLexity as Surreal makes his position known.
Yeah, I think Surreal's in trouble here unless he hits a really nice shot. Did he just spot out JKS's shoulder? I think he might have.
They spotted each other
Surreal is going to be watching that angle. JKS needs to be careful with this peek and not careful enough. Surreal will take him down. Still 4 versus 2. There's no way that compLexity comes out of this round with a win. The real question is how many guns are they going to be able to come out of this round with? Because it does seem like Renegades are on the look for a couple more of those kills.
They want to shut down this AWP for sure, as Surreal will be backing off towards that site. Still has heard this drop down, but Surreal, too sharp with the AWP, gets another pick, and Renegades, well, they're too far away to do any more damage now, so they're just going to back out. compLexity taking 2 rifles, or well, a rifle and an AWP into the next round.
Yeah, really good from them, actually. It's going to allow them to afford pretty much a full buy into this round, which otherwise they might not have. Renegades, again, just going for the 5 rifle setup. I think that's fair enough. I mean, Yam hasn't been setting the world on fire with the AWP, at least in this series. So I like the 5 rifle setup for them.
And looks like Renegades doing their default once again. So we're going to see a stock standard coming out from them. As this is pretty much what they're going to do. They're going to take 2 towards A main, as it'll lock down Squeaky, JKS to lock down B main, and then Ada just working his way around, and Ustillo as well as Yam just making their way to A main, just playing trade. If this is their default, I think they're just going to go towards it every single time.
Yeah, it seems that way. It does seem like it's the default. JKS quite far forward in Sunroom there. If anyone from compLexity pushes out, they are going to be in trouble. Because that's not typically, I think, an angle that you'd probably check most of the time.
It's hard to check, because if you push in a Sunroom, there's about 3 different angles that you need to check as you're pushing in. So.
Exactly. So, and if anyone looks out through the B halls, they're not going to spot him out there as well. So not giving much away for Renegades at that point.
At the same time, I'm not sure how much compLexity have done their homework in terms of Renegades on the T-side execute, because if this is their default, I don't think they've changed things up. I mean, compLexity know this default. They can start countering it with specific grenades, so... Well, they also... Renegades are crawling back towards the B side, so using a bit of early utility. Def coming in towards A main, has spotted out Estilla, but as it comes in, saves his teammate. And this actually will start rotating compLexity towards the A side. There's only 2 members here, though. If Azza and Estilla can cause a little bit more chaos... Well, actually, Desi hasn't been sold yet.
Oh, great shot, though, from Surreal, just flicking around and takes Azza down when Azza probably should have picked up that kill. JKS, though, getting the entry onto the B site. Yam following up with a kill onto Desi, and that leaves the B site open for Renegades to get the bomb down. Only 2 players left alive here for compLexity, and, well, it's an incredibly tough situation for them, to say the least.
Might be another save situation coming out, but you can see Estilla's already on the hunt. He knows that they want to save, so... He's just sealing off their opportunity to head back towards A main. So I think compLexity, if they don't get a pick, they're going to try and fall back towards CT instead. Ada has spotted out Surreal. And still, you can see it's coming the long way around. Uber does manage to pick off Yam, but Ada takes down Uber. And now Surreal trying to save this AWP, but he's being flanked. And Estillo will make sure that compLexity won't be able to take any guns towards the next round. Of Renegades looking to close things up, as compLexity are on the eco for this one.
Yeah. 13 on the board for Renegades. Should be 14 after this one. We did already see them lose to what was sort of a force buy / pistol armor buy. It's not out of the woods yet for Renegades.
They've got a lot more Molotovs to use this time around. Before, when you don't have enough Molotovs, sure, it didn't save the fact that compLexity were able to push in and get the kills, but it kind of clears up a little bit more territories. You don't have to worry at looking, 3, 4 different lines. You just have to focus on maybe 2, and you have a teammate to back you up there. Instead of, coming in towards a crossfire and you look in the wrong directions. Estillo does open things up towards Desi at Z as he's pushing down. Def pushing towards A main. Much better from Renegades, holding the positions and getting the kills.
Yeah, Estillo is going to get caught off guard though by Surreal, which will allow an AK to fall into the hands of compLexity, but at this point, it's probably too little too late. Surreal does get shut down there as well, and it's just Android left alive now. 1 versus 4. He's doing his best to try and get some kills, but he won't do much there. 14 on the board now for Renegades, and they are definitely looking to close this one out right now.
Do or die time for compLexity. As they don't pick up the AWP, they decide to go for the armor. It's much more crucial utility as well. Renegades, though, money to work with. They are going to just buy all AKs into this one, I believe. I don't think they have enough money for an AWP, and they don't really need it. It's... The AK setup's working for them. Why do you need to buy an AWP when AKs are working?
Yeah, I agree. I've got no complaints about this at all for Renegades, and they are once again going to be setting up in a main. The default, it looks again sort of very similar to the default. This time we do have Ada kind of watching the A main area a little bit more as opposed to sitting up on the boxes, but it's again a very similar setup here from Renegades. This time compLexity have decided to go for a bit of a push here, and that could be the undoing for Renegades. If Def gets his timing right here, Ada is the one with the bomb. There's no one really that can trade him out. So
I think Ada is aware of his potential. That's why you can see him locking down the line right now. Just needs to stop switching out his weapon because
yeah,
he just needs to hold the line. They both, I mean, Def is doing well. He doesn't need to push right now. He's just trying to find the off timing when Renegades throw the grenades. He wants to find and see if he can sneak his way through. So Ada, at the very least, safe towards A main so the bomb isn't in the open. Rest of compLexity not pushing. Neither is Renegades, so they're just slowly trying to see if they can find an opportunity as there are no smokes up on the A main.
This push from Def, though, could be crucial. They'll probably hear him drop. No, they won't. Addo's going to go down. Yam with a nice flick around, though, does get the trade. He loses a little bit of HP for it, but overall, a 1-for-1. Renegades can't be too bothered by that. And now it looks like the A-take, well, not quite going to come out. compLexity forced to use a couple of utilities there. Just keeps Renegades at bay. Yam, oh, sorry, Azza and JKS pushing out, though. Well, Azza on the A, JKS on the B. Neither of which able to work out too well for the Renegades. Now 2 versus 4. You're still on Yam, trying to find something, I guess, over towards the B side. If Yam can get this kill onto Surreal, he can get the bomb down, but that's probably the extent of what he's going to be able to do, and won't even get that done. Surreal takes him down, so compLexity, they survive another round.
Big stuff from Def, though, pushing in and getting that information. So I think Renegades does need to be careful of that potential. They need to be aware that when they're setting up for these defaults, I think they know this, right? Well, obviously they do know, but when they're setting up for the defaults, you're giving away map territory. I'd like to see JKS kind of float back a little bit more and try to secure that rear position from maybe back of warehouse and just lock down that, because now they know that compLexity like pushing for the information maybe towards mid. They need to at least clear this out as Yam just eats a grenade, a couple of balls for his troubles. You're instantly taken out of play, and Ada actually picking up the AWP, so
Yeah.
he's sprinting away, but I don't think he's going to achieve more than Yam could with that.
Well, Yam didn't really achieve anything, so there is I guess, a low bar set here for Ada at this point. All he needs to do is really any point of damage, but obviously, see what he can do. Peeking up on from that boost, trying to get some control over mid. Maybe get Surreal here if Surreal does peek, but at the moment, Surreal doesn't seem too keen to peek. The Molotov into sandbags, won't force anyone out.
Yeah, as compLexity just holding very, very far back. You can see Surreal just tap dancing his way, just peeking the line towards Vent, just making sure that Renegades, if they do get there, then he just lets his B teammates know, hey, they've got mid control, just be careful with checkers, they could come there. So he's just going to secure that Z connector position to make sure that T's can't sneak through. Look at this, Def, once again, he's the one pushing for information, is working out fabulously every single time, because the information he's getting means that compLexity can, move their members around correspondingly as well. He's coming in from behind.
No one's watching.
He has a huge potential. Ada has taken out Uber on that A side. Estillo, no, he hasn't checked it. He's going to get 1. He's going to get 2. Bombers in lost. Azza making noise. Def nearly gets the 3rd. But he's dropped the bomb and time is ticking away. JKS though just lurking means that he can pick up the B-site player.
Ooh.
And Azza, oh my goodness, Desi's been waiting behind Checkers this entire time. He finds the right time, he might be able to pick him off. We'll be able to drop the bomb. 14 seconds left. JKS now on the one-on-one after trading out 2 HP. Surreal doesn't have any grenades. He is sprinting towards heaven. JKS though towards tree. Wrong position. He might be able to find Surreal. Surreal just needs to hide. He can't get the bomb plant down.
No time at all. JKS isn't going to be able to do anything here, and that's going to be that. compLexity find the easy round. JKS at least able to get the kill onto Surreal, saves his AK through. It's not really going to help Renegades here though, so compLexity, be happy with that. They'll be able to rebuy back into this round.
At the very least, what Renegades did was do a lot of damage towards compLexity's economy. We're talking about how compLexity on their T side were doing a lot of damage. Renegades now similarly, even if they don't take the round, as soon as one is picked up, it instantly forces compLexity onto an eco, on towards match point as well. So compLexity, this is a crucial round. They need to take this against the force bar that Renegades have. I mean, Az has just brought up the body armor. Adder's also got that body armor as well, with pistols on the other members.
Well, it's really going to come down to JKS here for Renegades, because he's the one with the AK. He's the one that's been fragging well for Renegades in this round. And I guess if there was anyone that you wanted to have the AK in their hands, it would be JKS in this situation. Though typically he tends to be more of a late round player as opposed to an early round player. So I don't know if that's going to maybe have some sort of an effect on this one. He's going to go for the boost up though onto the boost, I suppose. Looking towards mid. Hasn't spotted much out just yet, but he has a bit of a feeling that there's someone there.
Yeah, well, Azza is slowly, exiting his way out towards mid, clearing the close positions, which means that JKS can lock down the line. Def, though, instantly takes down Adder. Looking towards boost. That is so sharp coming out from JKS, though. Takes one down. It means that a T, if they can get their way towards CT Connector, might be able to find themselves a gun, but it looks like compLexity rotating Surreal across to make sure that that gun is not lost for them. Surreal can change out as well. He's got the UMP, so he wants to take the M4. You can see this right now. But the UMP spotted.
It's going to leave the A bomb side relatively unguarded. There's only one player there, and JKS will drop another gun for compLexity. No one from Renegades too interested in picking up either of those guns, which is fair enough considering they can do that. Does look like Azza has made his way into the Z connector, but as of yet hasn't pushed forward enough to pick up a gun. Still, he's going to get a lot of information there. He's heard both of those players rotating across. This should be a round from Renegades from this point on.
Yeah, I mean, they've done the hard work. JKS with 2. I don't know what Surreal is doing. That was a very, I guess, surreal play, because he just pushed out afterwards, completely dry. JKS picks up another one. They don't know where Desi is, but they know where he is now as JKS picks up 4. And doing the majority of the damage with the AK-47. Renegades now a match point. compLexity, nothing to work with. That was just strange to me. They lose one member towards mid, and Surreal kind of goes, I'll pick up the M4. They can see my UMP dropping, and then I'll wide peek. And then look at nothing, and then try to run back, where JKS goes, another counter-terrorist? Sure, I want to get another kill.
33 and 12 there for JKS. Really, really good scoreline for him. He's really doing work. I mean, Azza backing him up pretty well. I think across the board, Renegades don't have too much to complain about, but definitely JKS is the one to applaud for Renegades. He's been the reason that they've been getting a lot of these rounds. He picked up that clutch on the pistol round. Adder has picked up a clutch as well in a 1v2 situation, but yeah, it's really been good from Renegades here. I mean, 10 rounds on the board for compLexity. It's not too bad. They could get a couple more here. In theory, this one should go to the Renegades, though. It should be 16 and 10, which is kind of what you were speaking about earlier before this match started. We don't need to see Renegades pulling off a big win, something like 16-6. We just need to see them actually converting these wins.
Big shot from Def, though. At least answering until you still making you still feel, I think, a little bit of pain that he has felt earlier on. Now, Renegades, Adder as well as JKS trying to, approach the B side, but they're very, very wary of this smoke. They're very wary of this checkers line, so you can see right now they're just biding their time. There's a flashbang, which means that Android cannot help out Desi. Desi trying to go for the peak, won't be able to get it. Android has spotted out one great shot on towards JKS. Adder trying to come back to trade him out, won't work out this time. So now actually the numbers advantage in compLexity. Still have the pistols only though. Azza slowly trying to get his way behind the opposition. If he can sneak by depth, this could be big.
Could be. Def, he's watching the angle. He's sort of half watching the angle. As he hasn't checked the corner, and Def's going to get an easy kill there. That's really, really bad. Renegades now, only 2 players left alive. 20 seconds on the clock. The B site stack is going to come out here from compLexity, and Renegades, if they win this round, it's going to be a miracle.
Well, there's Adder, takes down one. Android though keen the trade. Yam coming forward as well. Gets Android on the site. Surreal still trying to tap away. Now Yam knows that there's one coming in towards Jenkins. Turns on towards him. Now
No
1-on-1, but there's no time. Surreal just needs to hide. Molotov comes in too late, and Surreal will just stay alive. Yam pushing it a little bit too late. Even dies after time. That's
insult
just
to injury.
Yeah, that's just salt in the wound.
Well, Yeah, look at that. Adder with 2.5k. That's not all that much. Renegades will, though, still be able to buy into this one, but
JK should be able to drop him.
Yeah, he should. But Renegades haven't really been looking that good on the anti-ecos. I think that's been their problem here. They've dropped now 2 rounds to rounds that they really should be winning.
Yeah, I mean, with the Desert Eagle shots, though, I think, once again, with Renegades on how they played their eco round, I mean, we could hammer, I guess, Surreal for losing a lot of map territory, but we also had to talk about, you know, there were great shots coming in from Yam with the Desert Eagle. Now, in the same token, I mean, Surreal does manage to take down Distillo. Adatho getting the trade to make sure it is a 1-for-1. So it is now a 3-on-3 very quickly in towards the potentially final round. In that round, compLexity with the Desert Eagles found very, very good shots.
Yeah.
So to say that Renegades, I don't think Renegades really misplayed that. It was more of compLexity. As soon as Azza didn't look one line, it's, you know, as a CT, he goes, oh, Azza's trying to go towards B site. What are they going to be doing? They're going towards B. So that's instantly allows them to rotate over towards the B site. I don't think many times that you'd have someone trying to go through Z connected towards B and your team tries to attack A.
No,
in terms of this. So
it doesn't really make much sense, does it?
So a lot of it, you know, was that single player control that came out from just a couple of good players from compLexity and allowed them to take that round of victory. And Yam had a lot of work to do afterwards. There wasn't really much that Adder could do. Now they're coming on towards the B side. There's no one there after Desi falls in checkers. So that means that it may just be all over. Android though towards Heaven. Can't pose a single threat because Adder is aware of that potential. All up to Uber now, 1-on-3.
Yeah, not an easy situation here, considering he's only got a UMP and a flashbang. Not even a kit. There must be, well, there might be one dropped on the side. I'm not 100% sure, but this is going to be a very, very difficult retake to pull off. And, well, I'm counting him out this one already. And there you go. Adder closes it out. 16-11 for RNG in the first map. It's a good win for them. It's not an excellent one. 16-11 is pretty close. compLexity getting some rounds on the board, but in the end, a win is a win. And Renegades finally putting one on the board here in the Pro League.
Going pretty much according to the predictions that we were calling, you know, it's going to be a close match between it. And early on, Renegades looked really, really good. They were just controlling the tempo of the match, but the compLexity, once again, they were doing damage, able to get a couple of rounds after the damage was done towards the counter-terrorist economy, and then eventually just, you know, bring the half back. Pistol round goes in the favor of Renegades. They instantly drop the anti-eco, and I think that's really a worrying sign, is that how many anti-ecos both teams did drop. I guess compLexity dropped, I think, only 1, but Renegades dropped at least 3, according to my count. So that's something that Renegades really needs to be, I guess, wary about, because I think the other, like, you know, you see the top teams, they rarely drop those anti-ecos. As opposed to Renegades, you just have the feeling it's like, yep, enemies force purchased up, they, I think, will drop it.
Yeah,
so.
Like it seems like more often than not, sometimes they are dropping those anti-ecos, which is not good to see. But some of those clutches going the way of Renegades, a good sign for them. In saying that, though, you know, I don't think you can rely on those clutches every time. They need to be picking up those anti-ecos. If some of those clutches maybe had to go on the way of compLexity, then what kind of a scoreline could we have been seeing? It could have been flipped. It could have been 16-11 in the favor of compLexity. But in the end, it was 16-11 in the favor of Renegades. We're going to head to a quick break, but we will have map 2, which is Nuke, coming up in just a sec.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
With the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic first breath, they line up. Epic spraying them down. He decimates Sempo's stall. Second bot, and they line up again. Hold, 3, nearly 4. He gets it in the end.
There has to be quick from phase. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position.
That was sick. Failed to the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
Oh, and the run boost is going to come out, or at least a little bit of a cheeky kick. Oh, and Death gets it. That is sick.
Longest second trying to look out. This is a great flashbang. It lets you still roll and get not 2, but 3 big kills.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello, welcome back to the ESL Pro League North America Division. It is match day number 9 here in Season 5, and currently we're in the middle of Renegades up against compLexity. Renegades pulling off the first map win, 16-11 on Cache. Now moving over to Nuke, though. This may be a little bit more of a difficult prospect for them, I feel.
It depends on what side they start on. I mean, Nuke is still such a heavily CT-sided map that you really want to be, trying to get on the CT side, take control on the T side. Even 4 rounds. The hard thing, right, on the T side, say for example, is that as soon as you get a couple of rounds, or you need to get a couple of rounds, because as soon as you switch to the CT side, if you drop the pistol, which is the most volatile in terms of when you play Nuke, you're in serious danger of just losing because you don't have enough buffer space. So that's why you want to start on the CT side. At the same time, though, in the CT side, if you don't control your economy, if you don't control the outers area, you're in serious trouble.
Yeah, definitely. And Renegades, obviously, they're not super keen on Nuke, I don't think. They don't play it all that much. They do have a recent win over Denial on it, but aside from that, we don't see it that much in their map pool all that often. It's a little bit more picked up by compLexity. In saying that, it's kind of a spotty map for them as well. They have got losses against some of the top-tier teams, I suppose, and some wins against some of the lower-tier teams as well. So I think it probably does play a little bit into the hands of compLexity here, but it's not like it's a map that Renegades are going to be super uncomfortable on.
Well, so far, I mean, I haven't seen really impressive AWPing coming out from either team, and that's an issue. You know, we saw a couple of good rounds from Yam. We saw a couple of good rounds from Surreal, who's the one who's been picking up the AWP for compLexity. At the same time, you know, it wasn't anything spectacular. It wasn't something like you could go, all right, you know, Surreal just locked down the outers line, which is a critical line for both teams to control. So, I mean, the danger man so far in this entire server has been JKS. I mean, Android's been a little bit quiet, but a lot of the time, you know, JKS was working that B site where Android was holding and just nullifying him.
I think that's going to be a key thing here as well for Renegades is that, you know, Ricky departing from this lineup, he was their AWPer for the majority of the time that he was in that roster. Now it falls back on Yam, and to me it doesn't feel like Yam has kind of really been super strong with that AWP. Obviously in the last match, or in the last map even there on Cache, we didn't see him do that well with the AWP. I think a lot of the time they were just defaulting back to the 5 rifles there. So, you know, that's kind of something to play into it. And, well, I guess just to remind everyone how things are going on both streams even. 16-11
came in.
Yeah, 16-11 was the first map score between compLexity and Renegades. Going the way of Renegades on Cache. Currently on the mainstream, 9-6, sort of half-time, at least as far as we're aware, in the way of SK, which I think is probably what you expect to see. SK doing a pretty good job getting a little bit of an advantage there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll just end up with probably 16-9, 16-10 on Cobble in terms of, I'm not sure what side that, you know, SK started on, but Luminosity, you know, they'll struggle hard and valiantly, but SK, with their experience, will be able to close things up. But on towards Nuke for compLexity and Renegades right now on our stream. As we were saying, you know, compLexity, they picked it, but in the last 3 months, I think they only played it 4 times in terms of recorded matches, so...
Yeah, like, is there a good chance you think that Renegades is going to be able to 2-0 this?
Potential. That's a very safe word for me to say. Potentially.
It's a bit of a nothing answer.
I think the way that they're playing at the moment, I don't think they can actually. I think it'll be a 1-1, just simply based down to the fact that JKS cannot clutch every single time. Cage, they got away with a lot because JKS was going absolutely on fire. But now going on to maybe a map that compLexity is a little bit more comfortable on, because I think on Cage, they're not as comfortable on Cage as they are in Nuke, which isn't saying much.
Yeah.
I think they don't have a really good win rating.
It's kind
on
of
Cage,
a bit varying for both of the maps, really. Like, neither of them are, I think, excellent, but that's kind of what you expect coming out from a team like compLexity, who will be going up against some better teams where you just expect them to lose every map anyway. So perhaps they are going to be a little bit more comfortable here on Nuke. But like you said, yeah, for Renegades there on Cache, a lot of it fell back onto JKS. If he hadn't clutched some of those rounds out, it was a pretty close scoreline, 16-11. Some of those rounds may have gone the way of compLexity, and how that would have affected the rest of the rounds, how that would have affected the economy. It could have ended up being a 16-11 in the way of compLexity. So definitely think that Renegades do have to be pretty careful here. And even sort of when I was thinking about this match before it started, I felt like it was going to be a 1-1 almost. So that's where I'm kind of leaning towards as well. I think compLexity might be able to pull off this one.
Yeah, but once again, I want to see what side the team's starting on, how they compose themselves. Because in terms of Renegades, it's just, you know, if you're a Renegades fan, you always have a heart attack of a roller coaster. They lose so many anti-ecos that on Nuke, if they lose anti-ecos, this is going to be absolutely disastrous. So they need to hold on, especially in such a critical map where every single round counts.
Yeah,
it's not like any other map. Say, you know, on the Cache, you can kind of drop a couple and go, no, that's fine. On a map like Nuke, you drop a couple of rounds, especially on the CT side. The T side will hammer you in for that, and especially at this high level, you know, towards like, you know, we'll joke about like the mid-tier levels where they get a lead on the T side and then they'll just drop their CT side because they just don't understand, I guess, how the map works out. But this level, you'd say that compLexity as well as Renegades have a good understanding of what they need to do. So.
Well, you'd certainly hope so. Let's find out. We're about to get underway here on Nuke. Obviously, Renegades have picked up their first win of the Pro League in the last matchup, in the last map, but they're going to be wanting to 2-0 this one. Obviously, we saw that ad as well in the ad break. They're coming to IEM Sydney, so it would be nice to see them getting, I suppose, a bit of consistency on the ball heading into that event, because a lot of the teams at that event, I suspect, are probably going to be maybe a little bit higher rated than some of these teams that they're versing in the NA Pro League. And if they can't beat those teams in the NA Pro League, then they're not going to be beating the teams in IEM Sydney. But that's something to worry about later on down the track. Now, we want to focus in here on Nuke. You still are sided up pretty well in that pistol round. Azza as well, finding one. This is looking like it's going to be a good start to the T side for Renegades.
Yeah, they've got control of this A side as well. Very, very quickly on an Uber. Can't even come out from ramps because Azza shuts him down inside vending machine room. And JKS will clean things up. So a very quick round from Renegades, able to drop down from Outers. I just talk about Outers all the time because it's such a... It's the place where, you know, the T side will stage their attack. They'll sneak players, you know, in towards Secret, down maybe back of Vent. They can come up on towards the A side. They can shut down the rotation, take ramps, take B side. All of a sudden, you know, CTs, if you can't rotate through Vent, there is no way for you to actually get safely onto the B side. There's so many corners you need to check out. So compLexity going to boil down towards how well can they hold this ramp rune. So that's going to be up to Uber to start things off, or to hold it as Istillo start things off. On towards Desi.
Yeah, you might get another one here. Def just peeking the line. Down to 37 HP. Android looks like he wants to push you still and will actually get the kill. JKS there for the trade and gets another one to boot. So compLexity actually forcing into this round with the pistol and armor. Probably in the hopes that they're going to be able to pick up another anti-eco win like they had been doing on Cage. But this one seems like Renegades have got that locked down pretty well. They're going to take 2 AKs and a Galil through. Basically the perfect situation really for them. That's what they wanted out of that round. And it's going to force compLexity back on the eco. So another one probably secured here for Renegades to start off 3-0 on the T side of Nuke. Like you said, it's going to be so good for them.
Yeah, and if they can get probably about 5 rounds, that's enough. If any more is just icing on the cake, then it's just, you know, they'll be lighting more birthday candles on that metaphorical cake. So pretty much, you'll be celebrating every single one. We got 6, we got 7. I don't think they'll get more than 6, but it depends on how well or poorly compLexity play and how well Renegades play. So it's balls in their court. They're the ones that have to, you know, attack these positions. compLexity needs to hold it off.
Yeah, again, Azza going very, very aggressive. We saw that from Renegades, more so on their CT side, actually, on Keish, but Azza's really just pushed up here, got a lot of information. He will probably find that kill onto Android, which he does. Easy one for him. And basically a lot of map control secured now by Renegades. They control basically everything apart from the bomb sites.
Yeah, Desi, oh my goodness, the triple P coming out from Renegades. He didn't even know where to look at now. Uber. Once again, last man list, the second time that he's been the last man list standing, they know where he plays. They know he plays towards ramp, so they're shutting down this, you know, the crow's nest potential. They're shutting down ladder room potential as he spotted out towards Outers. Trying to find the pick on towards Azza, but with just so much aim punch, nothing you can do. And they'll be able to take 2 SMGs and 2 AKs. They lose a Galil, but the Galil is a very inferior gun, so they just leave it on the ground.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Renegades look like they're going to take a UMP through to this round. I wonder if they're going to stick with that. And at the moment, it's in JKS's hands. I'd hope to probably see it in someone else's hands because he's been the consistent player, but it does look like it's going to go in his hands. So we'll see how this works out. compLexity do have a good buy into this one. And AWP on Surreal, he's going to watch out up. At the moment, hasn't spotted much, but there's a lot of utilities being used in that direction from Renegade, so he must suspect there's something going on. And there is indeed something going on as we see Justillo just lurking around now. He's gotten into the underpart, or into the unders, and making his way towards the B-bomb site right now as the ramp room is being contested by Renegades. If they can clean this one up, it would have been good for them. But losing 2 there, I feel, is probably a little too much.
Yeah, losing all their members now. Steeler was coming in from behind, and that's what I mean. That was a great job coming from Uber. Hold it off with a UMP.
Yeah.
Impressive, and Renegades just kind of, you know, jumping the gun there. Steeler is trying to make his way up. The bomb has been lost. They don't know he's unders, I think, because even though he broke vent, compLexity may not have heard it, and as a result, he'll be able to grab it and fall back on towards that B site. He does not have a smoke grenade to work with, though. So it means that compLexity can kind of just surround him at any time and just seize control.
If he's quick enough here, he probably will be able to get that bomb down. Doesn't look like anyone's too interested on the B site. They're just more so holding their angles right now. So at least there's going to be that for Renegades. The bomb will go down. So compLexity are going to know what's going on now. One will go down through the vents, the other 2 through the ramp room by the looks of things, but Justillo, I like his post-plant position. He might be able to catch one off guard, and he does. So now, making it a 2 versus 1. Still a difficult situation for him, but much, much more doable. And he does have a Molotov as well. No smoke on the side of compLexity. If he can use that well, then there could be something, but he's got the wrong angle here, and I think Surreal's just going to hold this.
He's going to stick it out.
He's just going to stick it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's a little unfortunate for Justillo.
Planted on the wrong side, and he was expecting that, you know, Cyril was going to peek him, but Cyril just goes, no, I'm going to mind game you, and takes a round where Estillo just felt like, you know, if he peaked that, he would have had it.
He would have had that, yeah. I mean, even if he had thrown the Molotov in, he could have got a Molotov in that position. But not to be for the Renegades. At least they get the bomb down, so there's something. They get a little bit of extra cash. Do have enough money to buy into this round, of course, so it's take number 2 for Renegades. Maybe second time lucky.
Yeah, fast out of control coming in from Renegades once again, as it's up to JKS just to hold lobby by himself. It looks like Renegades actually sneaking all the members in towards Secret. So I think Surreal is watching it from heaven. He does have the AWP, but he's been completely smoked off, so nothing he can really suppose JKS. How does JKS do that? He just swindles his way past 3 counter-terrorists.
I don't know. He's a ghost.
He just slipped past, and compLexity are none the wiser. All of Renegades ready to attack the beast, like compLexity still think that JKS is in Squeaky, but in reality he's back event. Oh, definitely finds it at JKS. You can't leave JKS in a situation like that, because he's going to punish you Uber. Able to pick off Adder, taking down Estillo as well. Yeah, it's just scattered out at the moment. They do manage to finally get the trade. And Surreal now coming across with the AWP towards Megaton. Android back event, though, has been left clear. Azza picked off by Surreal with that AWP. Bomb plant does go down towards a 2-on-3. Yam trying to make his way towards decontamination room, but Android says no. He's made his way back out from vent. And now it's all up to JKS, the clutch king, the clutch master himself. 1-on-3.
Spotted one out, and he will take down Surreal, but still 2 to deal with, and now they know his position. A good pop flash, that's actually going to catch Desi off guard, and he does pick up that kill as well. Now, Android tapping that bomb. JKS, plenty of bullets to work with here. He's going to push the smoke, and may not have been the correct decision in the end, but obviously he didn't know whether that smoke, or that defuse was being held or not, so kind of had to go for it. And in the end, again, another clutch round goes the way, well, I suppose it almost was a clutch really for Renegades. It wasn't necessarily a clutch for compLexity, but at least they get the round on the board there. And that's the kind of round that on Cache we saw Renegades picking up.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, compLexity, it's going down to the wire. They're probably going to be chewing themselves out a little bit and going, look, we're up on this 3-on-1. We can't take down a single member. That is an issue for them right now, because Renegades are able to get to the bomb site. compLexity allow them to take control. Imagine if Renegades had more members if they didn't, you know, severely misplay their position. Yeah. So imagine they had more smoke grenades to shot off Megaton, they could get the bomb plant down. And
it's hurting compLexity here as well. You can see Desi doesn't have utilities, Uber doesn't have utilities, and Surreal has a UMP. So all those guns that Renegades are taking out of the hands of compLexity in every single round so far, it is hurting that economy of compLexity. It's yet to actually build up and really be sort of like a formidable thing. Renegades, they just want to keep pressing this advantage, and even though they've lost the last 2 in a row, Renegades actually have a better buy than compLexity.
Depth, great shot on towards Azza from Secret. Yam was unable to get the trade. Yam now going to be pressed out with a Molotov as well. No, we'll be able to stay alive, so Def not going to be free-firing. Yam just hiding in the smoke, waiting and biding his time. But Def's already picked up 1, so he doesn't really need to recontest it. He's just secured the secret line. Just needs to fall back. No, nothing else that he needs to do. As the rest of compLexity looking to just hold on towards either bomb site. Def picks off 2.
Yeah, nothing that Yam could really do there. He was out in the middle of nowhere. He had a grenade in his hand as well, an easy kill for Def. That's a good shot from JKS, though. Again, it seems to be JKS, the one stepping up for Renegades here on Nuke, and they probably need to get him in positions to get that damage across a little bit more early on in the piece, because it doesn't seem like anyone else from Renegades is just able to do it.
Yes. Looks like B side is the attack plan for Renegades. Estillo, oh my goodness, Def managed to sneak his way across, but won't be able to escape this time around because Estillo locks on towards him. As well as JKS picking off the head of Desi, trying to come out through vent. Now Surreal trying to find something from decontamination room. He does have Android trying to join him, but Estillo thinking about what to do. JKS flying down, I think just a little bit too greedy, but gets the information. Android now coming across, I think might know that there's one of, doesn't know that one's dark spot. I mean, he said Ada can strike out after Estillo falls. Now AWP to Surreal. That is not a really good flashbang, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, it does matter. Apparently, Surreal killing him. And Ada goes down again. compLexity clutch out another round where you thought, okay, Renegades have a good chance in this one. And I thought almost I was going to feel like saying, well, finally Renegades get another round on the board. It's almost coming, but again, just not quite there. And these rounds are so crucial for Renegades. They're rounds that they can, and that one is a round that they should have been winning.
Yeah, Ada should have taken that. He had the first shot, was able to get the body tag in, and somehow, somehow compLexity still take another one. Surreal taking the clutch that time round is, well, Renegades with these just continual bomb plants, able to purchase up once again. Surreal will be able to stop the push with that Molotov, but Estillo just charging straight forward anyway. Dancing around, does well to make his way in towards Secret alongside with Azza. So very least, Renegades do have control of Secret for now. Def is not playing there this time around, and Renegades should be able to execute towards that B site once again. But ball fall back towards, it just feels like it's going to fall towards, you know, that 2-on-3, 2-on-4 clutch situation, and compLexity is going to win it once again.
Yeah, it does, definitely.
For some reason.
Renegades are still putting a lot of pressure on that economy of compLexity. It's not perfect. I mean, they did use a few utilities here, but they didn't have perfect utilities. They don't have perfect rifles. They have it from us. But there's only so many rounds here where Renegades can kind of feel like, oh, you know, we've done enough there to keep the pressure on. At a certain point, you have to get the rounds on the board.
Look where Def is pushing. He's pushing towards back lobby, and Renegades, they don't know this. They think that ours has been clean because they've just been holding towards Secret. JKS, he's aware of this, though. So
yeah, he spots the shadow there as well. Easy kill for him in the end. So for another round here, now in round number 7, Renegades do get the player advantage early on in the piece, which is not something that they had last round, and they almost clutched it out last round. So maybe that's going to be the slight advantage that they need just to push them over the edge and pick up the win.
Critical Molotov, because this buys a little bit more time for compLexity to hold off against, but Renegades do have this under control. Uber needs to hold on desperately, but Ustillo comes in, reinforces that line. Surreal trying his best, won't be able to find anything, and Azza also finds one. Can't find the second as Android charges through the Molotov. Now a 1-on-3. They need to get the bomb plant down, but they don't know where he is. He's making a bit of noise. He's in falling off, but he picks off Adder. He's going to try and make his way through control room smoke, but
I think they've got the
Renegades will be able to get the bomb plant down. Android taking a little bit more damage, and Renegades surely need to win this.
They absolutely need to win this. They can't afford to lose another clutch situation in a row. That would be 4, but in the end, it is JKS to pull it off. So Android goes down, and Renegades put 4 on the board, and that's just completely broken the economy of compLexity. There's nothing that they can buy in this round.
I have a feeling, though, like Renegades, they could be up 7-0 right now. It's been so close. I mean, the scoreline...
Look at that, 1 alive. I think it's 1 alive.
1 alive every single round.
Alive. Yeah. Just so close. And that's why compLexity aren't able to buy in this round. If they had kept 3 or 4 people alive in each of those rounds, they would probably be able to afford to buy into this round. But at the best that they can get is just pistols and armor and a scout on Surreal. So Renegades, maybe they can potentially pull another one through.
Well, Surreal's going to try and peek that line in towards lobby. Nearly found the head of one of the members of Renegades. Won't be able to find it this time around, so he's going to back off. Renegades playing it much safer anti-eco, not trying to give any opportunities away towards compLexity, just holding and waiting. Which is the correct thing. You don't want to see all your hard work undone with a pistol buy charging in towards you at lobby. So
well, it's something that's happened to Renegades before. They really need to be careful in this round because on case we saw them drop 2 or 3 anti-ecos. This is essentially that. And well, Renegades have been susceptible to it so far in this series. If they drop this one, you know, all that hard work they did to finally get another round on the board is basically going to be undone straight away by compLexity. So if Renegades can put 2 together here, potentially another one as well because of this force buy from compLexity, then that's going to be a good situation for them. But they have to make sure that they don't lose this round.
And the really good thing as well for Renegades is that they've been pretty much uncontested getting towards B-side every single time. So they're going to be confident executing once again. compLexity have not shown the ability to hold this off as Uber is going to be the first fatality to fall as Renegades make their way towards ramp. It looks like they absolutely love ramps, and Yam's going to be pressured, losing the AK-47. This is really what I don't like seeing in terms of how Renegades do it, because they charge in 1 by 1. They're not there to get the trades. No Molotovs coming out. They've lost the bomb now as well. Def from control room finds Adult with that AK-47 retrieved. Now it's on to Azza as well as JKS. 10 seconds left on the timer. Azza does manage to find one.
He doesn't know
they don't know they've got the bomb, but Azza, they don't need the bomb if Azza does something like that and line up for him.
Well, I mean, again, it was just a little bit too close for comfort for me there. I think Renegades, you know, that anti-eco, it didn't look 100% as far as I'm concerned. A good performance from Azza at the end there to get those spray downs, but in reality, I think that should have been a lot more comfortable for Renegades. Still though, they get the round on the board, they take a couple of guns through here, and of course, compLexity buying into the last round, force buying into the last round. They won't be able to afford one here, and it could potentially be 6 on the board now for Renegades, which, you know, you sort of said, that's basically a really good first half score. Anything more that they can get than that is going to be a cherry on the cake.
Just strange to me that compLexity picked Nuke and they're unable to hold outers, because that, to me, that's really the staging areas. Android does manage to actually find Adult with a pick, nearly trying to find JKS as well, but he's the last man left standing. Nothing he can really do. That's just really odd for me, because the compLexity every single round, even through, yeah, sure, their buys are subpar. They just have no answer towards Renegades, just taking control outers again and again and again.
Yep.
I don't think Renegades on a buy round have even gone towards A site. They just go.
No, they haven't. They've pretty much been hitting the B site every single round in a row. It's always been.
Why not? Because it worked every single time.
Like
They keep all
Ustillo
played down.
lurking around through the B site, gets the guy in ramp room, or Renegades just charge the ramp room and get that guy, and then that's the B side open. So
That said, it is difficult to hold on towards the outers. And
yeah.
well, actually, a change of momentum. As soon as I say that, Renegades do come towards the A side and catch compLexity napping.
Yep.
Which is exactly what they hoped for. They are just reading compLexity like a book at the moment.
It's working pretty nicely for Renegades, and admittedly we were kind of critical of those 3 rounds that compLexity were able to clutch out from Renegades, but in the end, I mean, Renegades are still looking pretty good in this one. They are definitely looking like the stronger team, and getting 7 rounds now on that T side, they are really, really shaping up to have a really good second half as well.
In terms of why we're being critical, is because every single time compLexity were fighting those, it was 3-on-1, another 3-on-1.
Yep.
And they just allowed JKS as well as Ustillo to get back in the positions where they forced it almost towards a 1-on-1 and a victory. Which is, you're allowing Renegades to continually clutch, effectively.
Yeah.
Which is something that is really, really negative, because compLexity, even though short, at one point looked like it was a 3-on-4, or like the scoreline was 3-4. Renegades look like they're in complete control.
Yeah.
They're just strolling through at the moment, they're having a breeze in the park, and they're just enjoying themselves. This is the Counter-Strike we expected Renegades to play, you know, clinical Counter-Strike. In terms of compLexity, though, this is not the CT Counter-Strike that we were expecting. They needed so much.
Yeah, absolutely. This round is, again, going to be just a bit of a bloodbath, really. Renegades padding those stats a little bit, picking up some easy kills on the eco here, though. Def and Desi have found one apiece, so it's not like Renegades are without loss, but I think they know where Def is now, and bomb retrieved by JKS. He's going to make his way into the A-bomb site. Plant should go down pretty easily if Yam doesn't get that kill, which he doesn't.
That's really awkward as well, because he was shooting at a completely stock still. We'll be able to calibrate this time around, so hits that one at the very least. But I know, I think we're being very overly critical of Renegades, but at the same time, you know, in terms of like,
Just don't want to
they
get
do a lot of, they do a lot of hard work to get themselves in the good position, but they just do it in a very unoptimized fashion.
Yeah.
And
ooh, have a look at this though. compLexity picking up the double orb setup, not something that we've seen from them tonight.
this is good, but only if they make these orbs work. Surreal's going to be smoked off. Is he going to be able to take people out through smoke? No, probably not. Oh, is Def able to? I don't know what Def's taking the AWP, so he's locking down the ramps line, which is the correct call, because that's what Renegades have been doing. So, but Surreal, as I was saying, you know, his cage performance on the AWP didn't impress me.
No.
And going on towards Nuke, I didn't think he would impress me, and instantly like that, Secret's going to be taken. As a member of the CT, if you're trying to hold that line as with a rifle, it is so difficult to get multiple kills. It'll look good if you can do it, but Renegades, up against a lineup where, you know, Ustillo's firing, JKS, even Azza are all firing up, right? So you've got the core 3 firing up right now. You'll be very, very lucky to get 2 kills, because that requires 4 bullets. All compLexity need to do, or all Renegades need to do, is just put a single bullet inside one of compLexity's heads.
Yeah.
They get control of Under's depth. Playing Megaton, hopefully the T's know how to use smoke grenades this time around.
Well, one of them being spotted out. Def has a good angle into this vent, but he drops off it, a little bit scared of that player in control, and his spider sensors do prove correct. Azza gets dropped by Def. 3 versus 4 now. It's a winnable round once more for compLexity, but the way that they've been playing these advantageous positions has really allowed Renegades in with a sniff in pretty much every single round of this half so far. You have to feel as though this one might be fairly similar, though Def is really locking down that B site now. It's going to be difficult for Renegades to get that bomb down. There we go, Ada though does get the job done, but punished for it. Surreal and Def, the double AWP setup, it's worked out really off the back of Def though, who picked up 3.
They managed to get into unders, but this time around with no ramp control, it means that the AWP is just left uncontested towards Megaton. Easy pickings, no smoke grenades, Molotovs being thrown one by one without any map territory gained by Renegades. So that was a very poor. That's the round what I'm talking about. You know, that's really, really poor from Renegades, not keeping track of smoke grenades. You need at least one to get the bomb plant down safe. If you're not killing people, you need to at least, you know, use 2 Molotovs towards Megaton to get that close positioning there, or you're donezo. So in that time, they're donezo. They're able to buy up into this one once again to see what they can find. Yams pick up the AWP, but Def showing some, you know,
pretty solid AWP.
Yeah, pretty solid.
He was just holding a line, so it wasn't anything too
He was
flashy.
hitting them though, and that's what he needs to do. You got to hit those shots, and he hit those shots.
Yep, can't really make too many complaints about that one. Surreal going a little bit more aggressive this time with that AWP, having a peek in towards outers from a little bit of a different angle. Hasn't spotted much out though. Renegades quite content just to hold. Fairly safe right now, but Azza, he drops off the silo, and Surreal hears him, gets taken down.
Yeah, and Renegades now losing out of control because Surreal's locked it down, so they're just slowly trying to work their way through lobby. Maybe going towards ramp because there is an AWP there. An AWP shot has been missed. Oh no, Yam actually picks off Def. So that's going to crack it open. Surreal does manage to get one in return. He knows that there is one towards ramps as Android finds one on towards Ustilo as well. So headshots across the board for compLexity, much better played from this time around. And there's a Molotov towards back vent. Yam has a lot of work to do with this AWP. Adder's had a very, very quiet game so far, so he's been tasked with getting the bomb plant down. Now he just needs to stay alive. Yam needs to show as the IGL that he's got what it takes to elevate his team towards another round victory.
Well, it's not like Yam has been afraid of clutch situations before. He's done it more than enough times, but this one, 4 versus 1, is a difficult situation, and Android will take him down. Still, though, it's only going to be 5 on the board here for compLexity. They basically need to close this half out.
Yeah, they need to, and even then, they're still at a deficit as well.
Yeah.
So Renegades already winning the half. I mean, it's not over yet. I mean, Renegades, their CT hold could be very poor. compLexity could have some amazing T strats as well. But as I was talking about, the buffering space on the CT side, it's going to be more comfortable. If you go towards the T side, it just becomes exponentially more difficult if your opponent's CT side is really good.
Renegades, again, their economy just looking so good. I don't think they've had to eco this whole half. Pretty much just been buying, and that's been good for them.
I like to see how many times Renegades have actually managed to get the bomb plant down.
Yeah.
I think, have there been a round that they haven't been able to get the bomb plant? Yeah, every single round that, even though compLexity wins, the bomb has gone down, and it's always gone down to a single member. And they've left Annex completely checked, and Desi does not capitalize on that as it picks off 2. Stillo, he's got a lot of work to do. He does throw the Molotov before he dies, though, so at least buys some time for the T's to use. But Yam is sitting inside that. They are dropping towards unders very, very quickly. We'll be able to make it through.
Again.
Bomb down again. Yeah, that's what you mentioned. Double AWP. Hopefully Renegades can get, close position towards where the AWP's sitting and just apply pressure. But Yam's just going to be locking down back vent. As with that Molotov, should be able to shut down this Megaton position. compLexity don't know it's B side. This is so difficult to actually realize, and they finally sense that something's not right, and they have to rotate through here.
A lot of time, and Yam's in a good spot, but he won't get the shot across. Surreal does take him down. Azza with the Molotov, though there are a couple of smokes for compLexity, so that shouldn't cause too many issues.
There's
and the smoke straight away. I don't think the bomb's planted here for Azza. Looks like it's behind the little thing there, but unfortunate for Renegades. It could have been something. I mean, there was a lot of time wasted really by compLexity up on that A-bomb site. If Yam had got 1 or 2 kills there,
that was a position where you need to get more than that. And Yam, I had to put someone on blast, but you had a feeling if it was anyone else other than Yam, all of them would have died. Azza, Jokes, Ustillo. Yam is underperforming at the moment. He really he really needs to hit those. It's such a tight angle. It's such a small angle. To almost miss is just worrying signs.
Yeah, unfortunate for Renegades there, but
they've done well. They've done good this half.
I think though they probably will want to grab at least another one here. Just to kind of put that cherry on the cake. Really, 8's good, really good in fact, but they would have felt like they could get a lot more here. They've kind of just allowed compLexity again late in the first half to sort of just slip back into things.
Yeah, so if they end 9-6, it'll be the identical scoreline for Cage, which is our first map. But otherwise, compLexity have slugged it out, done the hard yards, able to at least get the retakes working in their favor. The double AWP setup working wonders for them as Yam is going to be the first fatality. Surreal watching that line. There's no out of control, so it means that Surreal is just able to peek the silo line. Now they're trying to come towards ramps, but there's 2 members there as they're trying to work his way late, but it's just a little, it's too late. Surreal's backed out. He's fallen all the way towards CT, and he's just locking down a very, very off angle, if that's one I've ever seen.
What can Azza get done here? Is there even anyone watching that line?
Surreal is watching a very, very different line, so it allows him to get into Annex. I think he has spotted it out.
Yeah, he was. Surreal fired a shot off there. Desi, in the meanwhile, does actually take down Azza, so that's all that pressure relieved, I suppose, and now Renegades, these 3 players are going to have to make something happen. JKS, is he down on the B-bomb site?
He's made his way back vent once again, so...
He doesn't have the bomb, though, unfortunately. If he could have planted it, then the Renegades would have had a chance here, but this is tough.
Though. No time.
Yeah, they've only got 15 seconds. I don't think they get the bomb down here at all.
Where's JKS going?
I don't know.
He's going the wrong way.
Well, this is a bit of a nothing round in the end there for Renegades. So it's somewhat of an anti-climax to the first half there, though. But 8 rounds on the board for Renegades. They'll be pleased with that on their T side. We'll find out how they go on their CT side after this short break.
You like nuke? No? Well, here's a common warehouse smoke for you anyway. The lineups for this are nice and easy. It's fairly common AWPers should play from this spot, and this smoke should push them away and force them to relocate. Position yourself over this corner and aim slightly above the metal fixture, and then toss the smoke. Easy, now you removed one of the 45 different angles that CTs can kill you from.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
Hello, welcome back to the ESL Pro League North America Division. Match day 9, currently halfway through the nuke match between Renegades and compLexity. Renegades starting off really, really well there with 9 rounds.
Yeah, 8 rounds.
8 rounds on the T side, but pretty good anyway. Can't complain about that one.
It could have been better.
It could have been better. It definitely could have.
I'm gonna nitpick everything in terms of...
All right, do it.
I have to be the analyst in terms of...
Be that guy.
In terms of this. I will be that guy. Well, because in terms of how Renegades were playing, it just felt like they had the right map control. They had more JKS. This is the correct position for him to be in. Yam has his back as JKS gets another one. compLexity, you can't push against USPs of JKS because he will just completely destroy you.
Yeah, and this is not good for compLexity. They really probably would have wanted that pistol round here on the T side. Desi doing his best to get a couple of kills in there. He's still on Yam going down, but he has so much more work to do now. He's going to have to ace this round out if he wants to even pick up the win for compLexity.
The dangerous part is, well, Azra and JKS are still alive.
Yeah.
That's the scary part. Sorry, Ada. That's not as
Yeah,
scary,
no,
I guess.
I know
It's
what you
kind of like Ada is not performing that well. JKS is just taking people left, right, center, behind him.
Yep.
270 towards the left, and then shooting another guy, so...
Yeah, he's just destroying everyone at the moment. I'm actually not sure what sort of score he's sitting on, but I'd imagine it's up towards the top there for the Renegades. We'll probably get a look in at the end of this round, but Desi, as much as he can do, I don't know if it's going to be enough here because 3 players to deal with. He does get Azza. JKS trades him out. So 4 on that pistol for JKS. Another good pistol round for him, and there you go. 20 kills on the board. Azza as well, very consistent in this one. 19. Looking really good for both of those players. And, well, Ada's only got 2 kills. Is that real?
Yeah. Once again, though, on the T side, Ada's role was pretty much...
Bomb boy.
Bomb boy, throw a couple of smokes. He died first, so it's really difficult. Maybe he was, first in, wasn't able to get the entry, but able to get the information, allow the trades go in the favor, of the stronger players. They are going to come straight towards Squeaky. Early smoke, actually making sure it stalls any further damage. So they do manage to sneak their way towards unders. Ada, though, coming across, trying to deal it out. Does manage to get a kill with the UMP, but he's dinked out. Bomb behind the site, but compLexity do have control of the Tech 9s at close range. Def now pushing up towards Secret. There is JKS there, and JKS will take him out from the side. JKS now pushing forward as Desi does take down Ada. And JKS just having an absolute field day right now as Uber picks off another one.
Yeah, in the end, Azza finding himself another kill for that round. So 2 apiece for the 2 top fraggers at the moment for Renegades. Bomb will be defused easily by Yam. compLexity, I think they probably would have wanted a little more out of that round. They did invest in the pistol armor. If they only had the pistols, I think getting the bomb down is fair enough. But with pistol and armor, you are hoping for a little more than just a couple of kills.
That said as well, lapse in terms of that squeaky security for Renegades allows compLexity to drop unders. So, it is a difficult position to get to now. You don't really have any, if you come through Annex, you really expose yourself to the risk of getting taken out through Hut. You try to come in through Heaven, it's dependent on your spawns as well as how you get there when you throw your Molotovs. God knows how many times I've missed my Molotov on towards Squeaky as well. So it's not a position that's easy to hold. So this time Molotov comes through, nothing else there. JKS holding outers. He's going to be under pressure from Death above him.
That's a nice grenade, by the way. Surreal and Desi dropped very, very low.
And And JKS just waiting for Def to push him. He's just waiting though. Def shoulder peeking, but won't be able to succeed. There's a lot of pressure on him. Whips out the Tech 9 because he doesn't need the M4. He doesn't need anything else. Azza will clean up after Yam also picks off one, but you can see anyone else just panicking, trying to backpedal, reload. He just whips out his Tech 9, cool under pressure.
Yeah. Takes the duel, takes the 1v1, takes the second 1v1, and Renegades secure a very, very easy round in the end there. They're going to go for just the WMP into this round, not really upgrading those weapons, which is fair enough. They're trundling along quite nicely, and if they do win this round, then that's going to put compLexity under so much more pressure because Renegades, their economy will just boom.
Yeah, this is, I guess this is the difference right now, seeing on how Renegades play outers and compLexity play outers. They put JKS towards outers. Now, would you rather verse a JKS who hit 33 kills on Cache and 25, right, sitting on 25 right now on Nuke, right? He's looking to outdo himself on Cache. Or would you rather face Surreal, who's had, I think, 10 kills on Cache and I don't know how many right now?
Yeah.
You'd rather face Surreal.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
Not a JKS. And Yam's also got reinforcement as well. They completely blind out Yam. Will be able to get one, gets two as well. Backs off wisely. I'd love to see another flashbang coming in from his teammate, but Android putting a lot of pressure on towards Yam. Does manage to back out in time.
It's pretty good Molotov though from Yam, sorry. Would just delay compLexity, keeps them stuck on outers a little bit longer. Maybe JKS can find something here. In the end though, Azra's going to go down and Surreal picking up JKS. That's the two danger men so far for the Renegades, and this could be the opening in the round that compLexity needs.
Big picks coming out from compLexity. Well done in terms of the crossfires as well though. Just waiting for JKS as well as to peek out. Distillo though, just slowly finding his way on towards Desi from behind, able to trade out the UMP for an AK-47. Yam just lurking. They are going to check the blind though, but he gets them one, he gets two! That's what I wanted to see from Yam, well done.
4 kills in the round. Maybe it's time for him to fire up now as well, because he was very, very quiet on Cache. He was on 10 kills before that round, which again is still a little bit quiet here on Nuke, you got to feel, but maybe that's enough just to get him in the, get the blood pumping a bit.
I was blasting him earlier on in terms of Vent, where he was trying to take down members of the AK-47, missed his spray, and missed his spray multiple times. But that M4, that's what I wanted to see. And hopefully that gives him more confidence that he can take these aim deals, because before he was just whiffing shots. Now he's actually hitting those really, really sharp shots against AK-47s at close range. So, especially against a compLexity who actually peek into him, allows now the advantage to go in the favor of Renegades, looking to close things up.
I think that it's not looking too good here for compLexity. Obviously, an eco round here. JKS starting off well onto Def. A couple of other tags going over to compLexity, but 13 on the board for Renegades should be after this one. I mean, compLexity, it's a massive, massive hill to climb for them. So, I don't know.
Great shot from Surreal towards Azza, peeking towards Annex though. So at the very least, they do manage to get one pick. Or was it towards Squeaky? It looks like it was through Squeaky as Surreal's able to get that one down. JK still locking down outers. Distillo just slowly making his way around as Yam is just trying to lock down different lines. Distillo, they're double peeking Distillo at the moment. But they just peek directly in towards him. Desi now trying to push him as well, but Distillo so close to picking up 4 kills. Now down towards 7 HP, and Yam's going to clean things up from heaven. As Renegades now with a 6-round advantage. compLexity will purchase up in this one, but their time is dwindling away. They need to start shutting down the CT economy because it is exploding right now.
Yeah, it's pretty much time for compLexity to win around here. Like, as you said, that Renegades economy is starting to boom a little bit, and it's kind of like, I don't know, if you've ever played Age of Empires, you hit Castle Age, you drop 3 town centers, bam, your economy starts booming, and that's exactly what's happening right now for Renegades. They pick those WMPs, they win the round anyway, and now we find ourselves at this position. So, compLexity have a lot of catching up to do.
They are going to be slowly working outers as JKS is playing a very, very off angle. That is a severely off angle, but I love this one as well. That's where Secret used to be in previous iterations of Counter-Strike. So, if compLexity don't check this, and I don't think they will, because who checks that line anymore? If they try to get towards Heaven, it means JKS has an easy time picking them off from the side. He'll just allow them to get towards Secret, which is fine, because Azza's locking down that line. But Azza needs to be careful as well, because compLexity will be pressuring this line.
He's got a smoke there, and he spotted out Desi as well. Here comes Ustillo to back him up, but backing him up is probably not what happens there, as he does go down. Azza and JKS, though, finding one apiece. A decent trade overall for Renegades. Azza with all the information. They know that it's going to be a B hit here for compLexity. And Renegades, unfortunate for Azza, getting mollied off there. Perhaps could have got that kill onto Android, but still 3 versus 3. I'd say advantage to Renegades at this point, given that Android is so low on HP.
Yeah, I think, did Uber actually spot out Yam? I think he did, but nevertheless, they have no way to get on towards this B site. They might want to hightail it back towards A side because top vent is clear. They don't know it yet, but A side is clean for them to come towards as Renegades are stacking towards that ramps area, ready to retake the B side. I think Adder is slowly rotating back towards Heaven, though, just to make sure that there is no potential of compLexity rotating their way on towards A side. So it's up to Yam as well as JKS to hold this. Yam with the AWP towards Megaton. JKS lurking back towards lobby, won't be able to hear anything. It's up to Yam to shut this down by himself.
Yeah, as long as Yam can get one kill here, it's still not too bad of a situation for for Renegades. But the bomb does go down, and the rotations are going to have to come across here from Renegades. It's going to cost them a little bit of time, so they will need to work quickly on this retake. JKS still not yet down the vent. Yam, he spots one out, hits the shot as well. Surreal does go down. Nice reactions from Yam there. And, he could get a second. It was so close. Uber actually does take down Adder, but JKS is still alive. And that's the danger here right now for compLexity. They need to pick him up, but in the end, he will be the one to pick up Uber. It's just Android left alive. That bomb, though, ticking very quickly. JKS, though, too good. And picks up 3 for the round. The defuse will come across, and it will be Renegades pushing 14 rounds.
Yeah, and they're looking to close this out as well, so... Yeah, compLexity unable just to get enough rounds on the CT side. Renegades were in pretty much dominant control for the majority of it, and now, well, dominating on the CT side as well. compLexity can get the way on towards the bomb side, but they're just getting picked apart left, right. They're just getting picked apart one by one. JKS and Az are winning their aim deals right now. I mean, Azza has faltered a couple of times, but JKS, I want to see his win percentage in terms of first deals taken.
Yes.
I swear it's around 70 to 80%.
It would be up there, definitely.
Because it feels like he's just taking them and just winning with ease at the moment.
His KD ratio as well must be like 3 to 1 almost.
I think he's going to be plus probably 35 after the series.
Yeah, something crazy.
We always take a look at stats afterwards and
Love it.
let you guys know afterwards, but... This is the JKS of Prime. This is the JKS that we've all wanted to see. This is the Renegades that we wanted to see. Sure, it's not the best form. We haven't seen their final form yet.
Yeah.
But at the very least, it's better than the 16-1s against Cloud9.
Well, I guess Cloud9 is a bit of a different beast to compLexity, so perhaps they're going a little bit easier here for Renegades in this one, but in saying that, definitely not been an awful performance from them at all. Yeah, missing that shot, that's not so great. But as able to at least trade him out, Android going down. Still, the trade's working the way of compLexity in this round as they hit the A-bomb site for the first time in, I think, the entire half almost. It's kind of caught Renegades off guard. Just Adder now. 3 versus 1.
Oh, he gets one, and he's pushing out quite quickly towards that heart, but Def makes his way towards Heaven. compLexity strike back with a round, but they still need 8 before they can win, and they need to win 8 to make sure they don't go into overtime. Renegades take a single one. They have a bit of breathing space, so... At the very least, if they can't close it off in normal match time, they do have overtime to work with. But they are going to buy up into this one. Yam, I'm not sure what gun he has, but I think someone may have dropped an M4 for him. Oh no, they dropped an AWP for him.
Well, he bought 9.9k, so he must have been the one to buy an AWP. I don't know why.
Might have dropped the AWP away.
Yeah.
Might like bought the AWP first, threw it too far, and then M4 was dropped, so...
who knows. Anyway, he's got an AWP. That's all that matters at this point. And Renegades have planted him over towards the Adders area. And that is where compLexity is headed. Hasn't spotted anything just yet, but...
Did Yam spot the head of?
No, I definitely don't think he spotted the head.
Oh my goodness, if he just shoots at the edge of the smoke, would have caught him out as well. I'm not sure which compLexity member it was. It may have been Uber or Surreal, as Def is boosted up on top of Silo, or has jumped on towards Silo. As Yam does manage to pick off Uber, so that's the first start. What Renegades wanted with that AWP towards that long distance engagement.
Def, though, starting to get a bit of control through Outer. He's going to be challenged by JKS, who spots him out. Drops him down to 58, but Def he's going to be able to escape alive. But information across the board there for Renegades. They know there was a couple of players on Outer, so they're rotating accordingly. Adder down in the B-bomb site already. Not too many places for compLexity to go here without sort of running into one of those CTs.
Yeah, Renegades just have a good control right now. compLexity are trying to come towards unders, but once again, Az has got this line locked down. Desi's doing his best to try to make his way through Squeaky, but still it says no. Won't allow him to drop towards back Ben, and Az does get shut down by Android eventually, so the bomb should be able to make its way towards B side. It's up to Surreal to lock down this line as JKS does pick up Def from behind. And, well, Renegades, 4 members fully healthy. Surreal, a very dangerous angle to hold. He needs to be able to hit these. He will fall back just in time. One plant should be able to go down. Adder, what a shot.
Taking down Surreal, also finding Android. Renegades on 15 now. compLexity, I think, yeah, their economy, it's not 100%. This is not the situation that you want to find yourself in when your opponent is sitting on 15 rounds. So what are they going to get? An AK, a Galil, and pistols across the board. Not too many utilities to work with either. Renegades do have pretty much everything they could have ever hoped for. They should be able to close it out here. barring some sort of loss against an anti-eco, which, I mean, well, I guess in this case, anti-force, but they have dropped force bias every now and then on Cache, so let's not count our chickens before they hatch.
I mean, it's definitely not over for complexity. They can still roll forward, but if Renegades, if Estilla and Adder just keep up what they're doing, look at Estilla, he's just pushing at the moment. He is going absolutely bananas right now. As well, he's got bomb control as well. Def now caught in the middle of no man's land. JKS will be able to, no, Yam will be able to clean things up the USP. All to Desi now with the Galil, surrounded from all sides. Estilla going on the hunt. Will finally be shot down after that killing spree, but they know where he is. They're trying to double peek him, but JKS will get that kill at the end. Renegades 16-8, I believe.
Correct, yeah, and 16-11 on the first map, 16-8 on the second, which was Nuke there, of course. They look pretty good tonight, and they're going to be very, very happy to secure that 2-0. Things have not been so kind to them so far in the North American Pro League. Down 0-6 before it, but at least able to get some points on the board there against complexity. So
a necessary 2-0.
Exactly.
I would have said that before. If they didn't take this 2-0, you know, serious danger for them to be relegated. But with this 2-0, a lot of breathing space. And I think a sigh of relief for a lot of Renegades fans, as well as the staff and the players. I mean, there are still some negative signs there. I mean, I could point out towards the individual players, you know, Adder and Yam, a lot to improve on towards next week, but JKS and Azza look like they're hitting the form, and Estilo had his moments of brilliance as well. JKS, though, it was just a JKS show.
It was definitely the JKS show, sorry. I think he dropped 30 bombs on both maps there. The other thing I think to note for Renegades was that the anti-ecos, they could have used some work, I suppose, at least on Cache. Things seemed a little bit tighter there on Nuke, though, but overall, I mean, it was sort of back to the Renegades that we've been hoping to see for, you know, probably the last couple of months.
Yeah, that said as well, I mean, in terms of complexity, they had a lot of rounds where they failed to clutch it out on Nuke, where they had the well, they did manage to take it, but 3-on-1s, it just felt like Renegades were in complete control. I'm not sure why complexity picked Nuke when it seemed like on their CT side, they had no idea how to counter that Outers control. You could see that Renegades, they had a plan to counter the Outers control. They had JKS posted there. They had that secret contest, you know, Yam with that massive 4-kill. So that's pretty much the difference between the two teams and why Renegades are able to take out a Nuke victory very easily over complexity. As well as complexity, you know, some of their critical members like Android, somewhat missing. You know, he didn't have as many good rounds that I thought he would. It was really depth, and unfortunately, you know, he pushed too many times and got punished for it as well.
Yeah, well, there definitely were some stark differences between Renegades and complexity in that one. Renegades obviously pulling it off 2-0, 16-11 on the first map, 16-8 on the second. We're going to be heading into our second match very, very shortly. It is Winterfox and Rush. We'll see whether or not Winterfox is going to be able to continue the success from Down Under, or at least Down Under plus New Zealand, that Renegades have been having tonight. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL One Code! Two headshots in a row, and Phoenix about to bring it back now. All on Eco, trying to see if they can get the defuse and Eco. Oh no, Phoenix! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW. He's looking further. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic first breath, they line up. Apex spraying them down. You decimate Sembo Storm. Second fire, and they line up again. Cold. 3, nearly 4. He gets it in the end.
There has to be quick from phase. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position. That was sick.
To the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
G'day guys and welcome back to the ESL Pro League North American Division Match Day number 9. Well, we're now into Winterfox and Rush, and it's kind of a fairly similar situation as to what it was for Renegades and compLexity in the last one, where essentially both of those teams, hadn't really picked up wins. Obviously compLexity got one, but it's not much to speak about. This time, Winterfox and Rush, neither of them have actually picked up a win.
Yeah, and I think going into this one as well, I mean, Winterfox, serious questions asked still. I mean, they have been... Well, not as much as Renegades, because Renegades went from previous season towards, well, now bottom at the league, admittingly against like some of the strongest teams in the league, but still a worrying sight. Now, they picked up the 2-0 against compLexity. Something they should have been doing before, able to do now. Great to see. But for Winterfox, they were down last season. I think they were 9-17, I believe, in the Pro League.
Correct. Yeah.
9-17 in the Pro League. So all of a sudden, right? So they're down 9-17, still at the bottom. They made a lineup change. That lineup change is actually the worst performing player right now. So we're hyping up Raz before, but the stats don't lie. He is currently the worst player on the team.
Yeah.
By far.
I mean, he was brought into this lineup, and I kind of thought that it kind of made sense, right, on paper. They wanted to bring in a strong AWPer, and obviously that's what Raz was. In this case, though, it hasn't necessarily worked out so far for Winterfox. Maybe still need a little bit of time to gel, but can only keep using that excuse for so long. Having a look back at the results, though, from today, 16-8 was the result on the first map for Luminosity and SK. Going the way of SK, it looks like SK should be pretty easily able to wrap up that second map as well. Over on our stream, Renegades picking up the 2-0, 16-11, 16-8. Good performance from them tonight, and just wondering whether or not their down under mates, Winterfox, are going to be able to back that one up tonight.
I was going to say even more down under, because New Zealand is technically south of us.
Well,
we're already very south.
Yeah.
So, well, technically to the southeast, so...
Yeah, exactly. But okay, I get what you mean. We're probably going to say this a lot tonight, but they're not actually all Australian, even though we will say they're an Aussie team.
Oceanic.
They are New Zealanders. Yeah, I'm going to go with AU and NZ, I think, because that's what it is. But anyway, regardless of what we want to call them, they are a team that has, admittedly struggled this season. Yes, they were up against Cloud9 and CLG and NRG in their first 3 games, but those are teams, obviously, I don't think they can get wins on C9. I think that's fair enough. But CLG and NRG, maybe there's a chance in those ones. But this match tonight, right now, up against Rush, that's definitely a match that they need to get some points out of.
Yeah, and I think also there's worrying trends in terms of how they're performing in, all the other competitions. You look towards, the ECS NA Development League, you look towards, the SLI qualifiers, doing decently so far, but they're dropping maps against teams that aren't even in Premier League. And that is worrying signs. If you're dropping, 2-0s against, those Div 2 American teams, in two best of ones, what is that going to mean when you come in towards this one, where you're versing a team in Rush, which are coming off, admittingly, they're losing a lot, but at the same time, they're struggling hard. They're struggling insanely hard, and they have some talented players in the lineup which are capable of performing at any time. And that's the scary thing, because I saw them against SK Gaming last week, and they looked great.
Yeah. I mean, it is a hard situation, really, for Rush as well. They've played Cloud9, top team in the league. They played Misfits, which is probably middle to top of the league as well, and SK. They've faced some very, very tough opponents in their first 3 matches as well, so we can probably expect them to be down at 0-6 too. But again, this is a very, very important match for Rush here too, because they want to get some points on the board. Winterfox haven't been performing lately, and it is definitely a chance here for Rush to get points on the board.
Yeah, and I still feel like this matchup, it should go 1-1 apiece. And the reason why that's hopeful, I guess, for Winterfox, I mean, if I was looking at it more in terms of performance review, or based on, how the past performance went. Sure, Rush were up against Cloud9 in terms of other teams, but look at the performance they had against Cloud9. They took, I think it was 16-10 on one of the maps before being shut down 16-3. I think on one of the maps. And then against Misfits, it was 16-11, 16-12. It wasn't the shutout that we were expecting.
Yeah.
It was quite close. They fought all the way to the ends on the back of, the heroics of Poyo and Littleman. And this time around, silence a little bit quiet with the AWP, but for both teams, AWP's not really the concern, I guess, as much as the overall team chemistry.
Yeah, well, I think Poyo and Littleman are the 2 players here on Rush that we're probably going to look for to sort of step up But for Winterfox, I mean, that's a roster where, at least domestically here in Australia, these are all star players and they can all step up and perform. But internationally, things haven't necessarily been working quite as well as they have for them, you know, over here in Australia or over in New Zealand, I suppose. But
Which not playing today.
Which of these players do you think is probably key for Winterfox?
In terms of Winterfox, key would be, obviously, you know, Zuzi needs to step up, so does EMAG. EMAG has that support role. All of them, you know, statistically poor right now. And, well, Poyo's actually missing.
Yeah, that's interesting.
A kiss? Akis?
I don't know.
I think that's how you say it.
We'll go with that.
I didn't know when this came across, but apparently Akis is playing instead of Poyo. And that is a tough ask to fill in for one of your best players right now against, sure, admittingly under-firing Winterfox lineup at the same time. Big shoes to fill. Toy looks like he's had a good KD, so does Little Man, but missing one of the major firepowers, it's going to be tough.
So in front of the first map here, I believe it's actually Winterfox's pick. I'm not 100% certain on that one, but very, very interesting map to actually be coming out here if it were to be Winterfox's pick, because it's not a map that they played all that much. Admittedly, we actually did just see them play it a little bit earlier, you know, a couple of hours ago in ECS, and they played against Misfits. They lost at 16-5. So not a particularly great scoreline for them. Yes, Misfits is a good team, probably a team that we expect to have a bit of an advantage over Winterfox, but you'd probably want to be seeing them get more than 5 rounds on the board. So I wonder if this is going to work very well for Winterfox.
It does depend whether or not they start a T-side or not, because T-side is very, very difficult. We've seen, you know, a complete shutout from the CT side, and then when they go on their own T-side, they get completely shut out because it still is that CT dominant map. So the scoreline is one thing. It is still pretty rough, but can't tell everything by the scorelines, but it is a worrying sign once again.
Yeah, definitely. And again, a new map, so we haven't necessarily seen too much from Rush on it either. The last time I think that they played it, they did lose to E United, so that's not too great for them. E United, not one of the top tier teams in North America. So hopefully that's a good sign for Winterfox, at least for them. Maybe not so much for Rush. But thinking about this one for Winterfox, I wonder how they're going to kind of go about this one, because, you know, it can be a bit of a difficult map sometimes to play. And being in kind of a new map, we'll see how they go, but
depends on how much they both practice it, I guess. Especially coming onto their T side, how well do they know how to, you know, try to pinch off that jungle position? Who's playing jungle for both teams? That's the critical line, because if that jungle line becomes open, allows people to slip through, pincer off the B side, they'll probably put their AWPer primarily towards Nana. I'm not sure even if the T side want to be using an AWP, and then expect, once again, that apps control if they're trying to execute towards A side. No CT. I always say this, no CT should come close towards Carbs, because it is very, very dangerous if you try to sit close towards a cubby. Any T that knows what they're doing will spam through, and they'll instantly take you out. It's a very, very thin wall. Looks like Winterfox will be starting towards the CT side. Rush on the T side on the attack. Going to be looking potentially to rush towards B. Rush by name, rush by nature, as APOC is completely blinded out for a good 5 seconds. But there is a stack towards Nana right now. There it is. Raz going to be opening things up. He's going to be smoked off, though. But he's already done a little bit of damage. Toy, though, finding Afternoon. APOC gets taken down immediately. The kit has been lost on towards that B side. This is something that we wanted to see from Raz. 3 headshots.
Really
Maybe shouldn't be talking trash about him, but Silent does answer on his own. Now it's all on a 1 and 2. Little Man sprinting away towards construction. But EMAG is on the hunt.
Those were some really nice shots there from Raz. Actually, I thought he only got 1, but he ended up getting 2 with basically a double tap. Now, though, Little Man finding the kill onto EMAG and does leave Zeusy in a bit of a precarious position. He's got the kit, but he still needs to take down Little Man. If he had to hit that shot, he's going to go forward, and Little Man takes the peak, but Zeusy in the end is going to just have enough. So it will be the pistol round for Winterfox, but it wasn't without maybe... I guess a little bit of a clutch from Zuzi.
I'm not sure why Zuzi did pull out the knife, but unfortunately, Little Man was unable to find the head in time, and with the armor, all he had to do was pull out the USB and just put 1 bullet in towards Little Man and put him in the grave. So otherwise, 1-0 for Winterfox. Need to just hold off the aggression just for this one. Rush aren't going to really invest much. Maybe just a single flashbang, a couple of pistols. It looks like 2 flashbangs at P250s. Zuzi's got the HE grenade. I think he had a good spawn, so he's going to put it straight towards the bottom of mid, but they're all coming out towards alt mid instead.
Yeah, big nade stack actually from Winterfox, but it's not going to do all that much. Zuzi, did he spot any of them out? He's going to smoke that, so I have to suspect that he might have. And now waiting behind that smoke. Rush didn't buy into this round. They did get the bomb down in the last, so hoping to go for those AKs in round number 3. This one perhaps just going to be a little bit of a throwaway by them, but they're still going to try and get a little bit of information, see how Winterfox is setting up on that CT side, and see if they can use that in round number 3.
Yeah, Zuzi's going to be flashing out. We'll be able to catch out one of them. Little man completely blinded out, but looks like the rest of Rush trying to get into the trade. Zuzi double flashing in. We'll be trying to find more picks. Won't be able to find anything for now. The CT for the T's. So the flashes, they nearly line up for Zuzi. He's only able to take down one. Often does manage to pick up his own on towards Blade, but charging out towards Diggity without any flashbangs. Emac whiffing the UMP stray, but no matter because the rest of Winterfox is there. Raz finds one, and Often also picks up 2 to clean up the round. And they'll be able to take at least the M4 towards the next round as Rush will invest in the AK-47s.
M4 and 2 UMPs through the next round for Winterfox is fine. They were probably going to rebuy with 3 rifles, in any case. Just taking those extra UMPs through here to see if they can keep that economy in a pretty good spot. Rush with the full rifle setup.
Well, let's see what they're going to execute towards. They are coming quite aggressive towards Base Nana as... Well, Base Nana's going to be smoked off, but Toy has managed to sneak his way quite close towards the wall. No HE grenades actually used from the CT side as EMAG. Going to be peeking mid. Normally we see this with the AWP, but he's been boosted up. Takes a little bit of damage. 2 bullets from the AK-47 for his troubles. We'll be able to back off still healthy, though. Not much utility to speak of in his hands. He did die the previous round. Nade stack coming in towards
Toy.
Blade,
He's
and
dead.
Toy. Oh my goodness, on 5% of HP.
Yeah, he thought he might have been a little bit safe from that Molotov, but it ended up spreading. Little man... Not sure what Akis was shooting at there.
Just in case it was a CT sitting close.
Right.
So.
Okay, fair enough. Toy 5 HP, Blades 26. It's not looking that great for Rush here.
Looking better for Winterfox.
It is. Though they don't have a huge amount of utilities left to work with. But enough.
Yeah, just making a little bit of noise towards Nano. They are backing out right now, though. As Blade and Toy are low. Nope, they are stacking up back for a Nano attack, so they make a little bit of noise, fall back, and then come back together towards the site. But you can see Raz ready to rotate. I think they've sussed out what's going on. He's holding the Archer's line. And as the AWPer, potentially a very, very good line to be holding as well, because it allows you to rotate towards that B site and reinforce it, but also shut down that rotation, or to shut down that jungle attack if necessary. There's the attack beginning on towards the B site. APOC. He's been smoked off, but Ofnu boosted up. Only able to find one. Great reactions coming out from Blade to get the trade. But Raz spamming through the smoke gets one as well. APOC hiding towards Old Coils, able to pick off one himself as well. So now Blade low, Akis needs to get the bomb plant down. Smokes will fade shortly. Raz trying to go for the spam. Won't be able to tag Akis at all. But a 4-on-2 should be favorable for Winterfox.
Yeah, now 3-on-1. And Akis doing his best. He gets 2 kills there, but in the end, just the CT's overwhelming him. Winterfox are going to secure another round, and a really good round for them as well, considering they took the double UMP through here. They're going to be able to take 2 UMPs through the next round as well, and they should be feeling pretty confident with how things are going so far.
Yeah, so Winterfox taking a very early 3-0 lead. Every single round critical on their CT side allows them, obviously, to hammer in the hurt on the T side. They can just win maybe 1 or 2 rounds and take the victory.
Yeah.
Rush, I mean, did manage to get the bomb plant down, but not enough in the economy. They are deciding to go with the Tech 9 and armor. This always makes me scared, just in terms of for all Oceanic teams, because they don't lose against buy rounds. They pull something amazing out, but with the Tech 9 rush, they may not be ready for this. And look at that, Toy just gets 1, but Ofnu gets 3. The very least, also tagging down Blade and Little Man very, very low. So the rest of Winterfox now rotating on towards Nana as the bomb goes down. They have time to work with. They have the utility. They should have this.
That could have been really dangerous for Winterfox, actually, but Ofnu's done a really good job with the M4A1S, actually, as well, to get 3 kills there. But now we just have to see Winterfox sort of execute this one correctly and translate it into the round win, which they, in theory, should be able to get. They have the utilities. Little Man does go down there as well. Imagine taking him, Raz finding Blade, and that's a pretty straightforward round in the end for Winterfox. Only losing a couple of guns. Yes, it was a pistol armor buy from Rush, so you couldn't expect them to win. Admittedly, though, Rush getting the bomb down, it's not awful, but still pretty good, I think, for Winterfox.
Big work from Ofnu to secure that. If Ofnu didn't get the 3, it could have been a 3-on-3 with rifles in the hands of all the Ts ready to attack, especially with a fast attack like that. It doesn't allow counter-terrorists to get in a favorable rotation. So, as it was, though, Ofnu took 3 down, tagged them very, very low as well. As it looks like we have a tech pause coming out from Winterfox quite early on. So that's
yeah, you could see
that
little pistol pop up in the air and land on the ground. That's where the missing player is for Winterfox at the moment. So someone must have dropped out. Something's gone wrong.
So, say for example, if there was no one else around it and a player dropped out, did that player just exist in the first place?
If the pistol drops on the ground and there's no one around to hear it, did it even happen?
Yeah, exactly.
Is that what you're trying to say?
Old sayings.
Who knows? Who knows?
Getting too deep right now.
We are getting too deep.
But good start from Winterfox. Rush, I mean, only had admittedly the single buy round so far.
Yep.
So a couple of force buys not working in their favor. We'll have the AKs out, and I also spot the glimpse of an AWP on the back of one of their players as well. Should be silent with that AWP, looking to create some opportunities. But Raz so far has looked to be in decent form. That's something that we wanted to see, I guess, earlier on. He's opting to stay with a rifle. Why not? If you're able to perform admirably well with a rifle, why switch to the AWP?
Indeed. Can't really question that train of thought here. Winterfox pushing a little bit in towards the banana, getting some vision. Not too much, though, as of yet. Things are, the battle lines, I suppose, are drawn pretty equally, as you'd expect them to be at this point of the game. Rush, though, starting to pressure in apartments a little bit. Having a look in towards the A-bomb side. They do have a player over towards B, but a lot of utility used here from Winterfox. APOC, if he just spams through that smoke, he'll find an easy kill onto Blade. In the end, though, the first kill of the round will go the way of a kiss. Taking down Imagine.
Now it's towards Boiler, I believe, as Emiag loses the duel, peeking towards Balcony, judging from the bloodstains. Akis didn't even take any damage. Blade is down towards 26 because he's trying to hold close, but Winterfox looks like they have a good understanding of how to use the Molotovs as well as HE grenades to deny Rush for the mid-game control. Rush is still allowed Banana late-game control, but this allows them to hold on to their smoke grenades and just delay and play for rotations, I guess. Well, it's going to be harder to rotate because now Rush, they're trying to suss out where they've got the weakness at. They've got the first pick, but they need to make it work. Zuzi and Raz, they're the ones that have to hold on towards the A side. There's the smoke being used towards Nana.
Nice light smoke.
Sorry?
It's a nice light smoke.
Yeah, but they are coming back towards B side, and after the smoke fades, there's nothing for them to use.
Yeah. Well, what have they got? Ofnu has a flash. That's it. So one single flash for the counter utilities. It's going to have to be good, and it is. Gets a couple of those players flashed up, but still not enough to hold them off. Toy gets the kill onto Ofnu, is finding one onto APOC as well. Raz again, the kill on the rotate, but probably not enough this time. The bomb just going down in time there for Rush, and from here on out, they probably should be finding their first round on the board.
And Zuzi opting to just run off and save, and Raz is going to join him. They're going to take the AK-47s. Rush, I think, have done quite significant damage so far over the round, so just weapons dropping for Winterfox means that they'd rather stay safe, keep the rifles in their hands, and allow them to move forward. Rush, though, shouldn't be hunting. They've got an AWP, needs to save this. 3 AK-47 as well. Just need to take this towards the next round. Don't want to lose anything.
Yeah, fair enough from Winterfox.
Little man on the hunt, though.
Yeah, I think that's, like, sending one on the hunt is not going to be a big deal. You know, if he can take a gun out of the hands of Raz or Zuzi, that's probably more important than Little Man keeping his gun through the next round.
Well, Winterfox should be able to buy up in the next one, so even if they take off the AK-47, they will be with the AK-47 save, so critical save. This allows them a full investment once again. But on the side of Rush, only losing... Did they even lose it? Yeah, they lost one. Raz was able to take one through smoke, but that's it. They can just rebuy up. That was Toy that died, so he was able to get the first entry. So Winterfox do drop around, but looking to, at the very least, stem the bleeding, just slight bleeding for now, and just damage Rush and shut down their economy.
Molotovs again, heavy use of utilities into the banana from Winterfox. This time Ofnu looking like he'll go for a peek, and it's going to work out quite nicely. The first little bit of aggression there that we've seen from Winterfox, or at least to that extent, coming out in the banana, works their way. They had a bit of backup there as well, so the trades probably would have been there had things gone awry for Ofnu. Emag as well, able to trade 1-for-1. So overall player advantage for Winterfox. The trade's favourable, but the A-bomb site now, it's securable for Rush.
Yeah, but look at Raz's positioning. He is in a critical position. If he comes out, he spots out Akis a little bit too late, and Akis will punish him for that. Bomb has been lost from Toy. Zuzi at Library, able to take him out. What a shot on towards Silent, just tapping away. Now it's off to Akis at Pit, and Zuzi doing heavy damage already after the smoke blooms. They know where he is. They're hunting and surrounding him to make sure he has absolutely no chance whatsoever as 50 seconds tick on towards timer. Bomb just completely out in the open right now, and Winterfox, great round coming out from Zuzi.
Yeah, this is such a horrible position for Akis to be in. Often spotted him out, and it should be a pretty straightforward kill. I don't think they're going to deny the plant, which is a little unfortunate for Winterfox there, but at the end of the day, it shouldn't cost them too much. 3-gun save through this round. Another pretty comfortable one, and the reset of the economy comes through as well. So this CT half is starting to look pretty good, actually, for Winterfox.
Yeah, well, I would say don't count your chickens before you hatch. We've seen great starts in the CT half implode into something disastrous later on. So Winterfox, positive signs, but they need to keep it going.
Yep. I'm just trying to keep the positivity up.
Optimism?
Yep. One might call it that.
you're a glass half full person?
Sometimes.
Or glass just completely full?
At the moment, my water bottle's about half full, so we'll go with that. But Winterfox, 5 on the board. I mean, they couldn't really have wanted much more than this. If they had have come into this, you know, someone said 5-1 is what you're going to start off on the CT side, I'm fairly certain you would take that.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be starting 1-5 on your CT side. No one wants to start like that. But at the same time, you know, they can't get overconfident. It's just controlled aggression. We saw Winterfox playing controlled aggression towards that 9 line, able to get the pick, fall back. What Rush tried to do was try to take control of A, but just Susie so sharp, able to hold on. They just delayed with the Molotovs, make sure the T's couldn't get the bomb plant down and slowly move their forces in safely, clearing out the line. So Rush on the force buy this time around, they don't have as much utility to work with. Silent does have an AWP, but Toy has to forego that assault rifle just for the Tech 9. And they're still not making any way in towards either bomb site as we tick towards just past the halfway point for this round. EMAG, though, caught out right in the open. Zuzi at Diggity. He needs to make it work, but can only pick off one before he's traded out by Little Man. And all up to Raz to hold it on his own. He's got an AWP towards Pit, locking down the Diggity line. He needs to hit those.
Yeah, no one peeking him just yet. The smoke's going to be popped there as well, which makes me think maybe we see a rotate across through around the world, or even, I guess, just around past jungle, but Ofnu has the same sort of the thought. He peeks out from library. He finds 2. Little Man and Akis going down, and this has just been really, really good rotations from Winterfox. You can see that one player coming up through mid as well. There's not much that Rush can do in this situation. Winterfox just completely controlling the map.
And Raz just cleaning up with the AWP from all the way down Pit, able to take down both last remaining members of Rush. And Rush, well, their backs are against the wall right now. They're on an eco. Winterfox, admittingly, not that much money to work with. If they do drop too many weapons, it's still going to be costly. But at the same time, rounds do go in their favor, and it's looking very, very standard towards what we're seeing for both, like, Oceanic teams, should I say, or AU and NZ teams. You know, they win a lot of the first CT halves, but if they drop maybe even just a single buy round, then Rush is allowed a little bit of leeway back in.
Yeah, potentially, and that's, I think, the key here for Winterfox. Surely it shouldn't be this one. It is just the pistol buy, well, not even really a pistol buy at all from Rush. They haven't got much here. So it's pretty much just blocks. Ofnu spots one out. He gets dinked up, though. Needs to be a little bit careful. Back out there. Let your teammate go for the second peek. Oh, Zuzi's going to spot the foot of Silent. And finding an easy kill in the end.
Yeah, and they're thinking about pushing towards Apps as well. But Little Man with a Glock able to take down EMAG. That was some sharp shooting. Double dink coming out, but Zuzi close by, able to get the trade. The flashbang went a little bit too far, so it didn't blind the terrorist. And, well, Akis and Blade, they don't really have much to work with, just Glocks. And, well, they have to channel their inner Little Man, but
Nice
it's not going to work. As they're just getting picked apart one by one. Blade does find a P250, but Apox just shut down the line.
This is good from Raz, I think. You know, getting the ball rolling just a little bit with that AWP. He's got 10 kills, second topping for Winterfox at this point. Hit a couple of nice shots in the round before that one. Some nice shots in that last round as well.
I'll just say, at least Raz is going 10-2. This is already more kills than he got in, I think, one of the series where he went 11 and 46. So that was pretty rough.
Yeah, so attack pause from Rush. It's about time, I think. 7-1 down. We really need to be starting to get something on the board right now, because Winterfox at the moment is really just streaming away with the first half.
I think B site is still the critical key. Every single time they try to go towards A, they've been kind of like contained, shut down. Ofnu has done a great job in terms of that. Multi-kills towards both B and A. He's able to suss out the rotation in time as well. And now with, you know, Raz kind of picking up his game as well.
Yeah, he's an A-site player as well for Winterfox, so very, very scary over that side of the map. But you're right, the B site, it has been a little more susceptible. They have at least been able to get the bomb down on B twice that I can remember, and they've had a bit of an easier time over there. So perhaps Rush can have a look over in that direction. At the moment, though, 3-stack from Winterfox over there. Perhaps some more aggression in Banana from Winterfox. A lot of utilities used again. The pop flash comes out. Ofnu going for the peak once more, just pre-firing the angle. This time, though, no one from Rush over there. A lot of information here for Winterfox, though. They've basically got control of Banana, and that's going to allow them to push up a little bit here and really just start to pressure out the T players.
Yeah, you can see they're just trying to buy time at the moment, using their smoke grenades early on, just setting themselves into advantageous positions and try to funnel the rest of Rush towards an A site. And they are funneling quite well because, well, Rush are going towards it. Apoc is just standing on top of log, spotted out Silent, takes him down, and just sprints away. That's smart play coming out from Apoc, the veteran.
Winterfox are looking so strong on that Banana control. When they play it aggressively, Ofnu getting a kill a couple of rounds ago. Now Apoc really just pushing down there. And again, Rush just don't seem to know how to handle it. Again, they've defaulted back towards the A-bomb site. We've already spoken about how that may not necessarily be the best of ideas here because, well, Zuzi, Raz, they're both looking pretty good over on this site.
They've got a sick crossfire setup as well. You got Zuzi on top of balcony. No apps pressure coming out from Rush as well. And you also have EMAG within Graveyard and Raz just locking down the line. There's the smoke grenade to try to shut him off, but he's thrown the molly, so it means that it forces them back. The smoke grenade has been
There's a
wasted.
hole in the smoke as well.
They're trying to cross Raz. He's blinded out, trying to get the flick shot. Will he be able to back out in time? Yes, he will, but pressure now towards CT. APOC, though, rotating just underneath that archway at CT spawn. Able to get one, gets two. Can't get the third. Little man does take him out, and the bomb now coming towards Nana. Raz being locked out for a little bit for now. Offnu just trying to stay safe. Transitions towards New Box. Still a dangerous time for Rush. They have to try to get this bomb plant down.
10 seconds. They need to take down Offnu. If he gets even one kill here, that's probably the round over for Rush. And at the moment, he's just buying so much time that he allows Azusi to rotate across and Winterfox find another very, very convincing round win. APOC got two kills there on the rotate. He did his job. And essentially that, I think, is what won the round really for Winterfox, because Rush just couldn't commit to that B side. If they had had 3 players, they could have maybe sacrificed one just to push Offnu a little bit harder. In the end, though, Winterfox get another round on the board, and 8-1 now. Rush are really, really struggling here on Inferno.
And that's really what Winterfox are aiming to do with that round. So by pushing Nana with the initial 3 early on and making Raz just sit towards mid, it just applies pressure. Rush kind of go, okay, AWP is towards A side, so maybe they're not stacking B, because normally you take the AWP on the stack towards B side, get the first pick, you fall back together. So they think, okay, it's just 2 there. But no, APOC as well as Offnu take that early control, get the first pick on towards Silent through a very, very small gap in the smoke, and they just back out. They hold that aggressive line the entire time. So Rush either have to use utility to take it. Rush go, no, let's go towards A instead as they're crawling up towards apps, just ready for the execute. And then all of a sudden, you know, Zuzi is just shutting these guys down left, right, and center. Raz also joins in the party with a pick on towards Blade and Silent. Well, he's just left out in the open. Going back once again to the previous round, as soon as they go towards top A, there's nowhere for them to go because all of Winterfox are ready. They're just going, okay, we funneled them towards A site. All you have to do is kill them.
Yep.
They don't have to worry about the B pressure because they're not sitting back on the site. They're sitting aggressively in Nana.
Yep. Not much that Rush can do here, really. It just seems like they're losing everything across the board. No site that they go to at the moment is proving to be particularly successful. Zusi in that last round looking really good. Obviously, it was at Eco, sort of half by from Rush, but still hitting his shots. 3 kills for him in that one. And now Raz this time changing up his position over to the B site. He's gone for a bit of a boost. I think he spotted out a couple of those players, which is going to mean...
Oh my goodness, he tags Toy.
Oh, and Silent goes down to the Offnu grenade as well. So Rush, just they can't catch a break here in Banana at all.
Yeah, that's pretty much what Winterfox are aiming to do every single time they take Nana control. They're daring Rush. They're going, hey, come rush us. Come on, we're waiting.
We're waiting.
And
we're
then
ready.
As soon as like Rush kind of go, okay, slow's not working. We've got to go fast. Try to get past that wall of grenades. They just get shut down. Tag through a wall. Eat a couple of grenades. Smoked off. Nothing they can do. They lose a member instantly. Toy down towards 44. And as soon as they try to go back towards the A site, that Winterfox hold is ready and waiting for them as APOC with a timing flash, gets Toy, and the bomb carrier doesn't want to lose it, so Blade wisely backs off. At the same time, just Winterfox. This is dominating the CT side.
Yeah, completely. Completely and utterly. Rush have only gotten 1 round, and they haven't looked like getting any since.
This is a completely different Winterfox we're seeing at the moment. We're seeing like a well-oiled CT side. I mean, it's not over yet. APOC is...
Oh, great work from
APOC,
APOC,
but nearly.
Not quite. If someone didn't check that corner, he had 2 kills. Now, though, Offnu with a job to do, and he will answer quite well. Picks up 1, spraying through the box as well. He's going to pick the second up. Might even get the third here. Little man, though, winning the challenge. Does drop a little bit of HP, but it's enough. It's enough work done there from Offnu that, again, Winterfox are going to get another round, not even allowing the plant from Little man. 10 on the board now. Rush, well, they're going to have enough here to buy if they want. It's not going to be a great buy, but...
Same time, like, where do they go? Because
like,
Winterfox are just shutting things down. And I think Winterfox now, I'd like to see a bit of aggression towards Amps because I think they will suspect that Rush want to take that ult mid control as opposed to Nana. Rush will just completely give up Nana, maybe just sit one there to make sure no one pushes through. But that's it for them as... Well, Raz, will he go for this peek? Will miss, actually, so...
I was hoping for like a triple grenade from Winterfox there. That would have been beautiful. But in the end, nothing too much eventuates actually from that sort of across from Winterfox. They are going to set up in their default positions. Raz peeking the corner, does pick up the kill. In the meanwhile, lots of other kills go in the way of Winterfox, but Raz really the hero of this one at this point. 2 kills for him. Nice couple of shots, and it's just Silent. I think they spotted him there as well in Boiler. Another round on the board for Winterfox.
This is painful for
Bit
Rush.
of a broken record right now.
This is a complete opposite of the Rush that we normally see. Like, in terms of, we normally see Rush, you know, try to put up a fight, you know, they'll put up the numbers, but no one is even on the board. No one's even getting kills.
No one's fragging.
No one's fragging.
I wonder how many, like, I think Winterfox has probably survived with 3 or 4 players in pretty much all of these rounds.
Zuzi and Raz have only died twice.
4, 5, 4, 3, like 5.
Complete shutout.
Yeah, they're just completely wiping the floor with Rush. Again, it's going to be another boost here from Raz. He may get punished if Blade actually looks up.
Blade does not look up. Oh my goodness.
Surely.
He spots it. He spots it.
There we go.
There we are. There's finally the punishment. Not checking underneath. They need to suspect that there is a team there, but they don't know that APOC's still on the site. So even they come towards Nana, still not open side. A little bit of a misplay coming out from Winterfox, but a small one.
Not sure what Blades decided to do, just running into the B bomb side on his own. I guess he thought, okay, I've killed 2 players over towards B. There must be no more in there, but not the case. Winterfox do get 1 as a result, but this round now maybe is going to be going the way of Rush. They've got a player, or a couple of players advantage. Unless E-Mag gets a big spray down, they sort of almost lined up for him. In the end, though, Little Man does clean him up pretty easily. APOC, 1 versus 4. 3 very low HP players. What can he do?
Well, looks like he's coming in towards Library, and Little Man is locking down the line at the moment, admiring that painting on the wall. And unfortunately, the painting is going to be devalued. I don't think APOC will check here, and his brains will be splattered. Oh, no. Oh,
Painting survives.
That's really considerate from Little Man, you know? Making sure that the paintings aren't devalued on Inferno. Love seeing that.
Just have to replace the wallpaper there, though.
That's fine. Wallpaper, you know, maybe $200, depending on what kind
paint
of wallpaper.
over it. Just paint over it. Leave the blood there as a memento.
But a painting, you know, restoration work is very costly and expensive, and maybe that painting will never be the same ever again.
Maybe not. But tell you what, Winterfox are still quite pleased with how this is turning out. I mean, they win this round, they basically 13-2, sorry, the half.
Yeah, because Rush is completely broken at the moment. Boost being deployed on the side. Hey, Pocky.
You got to check that
Come on,
corner,
you got to check that line by now, surely.
Yeah. I think they should have known that Blade was likely to be there. He's been doing it at quite a lot of rounds. I know they only spotted it last round, so perhaps that's, I guess, the bias sort of coming into it, where we knew that he was there for so many rounds. As far as Winterfox is concerned, he's only been there 1 round so far.
Yeah, but even then, you say, for example, someone takes it off angle, you check it every single time afterwards, just in case.
Yeah.
Just
anyway,
to make sure.
Not the case that time, though, for Winterfox. Not an awful situation still for them, but does open up the bomb sites just a little bit, losing APOC. And Rush, they're going to want to convert this into a round. They really need to get 4. Like, 4 is the minimum for Rush right now.
Yeah,
anything less, and they don't have anything to play with.
Yeah, because if Winterfox can take the pistol as well as the rounds afterwards, it might as well just be match point, as Raz is looking down the Nana line with the AWP, but unfortunately, Rush are going towards the A site instead, so it's up to Zuzi and E-Mag on this pit crossfire to hold it off. Molly towards Carps. Offnu, actually now, holding that Nana position by himself. Flashbang comes through, but they don't spot out anyone until it's a little bit too late. Zuzi's now smoked off. Raz locking down this Archer's line, but that should be smoked off by Rush as they're pushing in.
Is it, though? No.
They're going back towards Nana.
Go there and over towards Banana, but Raz does pick up an easy kill for Toy. On to Toy, sorry. As you said, there was no smoke in the jungle, and Raz punishes them for it. Now Offnu here, if he can get 2, that's probably going to be enough for Winterfox to win the round. Holding his fire, really nice trigger discipline. He picks up 2, and does go down in the end, but more than enough work done there by Winterfox. The bomb is going to go down just in time for Rush, but 3 versus 1. Little Man, I mean, you got to count him out here, and there you go. Raz closing it out. 3 kills for him in that round.
This is the Raz that we wanted to see.
Yep.
I mean, sure, he hasn't been pressured that hard yet. So far, all of them have been regulation shots. I mean, he's getting these ridiculous shot through smoke. Don't get me wrong. He's been taking out, I swear, at least 5 people now through smoke. But at the same time, I like to see how he'd perform when you have, you know, the top tier AWPers like a Cold Zero, like a Fallen pressuring him. Will he be able to take the aim deals? Will he be able to rip the heads off, you know? Because Rush at the moment, they're just cold. This is not the Rush that performed well against SK Gaming. This is completely different. This is almost reminiscent of, I guess, Winterfox when they first started playing Pro League.
Yeah, well, Rush do have a bit of work to do on their second half. They're going to desperately hope that they can get 3, but I think Winterfox, you know, having shut down that last round, I feel like the momentum, even though there's a pretty good buy here from Rush, is just sitting so strongly in the favor of Winterfox that you can't even really back Rush to win a round.
Yeah, and this time, I mean, Rush were able to force up towards the final round of this half. But E-Mag looking to get a little bit of oh, actually, he's faking it out, see if he can draw a bit of fire coming out from Rush, but looks like he's unable to do so. Looks like Zuzi wants to take that position. He wants to take the engagement forward, and Blade only tagged once this time around at the edge of the smoke, so at the very least, Rush still have this Nana control. Utility now drained out of Winterfox. They don't really have much to work with. Raz trying to find something through smoke with a timing shot. Won't be able to do this time around as he falls back towards mini pit. Rush, will they come towards A side finally, or will they fake? 50 seconds left.
I've got another player over towards B, but how much that player is going to get done? It's Blade. And obviously, as we've mentioned, the A site has really been a stronghold almost for Winterfox. All of the round wins that we've seen from Rush have been over towards B, and there's not been many of those either. Raz has looked pretty good with the AWP here. He's just going to peek. No hole in the smoke for him to work with. Does he fall back into library here? He's going to get pushed. Needs to be a little careful. Actually, they're going to go around the world. So now he needs to rotate across. He might actually get one here as they rotate. But the smoke is good. But he does know for sure. And these B players are going to know as well. So the rotate from the Winterfox players, it needs to be quick. It needs to be swift. Down the mid area. Offnu only getting one. Now Apoc, he needs at least one. Probably two.
Yeah, he's stuck behind the column though. Pressure from all sides, but a great flashbang coming in from Winterfox means that Apoc can find one. Raz also picks up one with the AWP, and Zuzi pushing in alongside the EMAC means that it just clean things up. 13-2 half from Winterfox on their CT side.
Excellent stuff there from Winterfox. Rush with a very big job to do in the second half. We'll find out whether or not they can do it after the ad break.
You ready? Huh? Apoc, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL.com! Superman shots in a row. Phoenix about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, Phoenix! Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW. He's looking for a look. He's gonna get a hit by Headshot again. Oh my god.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League North America. Currently, Winterfox looking fantastic against Rush.
Sharp, clinical, I mean, beautiful to watch. This is the Winterfox that we wanted to see, but we didn't see before, so it's good to see at least something is clicking. I mean, earlier on today, we saw they actually lost 16-5 on Inferno against Misfits, but Rush, at the same time as well, I think Rush are just playing terribly right now. There is no other way of explaining in terms of, yeah, Winterfox are playing well, but Rush at the same time, no fight in them whatsoever. Maybe on the CT side, maybe they take the pistol, but even then, I really don't think so.
It's a lot of maybes. Little Man is being pressured here as well. There's a 3-stack in the banana, though. Toy might be able to find something, but immediately he gets traded out. Good work from Winterfox, though. They do lose a couple. They can take down Blade. That would have probably secured the round, but still 3 versus 3. Definitely doable for Rush, though. The bomb will go down pretty early on for Winterfox, and that timer ticking away.
Well, Rush do have construction control very quickly because Blade was able to stay alive. He's picked up 2 so far. Raz is going to be throwing a flashbang, or no, just a decoy out. He does spot at least one towards the construction side. Silent now on towards that. Coils is pushing out, but EMAG finds one from back of sight. Raz still in new box, tapping away, but I think EMAG's done a lot of damage already. Wants to pick up Blade as well. Raz takes down a kiss, and EMAG cleans up Blade as well. So Winterfox looking to completely shut this out right now.
Well, it's looking like that is going to be the case as well. Rush, basically, they have to force into this round. I guess unless they want to try and take it to overtime with a bit of a better buy next round, but admittedly, I can't really see that happening. It has to be the force buy in this round here. Winterfox, well, they should be aware of that. And they're going to buy, of course, into this round. With an AK, I think they might have had 2, or did they have 2 rifles? Oh, they had 2 AKs, yep, cool.
2 AKs,
so,
yep.
so pretty good for Winterfox. UMP as well. A lot of mollies, 3 mollies, and a lot of HE nades as well, just to clear out all of those angles. You can see it's already started to work. Akis relatively low, though Zeusy has been dropped by that nade stack of Rush.
Yeah, I see what Rush are doing at the moment. I'd like to see the AK in the hands of Raz punish this right now. So Little Man sitting close, but Akis sitting towards that closet position. It is very easily penetratable. If Raz just aims just to the right of the cabinet, he can do a lot of damage. But it looks like he's opting not to, just holding his fire at the moment, waiting for any of the members of Rush to peek out towards him. I think Zuzi needs to be leading the charge. Oh, that grenade's perfect.
Yeah, 40 damage, not too bad.
It's good work. I mean, it just means that, you know, you soften up your opponents, make it easier for the rest of your teammates to come in and swoop and gain the advantage. If Zuzi leads the charge and gets the information, then it could be a lot more favorable for Winterfox. They can't let Zuzi come in last.
No, because he's not going to do too much. Probably just get spammed out in the end. We'll see what he decides to do. Looks like he is the point position. He's got a smoke as well, so there we go. Smoke off CT, smoking off coils as well. Toys starting off pretty well.
Getting another one.
This is not good here for Winterfox. They've kind of just walked into that 3-stack and things have gone the way of Rush. No one's called that there's someone up on the boost. Silent gets 2. And, well, it all falls on the shoulders of APOC. He finds 1. Doesn't manage to get the second, so...
That's just really poor comms coming out.
Yeah.
After that boost, you know, I think Raz definitely needed to call. Hey, he's boosted up. EMAG had no idea because he just thought that he was tagged out through smoke. And by the time he looked at boost, it was too late. So...
Winterfox just going to have to eco this one. I mean, they've got lots of rounds to play with, so not too big of a deal.
As soon as you say that, before we know it, we're going to be sitting at 14-all going in towards overtime.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't be good at all.
Thanks, Elfish.
Caster's curse.
Caster's curse. It'll be good with Rush. Rush fans, not so good for Winterfox and Winterfox fans.
Yeah.
So depends on the way that you look at it, I guess. As well, they will be getting this AMS control very quickly. APOC sprinting up towards Boiler. Akis just, I think, using the edge of the smoke. Didn't actually spot EMAG come across, and he just reacted a little bit too late. Little Man at Boiler with the AK-47. Easy kill for him. Akis does decide to back off after that earlier spook. We'll be able to get out safely.
EMAG just having a look around in apartments. Hasn't spotted too much out yet. Knows there's a player in there, or was. I don't think this is going to be too easy to deal with, though, for Winterfox. They're kind of just trickling in one by one. Pretty easy kills for Rush. And inevitably, this round is going to go their way. Fox at least get a kill from off through. EMAG also finding 1, but overall, hasn't really hurt Rush there. They've still got both those AKs.
Yeah, and I think Winterfox will just go in the eco for this one. Maybe a couple of flashbangs, maybe just a few P250s as they charge their way down towards Nano. I think they just want to try and bust it as fast as possible, and Rush should suss that this is happening with the flat. You know, they should read that it's going to be an eco round, that Winterfox want to go somewhere fast with pistols and close. Why wouldn't you go anywhere else but B-side? That's the one that you haven't tested so far.
Grenade out into mid, might do a bit. Not a whole lot, though. I think a grand total of 4 damage out of both of those grenades over to Winterfox, but there's going to be a couple of SMGs headed in the direction of Winterfox as well. They are trading back okay. In the end, though, this is basically the only way the round could have turned out.
Yeah, so Rush down mid, down Nano, shutting down anything that Winterfox could have had. Now the AK is up against the M4s. Let's see if an AWP comes out for Rush as well, as Akis Blade is thinking about it, but he picks up an M4. So 2 AKs and M4s up against a full assortment of AK-47s, as well as a decent set of grenades on the members of Winterfox. Only EMAG, who doesn't have the extra Molotov to work with. All flashbangs as well, not even a single HU grenade for Winterfox.
Well, now is the time, really, for Winterfox. They just don't want to let too many rounds get away here. A 16-5 result, still very convincing, but if they kind of let this one come back a little bit too much, you know, 16-8, 16-10, that's when Rush starts to get a bit of momentum heading into the second map. So I think Winterfox just shut this one out right now.
Well, there's a flashbang on towards a kiss, but they can't get up on towards balcony, so a bit of a wasted flash because Akis is still waiting there. APOC thinking about peeking the line, but beautiful line, and Rush punished that, rightfully so.
Definitely, and it's going to allow Rush just to fall back into the A-bomb site now that they have that player advantage. Makes the job tenfold more difficult for Winterfox. Smokes and flashbangs coming in though, the Molotovs as well. Often trying to see if there's anyone in the cutout, but of course we know that there's no one there. They're going to have to deal with these players on the site. A kiss in the pit as well. That grenade is going to hurt EMAG just a little bit. Not too badly. I like where Offnu is, though. He could be a key player here if Toy doesn't take him down.
Raz been taken down. Silent just guns them both down from mini pit, and well, Offnu's completely blinded out. Toy, easy cleanups, all to EMAG now. He gets 2 as a matter of fact, though, but Bomb is lost all the way towards jungle side. The good thing is that he's got grenades. He's got grenades. He's got a little bit of time to work with, but he's got to get a move on, actually. He's got to channel the spirit of Rush and actually start sprinting just like their logo.
He's got to get in there, and he has to get back to the site and plant. Like, it's not an easy situation. 20 seconds is not a lot to work with, so he will smoke off the jungle, and actually, yeah, he'll be able to get the bomb down.
Get it, and this is...
Unless they push him.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, he just checks the wrong angle. He thought there was going to be a peek from Library, but unfortunate for him. A little unlucky, I suppose, that both of them peaked the same angle. In the end, though, Rush find another round. Winterfox will be back on just the pistol eye.
That was good work from Winterfox coming down from that deficit, but at the same time, they still haven't been able to find a way onto the site in any of the buy rounds. Even against the pistol round, they got completely shut down towards Nana. So now going on that Tech 9, maybe pushing towards a particular position. They are splitting up across the map to see what they can find. Otherwise, Rush just taking control of Nana. Very early Molotovs as well as HEs just used to make sure Winterfox aren't shoving that position aggressively. Well, I like the spam line coming out from the players that have been using this app's position so far. If one of the Ts come the long way around, they'll get tagged for a little bit. And this one way, I mean, I've seen a lot of people use it, and Zuzi's going to be the first person to fall for it, actually. So it's a lethal one, that's for sure.
Definitely. In the end, pretty easy to deal with, actually, for the CTs when that is set up. Winterfox, though, getting control of apartments, but maybe not much else to do. Trying to get some kills on the site. Not going to work out too well for him. Raz, though, able to find one. EMAG another. Still, though, trade's going the way of Rush, as you would expect. And no point getting too excited about that round for Winterfox. They still allow 3 guns to go through to the next round. Will be a buy this time, though, for Winterfox. So, again, another opportunity to close things out. But as you said, they've had some troubles so far on that T side. And, well, obviously having those extra rounds on the CT side has helped. But they don't want to let this sort of, trickle on to another few rounds. And then Winterfox maybe under a bit of pressure from that CT scoreline as it starts to get closer and closer.
And Silent, I mean, will he peek out towards mid to AWP? I think he wants to challenge it as Rush taking aggressive control of Nana. Looks like he will not challenge it. Little Man is boosted up on top of Diggity Roof as Silent brings the back towards jungle side. So they've got a nice crossfire set up on the Diggity. I think on the old Inferno, I used to see that strategy a lot. You actually put 2 counter-terrorists on towards Diggity, one watching towards mid and one swinging his aim towards Carps. Ready just to trade out whenever is needed.
Yeah.
So it's very rarely do teams coordinate an attack at Carps as well as Diggity at the same time, because it's just a little bit of off timing, because as you're coming out of Diggity, you're just coming to the end of Carps. And if you kill the guy Diggity first, you can't get out of Carps quick enough, and the CTs can re-divert the attention away.
How many times can you say Diggity in one sentence, Krath?
I love Diggity. It's great.
Diggity, diggity, diggity. Anyway, enough about that. Winterfox, as of yet, haven't gained too much map control. A good sort of position here from Toy. Perhaps not something that Winterfox have seen so far on their own T side. Not aware of it. Smoke. It's going to force Toy back, actually. The rotated cross coming into the B site as well. So, good awareness from Rush. They're going to have 2 on the site when Winterfox does decide to push in here. And Winterfox will push. There's only 30 seconds left on the clock, so they have to commit to this. They have a couple of Molotovs, so they can throw a couple of those over. Some smoke, some flashbangs as well. Make life a little difficult for the CTs. If they can clean this one up, only maybe going 2 for 1. He should be in with a chance of picking up the round, but that's not worked out too nicely. Toy and Blade finding 1 apiece. Offnu able to pick one up, and there we go, 2 for 2. So overall, not too bad for Winterfox. The bomb should go down.
Silence managed to push very quickly in towards construction, but Offnu pushing from behind finds him out and notices that no more CTs are actually towards that CT line. But as Raz dies, we'll be able to get the information that 2 are pushing in towards Nana. There's the flashbang. No, HE grenade on towards second boxes. Not sure why they thought EMAG would be hiding there. And EMAG dinks 1 and tags. Akis down very low. Offnu with his Molotov. Well, Barbecue was his old name, and before Akis could become barbecued, EMAG just cleans him up with the AK-47. So EMAG now starting to put in work as well, joining the rank of the Raz and Offnu in the 20 club. Yeah.
Pretty good performance overall from Winterfox there. They're all kind of stepping up. I mean, APOC down on 11, but fair enough, considering he's, didn't get too many kills early on in the first half.
He held on Nana quite well, so that was his job. He did it well. Winterfox should have closed this out 16-2.
Yep.
I mean, they let that They let that anti-eco bleed in, but they were a little bit confident. At the same time, though, really wanted to take that 16-2, ride the momentum high, and just continue just shutting down Rush on their own map pick. I believe Inferno was Winterfox's pick, so...
Yeah. Overpass the next map?
I don't think so, actually, because Rush started the T side, so...
I mean,
they started CT, so...
Yeah, perhaps. I'm not 100% sure, in all honesty. But anyway, Rush definitely didn't have a great time at all here on Inferno. Silent just spamming that line, but not getting too much done with the AWP. Winterfox now know the position of that weapon. This could be the last round of the map. Not too many utilities available for Rush, just a couple of mollies, and aside from that, it's all flashbangs. So Winterfox able to just bleed Rush out at this point. Still so much time to work with. Not many utilities for Rush to sort of hang on to. They can't store Winterfox out any longer.
Yeah, they pretty much only have that single Molotov in the hands of Blade, and I think he is that B-site player, so nothing being faked towards B-site. They've actually rotated 3 members as they boost one up. Winterfox, though, have control of the A-site instead. There's only up to Little Man and a Kiss as well to hold this. They're both sitting on the site, scared for their lives, shaking in their boots, but Winterfox actually backing over towards B-site. Raz has to sell this fake with the AWP. You know, it looks like they're all sprinting away. Smokes have come across, but the counter-terrorists on the B-site are not moving, and they'll soon know what is happening.
Yeah, very, very fast entry now by the looks of things from Winterfox, but that very late Molotov is going to cause some troubles. The smoke down by Winterfox, and Toy, he was completely flashbanged. You had no idea that he was being set on fire by Raz, and an easy kill in the end for Winterfox. They need that bomb down. If APOC goes down here, that could be huge, but the bomb does get planted in the end, and now Rush under real pressure. 5 versus 4, trying to retake the B-bomb site. Never an easy task, especially at a deficit like this, and I'd have to say Winterfox probably should have this one pretty well wrapped up, though. A Kiss and Silent have something else to say about it. Not too much time left to work with, and still 3 Ts to find. Not an easy situation. Little Man helping out, though.
They're getting the picks right now, and all of a sudden it has turned around. Zuzi's trying to hold his position with the Tech 9. He's running out of bullets. Oh no, it looks like he doesn't even have a rifle. Now 1-on-1. Raz, though, does have the angle against Silent, who switched out for the M4, but Silent just staying on it so far. But Raz, no! Raz misses the shot. Silent jumps off the defuse, and Raz won't miss that one. That was a heart attack and a half.
Wow.
But Winterfox will be able to take that one, 16-7. A little bit close there towards the end, but a roller coaster of emotion rides, I guess. But Winterfox do finally make their mark in the ESL Pro League Season 5.
Yeah, finally getting one on the board there, so it'll be a sigh of relief for them, and able to, I suppose, fairly convincingly close that out. Would have liked to have seen them do it, you know, 16-2, 16-3, something like that, but in the end, 16-7, 16-3, doesn't matter.
A win's a win.
A win's a win. You get the same amount of points regardless of how many rounds on the board your opponent does get. So, good stuff from Winterfox there. The good takeaways, Raz looking pretty sharp with the AWP. Missing that shot on the defuse, but whatever.
Looking better. Still some questions. I'd like to see how he performs once again under pressure when you're versing teams who coordinate attack a lot better on their T side. I mean, Rush were looking very lackluster on their own T side. They're only picking up 2 rounds. And yeah, sure, Winterfox, once again, I have to mention, great defensive holds, but at the same time, T's just looked like they were floundering, had no idea what they were doing.
Yeah, definitely. Imagine and Zuzi as well seemed to have a pretty good game. Even Offnu had, like, I think they all kind of had their moments. APOC had those good rounds where he was pushing down the banana, getting some kills. Offnu as well was doing the same, and it just overall was a fairly decent and strong performance, I think, there from Winterfox. So they do close the first map out, 16-7. Going to be moving over to Overpass in our next map, but for the next couple of minutes, we're going to head to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. Map number 2 coming up in a little bit.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I never take it for granted, that's for sure.
You're it!
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic first breath, they line up. Apex spraying them down. He decimates several stalled. Second five, and they line up again. Cold. 3, nearly 4. He gets it in the end.
There has to be quick from phase. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position.
That was sick. Failed to the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Hello, welcome back to the ESL Pro League North American Division Match Day 9. Currently halfway through Winterfox and Rush, and Winterfox a very, very comprehensive victory there on Inferno, albeit they did allow a few more rounds to go the way of Rush than maybe they needed to, but in the end, a win to win, can't complain about that. Their
Always
first win
the
on the board.
driver's seat.
And they were always winning. They were always looking like they were going to win that match. It was just, I guess, a question of how long it was going to take them. And in the end, not too long, 16-7, still fairly convincing. Now moving over to Overpass, though.
Yeah, and Overpass is, a little bit different towards Inferno, or very different, should I say. Inferno is more that, you know, aim-heavy map, early control from the counter-terrorist, but you can't really do that as much on Overpass. You know, it's a lot of, it's much more heavy map control. So, and I think Rush is going to struggle. I'm not sure if this is Rush's map pick, but I think they are going to struggle with this because it's, I mean, in Inferno, they were struggling to get map control on a more basic map. On an advanced map like Overpass, it's a hard ask. It is a severely hard ask, especially using a substitute. So
yeah, definitely. And to update everyone as to how things have been going so far tonight on our stream, 16-11 and 16-8 were the results in favor of Renegades in our first matchup. 16-7, as mentioned, the first result for Winterfox versus Rush over on the other side of the, I guess over on the other side of the world, really. SK picking up a couple of pretty convincing victories over Luminosity, and at the moment, NRG, interestingly enough, actually up over Optic Gaming on Cache as well.
Yeah. Regardless of what side it is, that is comprehensive, and I think, maybe they had a 10-5 half, and then they've just taken pistol as well as the anti-eco,
yeah.
So not saying that Optic isn't out of it yet, but
nope.
They still...
I would have thought Optic going into that one was the favourite, though. So.
I would have said that as well. So NRG definitely surprising us towards the mainstream. But for now, Rush already down 1 in the series. Winterfox have picked up the first one. Rush are looking to at least take one and put themselves on the board. But Winterfox looking to, at the very least, you know, take another victory and try to consolidate their position a little bit. Instead of being at the bottom of the league, at the very least, join Renegades after the earlier 2-0.
Would be a great night for us here. I mean, to see both those teams picking up a couple of wins. Hashtag no bias. I think though that Winterfox, you know, maybe coming out here onto Overpass. Again, it's not a map that I've seen them playing so much recently. So I wonder how they're going to go. In saying that though, it's not a map either that Rush sort of plays all that much. So hard to say how this one's going to turn out. But I think again it comes down to the side that the team's going to start on. Obviously, starting on the CT side is going to be a massive bonus. And Winterfox looked really good on their CT side of Inferno, so I wonder if that's going to sort of transfer over here onto Overpass, or you know, if they're maybe going to be left wondering what they need to be doing on CT.
Well, hopefully, I think that Winterfox will be starting on the T side, I think. But if they do start on the T side, you know, let's see how they take that toilets control. Let's see how they take the unders. Let's see how Rush play. Do they play aggressively and try to push into short water every single time? Do they fall back instead and try to, you know, nullify any damage that the T's could do, try to make sure that the T's utilize their utility earlier on.
Yeah,
so
there we go.
There we have Winterfox are starting on the T side. So
looks like they're heading in, well, with the bomb at least, in the direction of the B bomb site. They do have a few players in the underpass as well. Just another one sort of hanging around near playground, watching in case maybe any of those Rush players do push in from party. At this point, though, it's fairly safe to say this is probably going to be a B take, and APOC might be in trouble here. He spotted them out, though, and he's actually going to deal a bit of damage over to Silent. Can the trade come out from EMAG? No, it can't. Toy as well, finding a kill onto Offnu, and that's the pistol round basically done and dusted, really.
Off to Raz now, 1-4. He does have the bomb at the very least, but that is a small consolation as Rush. That was what I was talking about, you know, aggressive play, and it works out for them quite well as Raz has been spotted out. So you can see Rush now surrounding him from all sides. No, he's boxed in like a rabbit. And well, we'll be able to get at least a little bit of damage on towards Blade, but Little Man says, no, you can't do any more, and he will pick up 2 for the round as well, alongside with Silence. And Winterfox down. So I think this might be Winterfox's pick on Overpass, because Rush would not pick. I think it's whoever doesn't pick the map picks the side.
I believe that's the case. It wouldn't make sense really for Winterfox to be picking the map and then deciding, oh, let's go on to T side. Anyway, see how it works out for them. They didn't win the pistol round, so they have a bit of an uphill battle already to begin with. Haven't even invested into this round. They didn't get the bomb down,
no,
so that's a little interesting.
I mean, we saw this, I guess, for the Asian League, but that was in a very, very tightly run ship by PZ Kid for the JYP game.
Yeah.
In terms of Winterfox, I mean, I would have expected, you know, you get the Tech 9s. Looks like they're just trying to they're gambling on getting the bomb plant down.
Yeah,
I think that's what they're trying to do at the moment. And maybe if they don't, they'll force up in the next one, but they're charging straight on towards Silent UMP. Does manage to back out. Great Molotov, because this buys more territory, and it's just going to be a gun down right from here. Silent and Toy. Silent Toy. Toy Silent. Joe, there you look at it. Winterfox are dead.
Yep, pretty much. And let's see what Winterfox do decide to do here. It would not be a good force, really. Like, I don't think they should do it.
Yeah, maybe a couple of pistols.
Just some pistols would be the ideal situation. Would have liked to have maybe seen like a smoke or two in that last round if they were just going to go for that bomb plant strategy. But not the case. And so, yeah, just pistols, P250s, flashbang on Offnu. We don't expect too much out of this round for Winterfox.
Yeah, not sure why APOC didn't pick up the P250. They do all have enough cash to kind of just pick up the P250 and not be hindered towards their first buy round, because you really don't have to worry about the kit, you don't have to worry about much more. I mean, Raz can still get his AWP because he's got cash, but they are stacking up for a B-site attack. They managed to get away in towards Dirty Water, and Rush only have 2 members on the B-site. It's going to be Little Man as well as a Kiss, but Fox, they don't really have a... Okay, there's a first flashbang. It'll allow them push through right now. Little Man gunning them down. Gets 1, gets 2. Looks like Toy does fall towards a different part of the map, but that's literally it, because the bomb's been lost and Zuzi's been tagged down towards 7, and now Silent on the hunt.
He's just throwing the Molotov over in the direction of the B site. But yeah, not much that he's going to be able to do here. Silent does take him down. So 2 thoroughly unsuccessful ecos really for Winterfox, but what can you expect, I guess. Rush, though, their economy looking really good because they have pretty much had full SMGs for both of those.
Yeah, they're keeping the SMGs as well, so expect another short push coming out with these SMGs. Maybe unders control as well. Toy I think Toy does play the A site alongside with Silent, so he's going to try and play that long distance, maybe hold and set up a crossfire and toilets, which is a critical part of Overpass. No AWP on the side of Winterfox, actually, so... Okay, so pressure towards unders as opposed towards short water. I would have expected the UMPs push towards short because they would be quite effective there as well, but looks like they're just stacking unders instead.
Pretty crucial round here for Winterfox. They can't afford to let this one go. It's just going to allow Rush another round on the board to really stack that money in their favor. So, see what Winterfox decide to do here. Playing fairly slowly at this point, just peeking in towards underpass, peeking in towards party, seeing if they're going to spot anything out, but Rush is not giving them much here, though. APOC may be able to find something. A Kiss, he's a player with just a UMP, so it's a winnable duel for APOC, but Rush decide to back out just in time on towards the B site. APOC not suspecting anything.
Yeah, I think neither of them spotted out anything. Silent does manage to pick up the first one with the UMP, and the bomb's actually been lost. Toy sitting with the unders and Blade. EMAG was not expecting 2 of them in there, but well done by Raz to at least to get 1 trade. Flashman comes through, but this is disastrous for Winterfox. They've already lost 3 of their members, and now the pressure's coming in from the other side. Silent does fall. Great shot from APOC. And now all up to Raz.
1 versus 2, but they're both over towards the B side, so he can get the bomb down over on A. They will have to rotate up, and it's going to cost them a little bit of time as well, but they'll be pretty okay here. So bomb will go down safely, but that's about it for Raz. Is he even going to have time to get in position? Yeah, Blade's not really pushing him just yet, so he can find a decent post plan or try and push and take a 1 versus 1, which is probably what he has to do here because he does have a player coming around behind him. He doesn't know that, of course, but not sure about this position that he's taken. He needs to push further into bank, I think.
Yeah, the plant isn't really great for him either. So as soon as Raz peeks out, needs to get this kill. He does. Oh my goodness, nearly takes down Blade, but won't be able to. And Little Man, you can see it right now. Great Molotov. He doesn't have a smoke to extinguish, and now he's trapped because they can sit on the defuse. And Raz, I think, knows that he's, the roost is up. He's just going to try and survive with the AK-47. He took down Blade, would have been a completely different story, but...
Yeah, he needed to hit that spray down.
Needed to get that 4th bullet in, couldn't get it at the end of the day, and Rush, breathing a little bit of sigh of relief, but they still take the victory. And Little Man, great usage of utility to shut that down, and Winterfox going to be down 4-0 now. Did manage to get the bomb plant down, so they may have purchased behind this.
Well, they had the AK saved through to the next round. Looks
They
like there's a couple of guns on those backs that I can see, so there you go. It's actually quite a good buy in the end for Winterfox.
They've lost 4, and they did manage to get the bomb plant down, so it would have been about 3.4k, I think, for the members, and Raz also had an AK as well, so he could have dropped 1.
Yep, can't really complain about that for Winterfox, though. No AWP still, but still early days on that T side.
Silent in such a risky position with the AWP. If he gets pressured by any more Ts, and he's about to be under a severe amount of pressure, he is in trouble because he just unscopes out.
Unscopes at the wrong time as well.
I don't know why you'd put the AWP towards unders in a situation like that where you don't have short water. Well, they did have short water control, so Akers does manage to pick off APOC, but they didn't really have that unders control in terms of Silent. He wasn't scoping anywhere, not trying to lock down a line. He didn't have an exit plan. He was looking towards mid and just going, yep, I'm going to kill 3 people, not thinking about if I don't kill 3 people, where am I going to go? So just calling them no man's land. Now they do come back towards B side. Little Man, though, look at his position.
So far forward. Ofnu's not going to expect this, but Raz is, apparently, and he gets the kill there. So a couple of smokes and Molotovs thrown over towards the B side. Only 1 player over here for Rush at this point. That player up in the window, not going to get much done, given that there's a smoke blocking his vision. Winterfox secure the B bomb site. This should be their first round on the board.
And Raz has locked down the short water area as well, so it's going to be very difficult for Rush to come out. They're just going to go save their rifles, and Rush, they had to severely think where Silent, they need to put Silent as the AWP. He's not really impressed me so far in the 2 times I've seen him. I think they played against SK last week. definitely didn't have a great performance with AWP. A couple of good rounds. Now just silent with the AWP. No pun intended. It's just been an absolute non-factor. I'm not even... He's been more powerful with a rifle or a UMP
I agree.
than an AWP. He just gives up so many territory.
Definitely. At this point, though, Russia's still in a pretty good position. They have a pretty big booming economy, I'm pretty sure. Toy does take down EMAG, but in the end, Winterfox, I was going to say get away with 3. Only 2 there.
Damage done, though. This is good from the counter-terrorist.
Still enough. And look at that money from Lil Man. He's, like, rolling in it, essentially. An AWP going to come out in his hands, dropped over to Silent.
If it wasn't rolling in it, you can just go towards the left, you know, go to the ATM, make a cash withdrawal, buy a couple of M4s for the boys, and...
M4s for the boys?
Yeah, the boys.
Yeah, the boys.
Well, Winterfox, they need to be rallying up the troops soon as well. They need to be screaming, yeah, the boys, because they need more rounds, and well, this is a critical round to do it, you know. 2 rounds in a row would severely damage Russia's economy, and it would allow them a lot more, I guess, map game presence going on towards their CT side.
Alrighty, well, Winterfox again sort of pressuring in the B side just a little bit, having a look in through Monster. See the smoke there, not allowing him to get much done, but just trying to keep some presence over there. Keep Rush thinking.
This is a much better line for Silent to be sitting, you know. It's not as risky. He can make a shot, fall back. He can fall back and watch, you know, that connector line, that unders or connector line as well.
Mag's got control of the underpass, though. No one from Rush probably going to be rotating through there. Toy is still hanging around bathrooms. Hard to say. Winterfox, you'd think that they're going to head towards the B side here, really. What are they going to get done, though?
Well, they
set up for some executes.
3 short. There's the defensive smoke coming out. Oh, look at that, though. Look at the aggression coming out from Zuzi, pushing straight forward. It will be catching out Little Man Apoc, pushing through B long. Also finds a crisp headshot on towards a kiss as well. So Winterfox, a little bit of life in them now as they bring out the AK-47s. Now shining down Rush as they already lose the initial early members, and Apoc just going ham right now. He gets another one. Silent makes an AWP shot, but he's not going to connect upon anything. And once again, Rush opting to save.
Really does look like Winterfox have sort of found something over towards that B site that they think that they can, I guess, take advantage of. They've hit the site twice in a row now. It's worked out twice in a row as well. Raz, that's your teammate.
Good flick, but unfortunately it's not a counter-terrorist, so... It's a good sign of Raz, you know, he's able to hit the shots, but unfortunately just not on the right target, so...
Yeah. It's not going to affect Winterfox all that much, though. They're all going to get out of this one alive. Rush will still be able to afford to buy into the next round, but I think the economy's going to be getting pretty thin after that, if they do lose the next gun.
I think they should still be able to, the Rush should still be able to buy up, as we were talking about earlier. They had enough cash, but final round that they can invest in, and even if Winterfox lose this, if they can take enough members, they can just armor up Tech 9 or repurchase into it and just continue to do even more damage towards the side of Rush. So this is a lot better stabilization now that's happening. And I think it's heating up to become a good match as well. Rush so far just unable to make the trades. Silent actually playing aggressive. Both AWP is missing a shot, and well, they're just gonna both watch the line and then fall back.
Yeah, so it does seem like Winterfox have changed things up a little bit here. They're sort of exploring the A side of the map a little more than the B side now. They hit the B side twice in a row now, giving Rush something to think about. A bit of a different position from them. So not too bad, I like it. And they're going to just move their way in slowly to party. Just clearing as many angles as they need to. This is good. Working everything. Using their utilities well. And they've basically got in there for free, really.
The only issue is when they use this much early utility, they've only got 3 smoke grenades, which means that they have no fake potential. Apoc's tagged down to 11. I'm not sure what exactly from, but it may be an early engagement from that B site, or maybe an AWP shot from Silent. As the rest of Rush actually are stacking towards the A site now. They've spotted no information out towards B, so it means that they're not interested in moving towards there. Smokes are going to go out now, but the Molotov towards toilets means that it's going to take a little bit of time for them to come up. There's some great defensive utility coming out from Rush. This means that Toy is allowed a lot of position to get a few kills. Silent also picks one off. Raz does manage to get the trade, but the bomb loss means that the rest of Rush will rotate up towards the A site. Toy will pick one up very easily. Now it's off to Raz, 1-on-4. Surrounded from all sides, able to take down Toy, but he misses the AWP shot, and Rush will shut that A site attempt down.
Little unfortunate there for Winterfox that Rush spotted out all of those utilities being thrown. They knew that there were so many players up on, well, near the bathrooms, and basically they were ready, essentially. And another round on the board for Rush. That was the one which could have broken the economy for them, and Winterfox weren't quite able to do it, but at least Winterfox able to buy back into this round, so they have another shot. Still an uphill battle. I mean, 5-2, it's Not too bad actually for Rush at this point.
Yeah. Winterfox just resuming their default once again. Raz actually taking the AWP towards B long this time to see if he can pick off any of the members that might push through on the side of Rush, but early defensive utility being used towards B pipe just to make sure that no Ts are charging out. Otherwise, standard progression except for Toy. Look where he is. He's at party right now, and well, it's a very sad birthday party, I think, because he's only by himself there, you know.
He's got a friend. He's got Blade.
But Blade's kind of like the friend who's going, yeah, I'll come to your birthday party, but he doesn't really come.
But only if Little Man comes or
yeah, exactly.
You know?
See, Blade is not going anywhere close, and that's a little bit. I feel a little bit sad for Toy. You know, he's just blowing all those party pockets by himself, and Zuzi finds one.
Yeah, good kill from Zuzi, and a pretty decent spam as well onto Little Man. Drops him down below 50 HP. Apox relatively low as well, but Winterfox certainly with the advantage here in terms of HP and in terms of players. I guess you could argue also the map control. Wow. Nice shot from Zuzi.
Little Man, no more man, because Zuzi with such an insane headshot. What reaction timing coming out. A Kiss now under pressure, and well, he doesn't Blade as support, but Toy coming in from behind, unable to find anything. This is clean from Winterfox, not even losing a single gun in a Kiss. Founded by Offnu. Zuzi and Offnu show, the Kiwi show coming out on the side of Winterfox. Able to just clean up by themselves, and now Rush in a bit of a pickle.
Definite good round for Winterfox. Is Rush going to invest anything in this round? Pistols obviously can be dropped by a Kiss or Silent. Looks like that may be the case. We see a couple going over. And some armor on a Kiss as well, but really not a whole lot to write home about for Rush. That's been pretty good from Winterfox. Haven't left too many of those CTs alive.
Dangerous part is, with all the members of Winterfox alive, it just means that they have money to work with. Not that much money, but at the same time, EMAG does manage to take down Silent and Unders, so without even taking a single breath of damage. So Winterfox, every single round now is just going to inflict the pain. Rush should be able to purchase up towards the next one. Little Man barely gets out alive at 20 HP. And Apox still lurking his way around B as Rush trying to figure out the best vector of attack to rip the guns off his hands. Okay, they're just going to charge through this. Oh. And it's a vector that worked, so.
That was a little bit messy from Apox.
Yeah, I was thinking, you know, you could be high level calculating. All right, we're gonna maneuver the boys over here. We're gonna surround him, and then we're gonna take the tango down. And in the end, the best decision they had was let's just sprint at him and push, and it just worked. So
it allows Winterfox to kind of just work that A side a little bit easier now. They do get, of course, a bit of information. They get a kill. Toys dropped very low by the Molotov. Winterfox, the utility is just proving enough to push Rush out of the side.
Yeah, and Zuzi, if it wasn't the utility pushing out, it's the gunfire, and the bomb plant should go down. And all Rush can hope for is they pick up a couple of stray kills, maybe take an AK-47, but with how Winterfox are playing, it's going to be very difficult. So they do get a couple of kills, but won't be able to take that AK-47 towards the next round. Winterfox can just purchase up straight up.
Toy's still lurking around. I don't suspect that he gets anything done here, really. Where is the weapon? It's around the corner.
It's just around that truck,
yeah,
but
so
Raz is that line down. He missed it, though. So.
Well, he didn't miss that one.
Yeah, you don't need to hit the AWP shot if you can just hit the P250 shot.
Exactly, and 4 on the board now for Winterfox, starting to equalize that scoreline. Again, the economy, it's built up enough here for Rush to buy back, but the utilities, at least on Blade, is going to be lacking. It's sort of lacking on Silent and Little Man as well, so it's not a perfect buy, but it's definitely a serviceable one, really, for the counter-terrorists. I don't complain too much about that.
Getting very aggressive towards Party once again.
Yeah, I don't think they got spotted out at Party last time they pushed. So, fair enough, use it again. See if you can get something. Winterfox, though, they do seem to have been a little bit more interested in the B site so far in this half than the A site.
Well, they are coming out through the smoke. It's up to Akiss to hold this. Now, Little Man is coming across, but there's the first Molotov. Pushes Akiss out of barrels. No way that he can pose a threat towards the T's right now. Using the counter flashes, but Little Man has been spotted out. Akiss going for the deal, but he takes one. Tags another one down. Takes 3 down. That's what needs to happen on the B side. And Akiss opening things up for Rush. As Winterfox now on a very, very difficult 1-on-5, as a matter of fact. Make that a 1-on-3. Apoc does manage to get a couple of kills. Oh, that is sharp, but surrounded from all sides. Nearly turning on towards Silent. He misses the drop shot, making another one. Toy's behind him as well, and Apoc does not know where Toy is. He suspects that he's towards CT, maybe Water. If he can make his way towards A site, might be able to get out alive, but Toy should be able to find the time in the kill.
Yep, and he does. So pretty easy round for Rush. 2 still alive. They'll take some guns through to the next round. Be able to afford a pretty good buy into this one. Winterfox also looking pretty healthy in terms of the economy. Hoffnu's going to need a drop, but apart from that, everyone else can buy. 6-4. I feel as though that sort of slightly favors Winterfox, actually.
Yeah, just doing damage. Every single round that does damage, I mean, ideally they would like to drop the AWP out of Silent's hands, but even so, doing damage, chipping away at the CT economy. Even if they drop around, they just go Armor Tech 9. We know they only have UMPs as well as, you know, they only have UMPs trying to build up their economy. They don't have the best weaponry. Silent trying to go aggressive towards B-Long. Just barely catches, nearly catching out APOC, but otherwise just safe from everyone. Winterfox slowly making their way through their default. EMAG taking control of unders as Toys boosted up towards toilets.
At the moment, Winterfox are fairly safely playing, you know, pretty slowly. I like the utility use here from Winterfox. I mean, every single round you're seeing them use their utilities, and they're, generally speaking, forcing rush players out of position. They're clearing angles and utilizing the utilities really well. So that's a good sign for Winterfox here. It's allowing them to have a bit of a better time so far on this T side. I mean, 4 rounds is not too bad. Raz going to go for the boost here. Can he spot out Toy? Looks like Raz, the player boosting Raz, sorry, he's going to try and draw a bit of a push maybe with those shots. See if someone was going to peek around and take a couple of shots through the smoke. Not the case though.
Blade in a dangerous position. He's in a one and done position, but where he is at the moment is getting so much information on the side. Did he just get tagged through the wall?
Apparently.
I think he did in a kiss. Oh, he's got 3 in the previous round. He's got to go big right now because all the T's are lining up in unders.
Oh, good flashbang. Excellent flashbang from Winterfox. A kiss had no chance there at all.
And they know that one more is on the B side as well, so with that boost.
Looks like a quick rotate though from Rush. If Little Man can find 1 or 2 here, Blade in the end actually going to get 1 as he tries to enter up through short. Good little jump up from Silent, but not quite able to land the shot, and all of a sudden Winterfox just completely decimate that B site. 6-5. It's still, they kind of seem to be going round for round, but overall, I mean, Winterfox is on the T side, so that's better for them.
Round for round is always going to favor the T side because even though they drop, they can buy, you know, they get the bomb plant down.
Economy's
that's more cash.
Yeah.
You have no money. Oh, Tech 9s, they'll work out an overpass in a pinch, especially in the hands of Offner as well as, I mean, all the members of Winterfox making a contribution towards the overall team effort. On the side of Rush, you know, it's just, I guess is one good round. I mean, not much you could really do in that round. He was in the prime position, but Winterfox, as you were saying earlier, perfect utility usage. This is pristine, almost. This is their map pick, but it's just clinical, you know. Every single grenade has its purpose. Molotov to force the boost off, smoke to make sure they don't get AWP, flashbang to make sure that any potential chance that there's a stack is completely shut down. So smart.
Winterfox don't have the information yet that the B site is the stack, but obviously not rushing into anything. So, not taking too many chances that they don't need to.
They've got the utility to work with, lots of Molotovs, which is what I love seeing on anti-eco. A lot of the time you're tempted to buy an SMG and push in fast, but you can just very easily walk into your own slaughter. So they're just slowly working territory together, going in 3-man hunting crews to make sure all the lines are safe before dropping 1 off, and then letting the rest of the teammates push in together.
Much better. Exactly what you need to be doing here as well for Rush. Sorry, for Winterfox. And Rush still hanging around on this B-bomb site. Not getting much done. Getting anything. They can hear all the noises. They should be surely now aware that it's really going to be an A site take from Winterfox, and Winterfox are just going to roll on in quite as they please.
They'll be happy with that. Easy bomb plant. They know it's a B site stack, so EMAG going heavy on the hunt means that he's locked down the bank line. A couple of Peter 50s at close range may do a lot of damage. They're stacking up. EMAG, he's now under pressure. Gets 1, gets 2, can't get the 3rd. APOC towards unders. Will clean up Toy, who's trying to get that lurk line. So Akiss will be able to retrieve the AK-47. So Rush, at the very least, get an AK out of that. Winterfox not fascinated in pursuing. Blade does get the dink, but can't get the body shot. There's Akiss. Will be able to take the AK-47. Not if, actually, APOC has anything to say about it.
Yeah, and this is not good. APOC is going to catch him, although making a lot of noise, and Akiss is aware. APOC, if he had walked there, you have to wonder whether or not Akiss would have survived, but in the end, does look like Akiss is going to go through to the next round here with the AK. It's going to be quite a crucial one as well, because Rush, they don't really have that much money here. I don't think they're going to buy up behind this, maybe just some pistols.
It's difficult to buy up. They just don't have enough. I mean, Akiss just opting to go for the body armor just to try to see what damage he can do with that AK-47. For the rest of the members, you know, maybe body armor as well as pistols, but the next round's a true test.
Definitely.
They need to take it, otherwise they might go down this half 9-6 towards Winterfox, because Winterfox are, at the moment, just showing better map control. As they are pushing out towards long A. Raz now under pressure. This is what I want to see. You know, can Raz hit these when they push out at him?
Yes, apparently he can. Zusi as well backing him up as APOC finds one as well.
That was quick.
Triple kill from Zusi in that round, and that was a very quick one, but that's what I like to see. Get the eco round out of the way, I reckon.
Yeah, this is the true test now for Rush. This is where, you know, the baby rounds are over. Silent, he's dropped an M4, but no, he's dropped an AWP and an M4, so don't know why he dropped the AWP, but he will retrieve it. As Rush looking quite equal there. Zuzi, though, hitting 15 kills for Winterfox. Just looking a slight bit scary for Rush right now. Once again, Silent coming up towards Piety to get that position in. See if he can take down any Ts, but they're not interested. Just Raz locking down a line, making sure that no one's playing aggressive Winterfox, otherwise funneling their forces towards the B site instead, going through the tunnels and just slowly shutting down the potential lines that Rush could be playing. This boost actually might catch up Blade.
Push, the man does go down, but I guess able to trade it out. I don't think they spotted Zuzi.
Not yet, because Zuzi is now coming through, but that is a very dangerous player, neutralize, and EMAG, a very, very sloppy fight alongside with the Kiss. Will be able to get out alive, though. The rest of Winterfox now alongside with him. I don't know why they gave the bomb to EMAG when he's on 10 HP, but sure, why not?
Yeah, why not? I don't know. B-site boost coming out here from Blade again. I mean, if Winterfox can snap his head off, whereas if he gets a shot in, Offnu, though, is going to be the one to do it. Loses a lot of HP in the process, but that's really allowed the B-site to open up. Unfortunate for EMAG. Silent is able to take him down. If the bomb went down there, Winterfox were in with a chance. Now, though, still trying to get that bomb down, but it will go down. 2 versus 3, though. You should expect to see Rush having a pretty good crack at this one. Toy coming around from short. He's going to be a crucial player. He's the sort of the X-Man, and in the end, he is going to be able to pick up the kill. I wonder if he could have sprayed that down anyway.
Right, no, Raz needs to hit the short. If he hit the short player, Offnu would have had so much pressure off him. Offnu was just on, you know, just trying to buy
in 2
time.
lines, looking in both directions. Like you couldn't do anything there. But 7 rounds for Winterfox. They could potentially get 8 here because the buy is not going to be excellent for Rush. I mean,
they still
7's
take
really good. 8's going to be even better.
7 rounds on T side, a lot of buffer space.
Yeah,
a lot of safe space, and Winterfox going to be happy on their map pick, going on towards their CT side, you know, taking the pistols and just completely shut down Rush. I'm not sure if Rush really have any advanced strategies for overpass, but I think Winterfox have this in the bag. It looked a little bit hairy towards early on. It was a 4-0 lead for Rush, but afterwards Winterfox gathered their wits and were able to shut it off. But Toy gets one, Silent. He's got to hit those.
Yeah, you have to hit that shot, really. That's essentially given Winterfox a kind of get out of jail free card. You almost thought Toy was going to get 2 there. Looked like Silent was going to get 1, but in the end, somehow Rush only managed to find 1 kill. Blade doing a good job at least to be able to trade it back, but he sacrifices some health for it. And the A-bomb site is being pressured now by Winterfox.
Yeah, did manage to get the bomb plan down, and Zuzi, I mean, he knew where Blade was, so easy takedown. Little Man from CT able to get another one. Offnu goes for the engage, does manage to take that one, but Little Man blinded out. Offnu does have just dancing around the side. Little Man gets another one, tag down towards 66, has the smoke grenade. He's going to use it. He knows where the last member is. That's going to be Zuzi on 29. Little Man's going to tap the bomb. He's going to try to stick on it. Oh no, Zuzi doesn't know which direction to be shooting yet, and Little Man will take that. So Rush take the 8-7 lead in towards the half.
Not too big of a deal there, though. 7 rounds on the T side. Pretty good for Winterfox. We'll find out how the second half goes in just a sec.
Hey Future Pros, we have a flash for you that should aid in pushing through the monster tunnel on Overpass. This flash should leave your teammates unaffected while the CTs should be blind as heck. To do this flash, line yourself up over the tip of this bottle. Aim over the wall slightly and to the right and then throw the flash. That's it. This should make the Rush B Don't Stop strat work way more in your favor.
it's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
And welcome back to the ESL Pro League North America. At the moment, half-time between Winterfox and Rush, and we are currently on Overpass. Things looking okay again for Winterfox. They've had a pretty decent T-side.
Yeah, Rush, I mean, did struggle to kind of come back, but it just felt like, once again, Winterfox just had control of the T-side, had control of the map, and, well, it was just a matter of how many people could Rush kill before Winterfox gunned them down. Every single round that they executed was clean and clinical. Now Winterfox on the, on the preferred CT side. Rush did manage to take that one down with a smoke defuse, but now the hard work up to Rush. They coming towards B. Oh, it looks like they've been watching the ESL Pro Strats because they are just doing the hard B no stop. And EMAG does get taken down, but Offnude dancing around. Won't be able to survive any longer. Blade does pick up 2 and APOC, just surviving at the moment for now. Just needs to buy time for the rest of his teammates to rotate across because it's 3-3.
Bomb is going to go down there for Rush, but Winterfox don't seem to be too bothered by that, though Zuzi should get this kill. He does. In the end, Raz as well, able to find one. It's 2 versus 1. Bomb, plenty of time on this one for Winterfox to work with. They don't have to do anything too drastic, just need to trade this kill out, and they will pick up the pistol round. Defuse kit secured by Raz as well. Zuzi, though, does go down, and now, a great shot coming out from Silent, clutching out the pistol round. 2 versus 1. Good start to the T-half for Rush, but admittedly, Winterfox have looked pretty good on that CT side. Yes, they've lost the pistol. There's going to be a couple of rounds now that should go the way of Rush. In saying that, though, on Inferno, Winterfox basically shut out that CT side. So if that transfers over here onto Overpass, then Rush are definitely in for a tough time.
It depends on how they play. It depends on how Rush also execute towards things. And APOC, the only member to buy that full helmet, armor, and pistol. He is fully committed. The rest of his members aren't really committed. Just like Rush is coming towards B-side again, so it's going to work out. APOC does manage to dink one, but he's been found out, and EMAG just dancing around the CZ to see what opportunities he can find, but he tags down a Kiss quite low. APOC finds another headshot, but surrounded from all sides. Oh, little man! He's completely whipping so many shots, but eventually gets the kill. This SMG...
Oh, what? What? Lucy.
That was a great flick.
Come on.
SMG usage from Rush not really impressing me so far because they have whiffed a lot of shots and have allowed Zuzi a bit of a glimpse in towards this one.
Little man very low on HP. Zuzi, though, only able to spot out Toy at this point.
Doesn't transfer that flick.
If he had flicked that across to Little man, that could have really caused some problems. But not to be. Still a fairly successful round for Winterfox. They didn't invest anything into it. Took 3 guns out of the hands of Rush, and now Rush have to decide, are they going to invest into AKs here, or are they going to take some more UMPs through? Looks like it'll be AKs, at least for Toy.
This might be a bit dangerous for Rush because Winterfox are lining up for an HE stack. Where are these HEs going to go? It looks like they are going to go towards B. And if Rush go towards B long again, this might be painful.
This could be interesting.
Oh dear.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Little man. Oh, yeah, actually. Okay, there we go. Offnu picks up a kill into a Kiss. Hurts a lot of those Rush players as well. I thought it was going to be a little bit lackluster, but in the end, they do get a kill. Would have liked to have seen maybe a little bit more of a follow-up there from Winterfox on that one, but doesn't matter so much. They've gone 2 for 2. Zuzi having a great time with these pistols so far.
And look at this lurk. Look at this lurk coming in from Raz. Knows where Silent is. Silent is 1 tap away. Zuzi just dancing around. Toy, once again, a critical member. Full HP right now for him to work with. He's thinking about retrieving the bomb. He's been spotted out, though. Zuzi can't continue his great form. They know where Raz is. They know he was lurking around somewhere, so just dancing around trying to find him. No Molotov to work with. Just a couple of flashbangs and smoke grenades. Toy makes his way towards Pit. He's been spotted out now, but dinked out as well. Raz finds a kill, but Silent through the smoke. So close once again for Winterfox. Rush taking a lot of damage.
Man.
But they will be able to close things out towards the end, and I think they'll breathe a sigh of relief as they have 4 rounds to work with. And Rush, actually, the momentum is in their favor a little bit. If they can take a couple of rounds, damage the Winterfox economy, they could potentially take down Overpass.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of said this wouldn't be particularly surprising to see this come through to a 1-1. At the start of the day. Obviously, Winterfox kind of shut Inferno out, and maybe we thought, okay, maybe Winterfox is in with a chance of 2-0ing this now, but I guess it comes down to this small passage of play. The next 2-3 rounds so crucial for both these teams.
Yeah, so it determines whether Winterfox can build up an economy and, you know, push back towards Rush. How are their buy rounds actually going to hold out? What is Rush going to do on their executes? You know, have they got, you know, this mastermind plan? Which territory are they planning to control? Where they're trying to fake out? What are they trying to sell? A lot of smoke grenades still for them to use as they try to take territory of toilets now. Raz still, though, with the AWP locking down a line. I'm not sure exactly which one it is yet as he's dancing around, but he's going to back off for now. Silent also has the AWP, so he's challenging Raz right now actively, but I don't think I've actually seen the AWP versus AWP actually kill each other yet, as APOC gets dinked for 5 damage through 2 walls, so that's why it's very low.
It is the first gun round here for Winterfox, so I mean, let's not get too ahead of ourselves here in the second half. Rush have already obviously started off pretty well, but this is really the one that we have to watch. If Winterfox can pull this one off and basically start to take control of that CT side from here on out, then definitely Rush is going to be in a spot of bother. But like I said, these next few rounds so crucial, and only 35 seconds left to work with. The T's are going to be executing on towards the A-bomb site. How many players up there? 2, 3 actually it looks like for Winterfox. One is going to rotate up pretty early. Zuzi flashing into bathrooms. Doesn't spot out Toy, but eventually he's going to be able to push him and takes him down. Little man does get the trade, but that's crucial time wasted really here by Winterfox. The bomb still having to get into the site with only 15 seconds left on the clock. We see the kills going the way of Rush though. And Winterfox under a bit of pressure, but the bomb again dropped. Are they going to have time to plant this? Probably now that APOC is the only one left alive. And that was a very messy round from both teams in reality, but Rush come away with the win.
Yep, and this means that Winterfox going to be another eco. I hope Rush don't rush B again, because they rushed B 3 times in a round. Come on, there's got to be some more creative anti-ecos around this. Oh, I'm scared. I'm actually scared they're going to rush B.
They have triple UMP. They're headed in the B direction. Although the bomb's been dropped. Okay, so I think they're going to play a little bit slower this time now. The bomb's dropped. Going into short water this time.
Silent didn't even click, so Silent AWP shot. No one dies, and he's under a lot of pressure. Does have assistance from Blade, so he's going to get out quite safe. They're just going to go towards B side instead. They spotted at the CT trying to push mid, so they know that B side is a little bit more clear, and they already had the members towards short, so why not push out there? It's going to work out in their favor. A kiss. If he doesn't check, oh, little man. Great shot. Oh, they don't check ABC. APOC, so much work that he could have done, but Silent also picking up one as well, so Winterfox, very least, still 3-on-3, but they had some nice positions. And EMAG, oh, Silent. This is what I needed to see from the AWPer of Rush. At the very least, getting these basic kills, because he was whiffing a lot earlier on. At the start, at the very least, Raz has upgraded towards an AK-47. Offnu with a Deagle. Raz has been found out now with a Deagle. All on towards the CT, but he can't find anything.
So 13 on the board now for Rush, and what all of a sudden looked like a really good score for Winterfox is now pretty poor, in all honesty. Like, they need to get some rounds here on the CT side, because as of yet, they haven't actually picked up one.
Yeah, it's not over yet. I mean, once again, it's only been a single buy round. This is the second true buy round coming out now. Yep. But Winterfox, they have to make this one work out. Otherwise, Rush will be 14-7, forcing Winterfox into a disastrous situation of either deciding to force up for the draw or for the victory, or just eco and potentially trying to bring it back in towards overtime. So Raz now peeking towards using that party line. Zeus is just going to take a little bit of damage, but otherwise Rush coming towards the B site. It's worked out for them so far quite well. Why not come back here again?
I don't think EMAG spotted anyone out on that jump. That time, though, he does. Spots out a kiss. That's the only one, though. You have to suspect if you spot one, there's probably a few more of those Rush players in that direction. As you said, they have been playing towards the B site more often than not. So far on their T side.
Execute beginning on the B side as well. Molotovs looks like they're not faking. Rush is going straight through, but EMAG has managed to swindle his way across, but he's still completely blind. A little man of Blade opening up. APOC and Offnu able to get a couple of kills, but where is Offnu? It looks like
he's dead.
He's dead. His Molly was able to get a little bit of revenge from his grave, but now the rest of Winterfox trapped behind smokes and decide to fall back immediately. They can't find their way in. It's too difficult.
Yeah, and they need these guns through the next round as well, because as you said, if they lose this one, be facing down that 15th round as well.
Yeah, they were trying to find, I guess, a glimpse of Rush. Trying to
if they had have maybe found a pick there, then something could have happened.
They've also lost the AWP just then, so Zuzi.
That's not good. And Zuzi's going to challenge this as well on a little man. He will win the duel, so fair enough.
Might be able to retrieve the AWP, but Silent with that line. Zuzi with a flashbang. I think he's just waiting for the bomb to explode, and he will be able to pick up the AWP. So good, well timed by Zuzi. We'll be able to take the AWP away. And Well, Winterfox at the very least able to force up behind this, but this is do or die time for them now. Rush.
Yep.
This is... Rush are playing well. They're able to get the first entries, but at the same time, they're just forcing their way on a bomb site, and Winterfox have no answer for it.
Yeah, it seems so. I don't know. Winterfox, they were so good with their utility use on the T side. Now on the CT side, it seems to be lacking a little bit. The flashbang's working so well for Rush. You could see everyone on the B site for Winterfox was essentially flashed out, and they couldn't do anything. So, need to see something a little better from Winterfox now on this CT side if they are going to be able to pull out the win. Still a lot of rounds to claw back here, though. It's kind of hard to say, kind of hard to see them coming back from this.
Yeah, well, unders, they're slowly crawling out of unders, and Raz under a lot of pressure right now because they're encroaching on his position. He's been spotted out. Now he has to dance around. Has to hope for the best. He does with Zuzi is back up. Silent with a great shot. Raz only picks up one no-scope, though. It's not good enough. Winterfox rotating up towards the A site really quickly. Offner trying to go aggressive. Does manage to strafe back around the corner, but now all of Rush. But they line up for him. He just takes down 3, guns them down. Rush, too fast, too furious, and now just 2 dead.
Yeah. Little bit silly there from Rush. They had so many utilities that they could have used, but instead they just try and take the aim duel. In the end, though, they do get punished for it. And now Silent on its own does get taken down by Offnu. Great round from him. 4 in that one.
They needed to punish him when he peeked out. Didn't they? Just peeked. They just strafed together into his crosshairs, and well, Offnu, he has a field day with that and brings Winterfox a little bit of space.
Yeah, well, Rush at the moment going to be able to buy back into this one. But well, both teams fairly low in terms of the economy. Pretty important round for both teams.
Yeah, and well, Emag's not having the best game. He had a pretty good Inferno, but 4 kills so far in the entire match. That is definitely something he needs to remedy going forward.
Hard to believe that he's only gotten 4, but I guess he has kind of been a little bit missing here.
He's been very quiet, actually. Where is he playing towards? He is on that B side, so... Well, on the T side, he actually wasn't entering on the T side. Wasn't really doing much on the T side. On the CT side, you know, it's been difficult for all the players on Winterfox so far. It's only Offnu that's, you know, stepped up and did a lot of damage. So Rush were able to purchase up once again in this round, and once again looking to leverage their way potentially towards A side. Only Blade trying to make noise at short, as well as unders. Winterfox though, with a lot of utility to work with, so they're not too scared now.
Yeah, but Rush getting some pretty nice map control actually in through bathrooms or next to bathrooms. And then through long as well. They've got control of both of those areas of the map. We do see a rotation starting up here though from Winterfox. Sending one of those B players up here. Not a bad choice. It does look like Rush is headed in the direction of the A-bomb site. Utilities from Rush at the moment not affecting Winterfox all that much, but here come the players. That's the important thing. Zuzi does start off onto a kiss. Good trade though by Little Man. Raz able to pick one up for himself as well, and he's holding some very nice lines with that orb. Offnu as well, giving him a little bit of backup, so it does seem that Winterfox have sort of warmed up now into the CT side. This one looking a lot more convincing than the last.
And Rush just trying to save the AWP right now, but Offnu just shutting down his potential. Will be pushing in towards him. Silent can't even take the AWP towards the next round. Winterfox should force Rush into potentially an eco. Yep, it is going to be an eco coming out, and well, this is what we wanted to see, but they've come in a little bit late, and well, Rush is only 2 rounds away from taking the map. Winterfox still need to win 7 on in the trot to take it. Rush, I think, may just purchase up a couple of pistols. I don't think they're really invested in this one. Yep, just the Tech 9, 2 P250s as well. 3 P250s and just a single Glock on towards Blade, but Silent already tagged down towards 16 through the edge of the wall from a shot from Raz, and he's just going to clean things up with another shot. Under's pressure now coming out from the rest of the members of Rush, but Winterfox falling all the way back towards A site. Very safe and sound.
Yeah, still not out of the woods yet, Winterfox. Obviously, they should pick up this round, make it to 10, but they still need to get 4 more rounds to even equalize, and then a couple more as well to pick up the win. If they were able to pull it back, that would be a fantastic comeback from them. But to see whether or not it's going to be the case. Zuzi is playing so well. I think he's just hit 30 there. I believe he was on 27 just before. We'll have to check at the end of this round, but yeah, things are looking so good right now for him. And 29, not quite.
Not yet, but yeah, Emag on 4. Yeah, that's a little bit depressing.
Zuzi's taking all of Emag's frags.
Well, pause coming out from Rush now. They're discussing what they want to do. I'm assuming it's a tactical pause because
we'll find out.
Well, now would be a good time to call a tactical pause unless there's a tech issue from Winterfox once again.
Potentially. Well, all 5 players in the server.
You could see one dropping out, maybe a gun dropping to the ground. As Rush, they need to take 2, but these 2 are potentially the hardest of Winterfox. They push Winterfox all the way to the brink. They're sitting on the cusp of defeat, so they're pushing back quite hard, and on the backs of some of the heroics of Offnu as well as Zuzi are sitting in a great position right now.
Yeah, looking like it is an attack pause, apparently, I'm told.
It is or isn't?
Is
sorry.
not.
Is not? Okay, so tech issue maybe.
We're underway soon. But yeah, I mean, maybe gives them a little time to think here, Rush. Even if they're not talking so much, they can just think, calm down, you know, just chill out a little bit for a few minutes. That could be enough.
Well,
reset.
They haven't purchased anything yet, so
there's 1, 2.
All right, weapons coming out now on the side of Rush, so they had money to buy in. I was just curious to see what they were planning to purchase on the side of Winterfox. So they have a full set of weapon, obviously. Only Raz dropped in the previous round, and Zuzi picked up the AWP and gave it to him immediately afterwards. Good teammate, good camaraderie. Can't do that in real life, though. Can't wait for your teammate to respawn, generally.
This looks like a solo push out towards bathrooms here from Offnu. Oh, he's going to go into the underpass. Not something we've seen Winterfox do too much. Smoking that off. Falling back. Bit of pressure early on here from Winterfox. They're pushing aggressively.
I see the purpose of that, actually, because as they post 2 members up towards long A, Zuzi close, he gets 1, gets 2, gets nearly the 3rd, but Zuzi gets the damage done. Raz gets the kill. I see the purpose of Offnu's smoke. With that smoke towards unders, it stalls Rush. It funnels them away from party because they're afraid of the AWP. It funnels them away from unders and it pushes them towards long A, and that's what Winterfox wanted. That's exactly what they wanted to do. Works out. Raz is tagged down, but they've got the numbers advantage, and well, bomb's been lost for Rush as well. Instantly losing all their members just like that is not good in terms of their chances for winning.
3 versus 2. Oh, sorry, 5 versus 2 even. Situation gets a little bit worse there for Rush, and yeah, not good. It's going to allow another one on the board for Winterfox, and in this one, you would expect that Winterfox should be able to take the majority of these guns through the next round as well. So I don't know what their economy is looking like right now, but they've won a couple in a row, so it should be getting up there.
Looks like they are rotating the long way around, so trying to hit the B site instead. There's only EMAG that's anchoring the B site. I believe it is on top of just that. Is he boosted up, actually? He's boosted up. He's boosted up. So it's 2 on B side. It's APOC actually boosting EMAG right now. So, or EMAG boosting APOC, should I say. Just spotting the foot. He's just like, get your stinking feet off me. APOC missing a couple of shots. That's okay. They're towards the B side, so Winterfox can rotate the members accordingly. APOC charging in, no fear. Wants to try to at least stop the defuse. Takes down Toy and EMAG. Adding his own kill. Offnu did do the damage earlier on towards Blade, but EMAG's able to get the kill, and the defuse going in the favor of Winterfox means that Rush can force up into this round.
Look at that money. Winterfox starting to look real good in the economy department, though. I suppose it doesn't matter hugely, considering if they drop around, well, they shouldn't be dropping around at this point. They need to be getting every round that they can.
Yeah, and Rush going on the pistols, so Winterfox looking to continue the good work, just varying things up. Raz most likely going towards party once again, has a lot of support. This is what you need to do when you're going towards that party position. We saw Toy as well, Silent do that earlier. Now Raz as well as Zuzi is doing that, but the rest of Rush are coming in towards short as well as B long. It's a B long push. APOC has a lot to do, but he can't do anything. This may just be it because there's EMAG stuck in the middle of the open. There was no support whatsoever. Little Man has pushed straight forward. Will deny the bomb plant at the very least. Offnu gets 1. But look at this. Zuzi's under a lot of pressure. Raz under a lot of pressure as well. Little Man gets another one. Zuzi spots him out. Offnu. Oh my goodness. Little Man gets an AWP shot as well. So it's all up to Offnu. This is what we're talking about.
Yep.
A terrible B-side hold. APOC needed to get a couple, and EMAG's just caught no man's land. And well, EMAG has been having a terrible game as Little Man cleans up with 4 kills of his own.
Yep.
2 AWP and 2 Tech 9 kills. And now Russian match point. Winterfox, small consolidation they can purchase up in this one, but at the same time, I think Rush may just want to head towards B-side.
Yeah, maybe.
They'll probably just go, why are we bothering executing anywhere and failing when we can just push on the B side and just wreck these guys?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, EMAG plays there. EMAG's been having a troublesome time, I suppose.
Target the weak link.
Exactly.
Normally, I'd say that EMAG is the solid anchor, and well, this time he is the solid anchor. But it's not in the right way this time around.
I know what you're talking about, though. Unfortunate for Winterfox there to lose that round. Really needed to probably pick that one up because that's the worst possible way to let Rush back into this one. They really did have a bit of a stranglehold going on, but now Rush will feel like they're in with a good chance here. Just need one more round Winterfox need to get 4 to take it through to the overtime.
Oh, Rush is going to be stacking up, but Raz finding Blade, trying to come out under, so that is another great pick by Raz, opening things up for Winterfox, but Rush, they still have the majority of the members towards the B side. They're still keen on hitting this. Kier sitting very, very close, just making sure no one can come through unders in case there is any CT aggression. Silent with the AWP. Bomb making his way through short. APOC is going to smoke off Silent, but there's the first Molotov towards Graffiti.
Couple of utilities used just then by Winterfox, so Rush can wait these smokes out. Though it does look like the Execute is going to come in right now. The flashbangs not seeming to affect APOC all that much. Toy getting flashed a slight bit, but there's a good trade. Kiss finding a couple actually. He will be taken down though by Ofnu, who's doing a good job of holding from water, but little man jumping up on the boxes. That's not going to be the greatest of ideas. Winterfox, fairly solid hold that time.
Yeah, and Rush, they will be able to buy up in this one once again, able to push hard back, but they lost one member in Blade, unable to make the trades work in their favor this time around. Once again, Rush don't need to go technical.
Yeah.
Just push somewhere because I know that's the complete opposite of how they should be playing Overpass, but Winterfox are showing themselves to be adept at controlling the mid-game. What they're not ready for is the early game engagements that Rush start in, and, well, they're going to take fast control of short as well as B long this time around, but the early Molotov means that they can't really progress any further. Raz makes an AWP shot, but doesn't really spot anything out. So Rush trying to work their way around the map. It's not really working out, so they're going to go back towards B.
Ofnu just spotting out this corner. If he sees that door open, he knows that there's some T's there, but at this point, Rush is not going to give away their positions at all. They have gained control of water. They're gaining control of Monster Tunnel as well, but some more smoke's being popped down by Winterfox. It's almost a mirror of last round where Rush just waiting outside those B entrances. The smokes come in from Winterfox and we're forced to wait just a little bit longer. Different sort of a CT setup though. You can see there that APOC's pushed quite far forward compared to where he was playing last round. Emag this time just dancing up and down on the ramp. Ofnu a little further back, but there's the Molotovs coming in. And here comes Rush, making their way into the B site.
There's Ofnu finding one. Emag from the pit, able to pick up one as well. A kiss, traded out, and Silent and Toy, though, making things work out. Raz nearly shooting his own teammate. 2-on-2. Zuzi does manage to drop down early as the bomb plant is lost. So it means that Rush are going to smoke off absolutely nothing whatsoever. Raz will be securing this bomb. Silent coming across. Oh, tags him! But Raz a little bit better through, I guess, a thinner edge of the wall, able to kill him as it looks like Zuzi was able to close things up. Zuzi on 34 kills. Absolutely ridiculous. And Winterfox, it may be going towards overtime. Rush are saving for the final round. Not forcing up in this one. Not even a... Okay, so a couple of Tech 9s coming out, but only a smoke grenade and flashbangs coming out on Blade to try to support his team.
Alrighty, well, Rush on the eco. They can allow one more round to go away, but then the next is the one that they need to get. They desperately do not want to take this one through to overtime. I mean, Winterfox have got the ball rolling just a little bit now, and they are allowed to take it through to the overtime. Then who knows? This is anybody's game.
Oh my goodness. Raz was caught out in the middle of the open, and, well, Zuzi, if there's a man to hold it off, it's Ofnu, and Zuzi just doing damage at the moment because Ofnu is gunning them all down. Finally dies, but Silent able to get a double kill. Now a 2-on-2. And Kiss has actually got the AWP now coming across. Emag has to hit this.
Surely.
Bomb has been lost. Silent now on a 1-on-2. Does not have armor. Has an A4 as well, which isn't the ideal weapon that you want to go across as APOC. Also enters the site. You can see Silent slowly crawling across, seeing if he can find anything. Jumps up and enters Emag's crosshair. Heavy damage done by Emag. And APOC looked like he almost got the kill, but Emag does manage to clean up what he started. So now the final round of the normal half. Rush.
Wow.
What a turnaround from Winterfox.
What a turnaround indeed. I mean, to be fair, like, they did have a pretty good T side. Obviously, they struggled early on the CT side, but we knew that they can play CT pretty well because of Inferno. And they finally managed to get it together towards the later half of this second half. It's attack pause for Rush right now. No better time to really have it than now because it's basically
they should have had it
round.
earlier. I don't know why they didn't, take the time, break things down, discuss things out. And you can see, a bit of lack of team cohesion. You had a couple of people facing each other having a chat, but you had one person almost aloof, not interested in the conversation.
Better late than never, I think, at least.
This might be just too late, though. Winterfox have gained a momentum. Use tactical pauses to stop Winterfox before they gained any momentum.
Yeah.
At the 14-10 where there was a technical pause, should have been a tactical pause also called by Rush. All right, let's talk about what we want to do for the next rounds. What means if Winterfox win a couple more, what's our overall game plan? Now coming in, they have one round to work with.
Yeah.
They have to discuss. They're discussing the intricacies of this round, but if it goes wrong for them, well, it goes into overtime. coming up from a situation where I believe it was like 14-8 at one stage actually. So
it was looking really, really good actually for Rush. We were sort of saying, oh well, Winterfox did well on the first half, but they haven't done anything here in the second half. They didn't even get around. But now all of a sudden we find ourselves at 14-15. Winterfox hoping to be able to pull this one through to the overtime. Raz going for a peek into underpass with the AWP. Hasn't spotted anyone out just yet, but I think there is a player hanging around. He's going to fall back though. Playing a little bit safely is Winterfox.
Is just going aggressive to see if we can find, you know, the pick if Rush decided to charge in. Rush going towards the A site. It's not really worked out for them so far, so I don't think this is really the best opportunity. Winterfox should be able to shut this down. We should be going towards overtime, barring once again a severe bunch of misplays coming out. Winterfox, just Rush haven't shown the proficiency to actually enter the A site so far.
Well, we don't know necessarily if they are going to hit the A site at this point. There's a few players in underpass, but having the bomb in the position that it is, you'd have to think that's the direction that they're headed in. Things can change though so quickly. I mean, still a minute on the clock. Rush, if they find something over on the B bomb side, if they get a pick or get some information that they like the sound of, then perhaps we do see them head back over to where they've essentially been defaulting to most of this half.
Zuzi in a one and done position though, so he needs to be really, really cautious now. Peeking out. Is there a flashbang that's assisting him? No, Silent does not react in time. And, well, it gets pretty baited by Little Man. A Little Man does manage to get the trade at the end of the day, but the bomb has been spotted out by Winterfox, so members may start slowly rotating across towards the A side as the smokes bloom.
They have to rotate because there's no time for Rush to rotate back over to the B side. This is a pretty good situation in reality for Winterfox. Like, what is Rush going to do? Try and charge in against four players? I mean, the utility is going to help, but let's see how this one works out. Great shot, though, from Blade. Often goes down. This could be enough to crack open the side. A kiss. He spies out APOC, but APOC in the end, a little bit too strong. Finding 2 kills there. It's back to a 2 versus 2, though. The health for Winterfox is not looking too good, and it's all down to Raz. 1 versus 2 to try and clutch this one out. Take it to overtime.
1-on-1.
He gets Blade. Toy's in a great position, though. Really, it's so winnable for Toy here, and it would have to be an amazing clutch from Raz to pick it up.
Oh, Raz has faked it. Toy, he's pushing in towards Toy, and he's spotted it. Rush at the very, very end. Take it 16-14. Heartbreaking for Winterfox, but at the same time, you know, they had the rounds. They needed to get earlier rounds on the CT side. They just kicked in a little bit too late. And Rush, at the very least, to get the victory. And they also enter the scoreboard, so it's going to be a 1 apiece for both teams.
Yeah, I think overall, hard to say who came out of that one probably feeling a bit better.
Rush.
I mean, yeah,
Winterfox
but
to be disappointed
16-7 on Inferno. Good result for Winterfox there. Obviously, it's going to be quite disappointing there, I think, for Winterfox to not be able to pick up that map, at least take it to overtime, see what they could do there. But overall, 1 apiece. I mean, at least both of them getting a round on the board here in the Pro League. They get some points there, and I mean, better than nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. At least they're entering the scoreboard and, well, not going to be challenging, you know, the top tier teams just yet, because that shows, I guess, how much both teams are struggling in terms of for Winterfox, right? Losing, I guess, overpass towards a map which Rush shouldn't have been proficient on, as well as having a substitute.
Yeah, that's true.
Is devastating. How many pushes did Rush win with? They just pushed. Like, there was like a couple of decent executes, but at the same time, you know, CT side should be able to shut that down quite comprehensively, and they weren't able to, and that really cost them ultimately at the end of the day. So that's going to leave Winterfox, I guess, going back to the drawing board. A slow start towards the CT side, ultimately costing them.
Quite surprising for me because they looked so good on Inferno. They must just be much more comfortable on Inferno. I guess obviously Rush got off to a pretty good start in the second half of that one as well. You know, they were able to get the pistol round on the T side. They got the momentum flowing, and they sort of dropped the ball a little bit, allowed Winterfox back into it, but in the end, just strong enough. I think there wasn't really a standout for me for Rush. I sort of thought they were all really contributing almost.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in terms of Rush, you know, all of them had their times that they stood up, but at the same time, it was just quiet as well. There wasn't any explosive players on Winterfox. I mean, I really feel for Zuzi. He dropped, I think, 36 kills on Overpass in those 30 rounds, but EMAG definitely had to step up towards that second map. He only had, I think, 8 kills towards the end, and that's just not good enough.
No, that's not really. I think that was the sore point, really, for Winterfox, because the B side as well was sort of the weak part of that map for Winterfox on the CT side, and that was where EMAG was playing. You know, if he gets a couple more frags, maybe 3, 4, 5 more, those are rounds that maybe flip back over to Winterfox, and because of the scoreline being so close, 16-14, every little bit counts.
Yeah, absolutely. I think EMAG, I mean, it's an uncharacteristic performance. Normally we expect him to do a lot better, so there's always next time to, you know, he'll figure out exactly what mistakes he made this time around, and he should be able to fix them and make sure that it's calibrated and it won't happen again.
Yeah, typically speaking, he is one of those more consistent players that have come out of our region. Though, speaking of how things went for pretty much everyone here tonight, having a look at the results.
Look at that.
Yeah, NRG picking up the 16-9 over Optic. A little bit surprising. Still, though, on the other side, for us, it was 16-11 and 16-8. Good if you're a Renegades fan. And one apiece between Winterfox and Rush. 16-7 Inferno, 16-14 on Overpass.
Overpass, it was both a good and a bad map. I mean, in terms of that, what I meant is Rush, the rounds that they won, I mean, they had some great entry frags. You know, they all stepped out, got the great entry frags, but Winterfox at the same time, you know, it felt like to me Winterfox played better for the majority of the rounds. Just some choice decisions in between. A lot of the rounds cost them ultimately. And, well, Renegades earlier on today, they looked clean and clinical.
Really I mean, especially JKS looked excellent.
I mean, I think I looked it up afterwards. I think he had nearly a 2 rating over the entire series. He was like plus 38.
Plus 40 is what I saw.
He was plus 40? Okay,
yeah.
it was plus 40.
Well, that's what I saw anyway. So, yeah, basically dominating that one. I mean, he had a little bit of backup there as well. I think most of the guys on Renegades sort of chimed in there, particularly Azza on Nuke looked pretty good. Yeah,
Yustilo looked pretty decent.
Yeah, Yustilo as well. Yam was probably the only one that I felt wasn't quite, you know, leading from the front, I suppose.
Hit and miss. I mean, there was a couple of rounds where Yam was really good. I mean, notably that 4 kill towards unders, but then you'd have rounds where he'd miss a lot of the easy AWP shots. You know, he'd whiff the shots in Vent where that was a critical round. Oh, not really critical round, but they could have clutched that out. And that's what I always think is, like, you know, in that position, you've got to hit those shots, and if you don't, then it's big trouble.
Yeah, guess so. But having a look at the standings here after this week, Renegades have moved themselves up a little bit further. Rush, Winterfox, Selfless, all, even compLexity, all with 1 round or 1 win on the board. Still sort of struggling down towards the bottom, but look, I mean, at least they're getting off the mark.
Yeah, but at the same time, NRG taking one over Optic means that they're just going over Optic for now.
It depends on how the second, because obviously the second map is not.
Yeah, it's on train at the moment,
so that's one of Optic's good maps as well. So
wait for it to be updated. Otherwise, you know, the top 3 look pretty secure. Liquid, Cloud9, SK Gaming.
Yep.
In terms of mid-tier, you know, your teams are starting to be sorted out in terms of all the positive, and as well as Immortals and Luminosity. Luminosity obviously did lose 2-0 against SK Gaming, so it was a bit of a hard matchup for them. They've lost, I think, both against Immortals and SK Gaming. So Renegades taking 2 finally, but still a lot of these teams in danger of being relegated.
Yeah, definitely want to see a few of them, you know, making a bit of a climb. I think things can sort of still shuffle around there. I would definitely think that we're probably going to be seeing Renegades maybe a little bit higher up later on in the season, but I guess we're going to have to find out. This is what's going on for the next match day. Obviously, it's Immortals and CLG on the mainstream, Optic and Cloud9. That's definitely a good one to watch. I think that's going to be a top-tier match. Then we have Winterfox, compLexity, and actually we've got both the Aussies/New Zealand teams on our stream once more. Renegades and NRG to close out the night for that one. So, yeah, liking that.
That should be next Tuesday, I believe. So, next week.
Yeah, next week. Not this week. Obviously, it is Friday for us, so
it's Thursday over there.
So yeah, it's Thursday over there, Friday for us.
Did the time zone conversions correctly?
Yeah, can't really expect anything more out of this week, at least for us. Otherwise, we'd be on the weekend, so it doesn't really count to me.
Yeah. Well, we still got work on Saturday. We still work on Sundays, so
yeah, we do. Hardworking people here in Australia, but that's going to be it from us tonight. Obviously, we've had our 4 matches. They've been good matches, very, very good if you're a Renegades fan, and pretty good, I think, in general, if you're a fan of Australian and New Zealand CS. But for now, gonna have to bid you good night. Until next time, see you later.